Timeless Assassin. By author, Raj_Shaw_7152. Chapter 689 to 740. Chapter 689, Broken Blade. Timeless Assassin Volume 7, The Fall of an Empire. History does not remember the fallen. It remembers the victors who carved their truth into stone and silenced every other voice. For every rebellion etched into the chronicles, 1,000 more bled out in silence, their fires smothered before the world even noticed they were burning. An empire does not collapse because the oppressed rise once, it collapses because, for the first time, the victors fail to erase the story of resistance. High Chronicler Maievan Rees, Fragments on the Nature of Power, Volume 8. 90 days later, Planet Juxta Training Grounds, Commander Charles and Dumpy's POV. Clang, clang, push. Charles felt the recoil flood through his forearms as steel met steel before giving way to raw force, as he surprisingly stumbled a couple steps back. "Oh, the frog has definitely grown stronger," he thought, as the faintest curl of a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, as if the pressure of this battle pleased him thoroughly. Before him, Dumpy stood in his giant 20-feet form, his every strike carrying enough force to shatter a small hilltop, as he surprisingly matched Charles on raw power alone. Spin, duck, evade. Watching the intent line of Dumpy's next strike, Charles spun low to evade the attack, his smile deepening as he launched a counter of his own. Mountain-splitting slash, fade step, whoosh. Launching a powerful slash, he compelled Dumpy to first dodge by diving to the left, where he already waited for him, by closing the distance using fade step. "Oh," Dumpy mused, as he saw Charles reappear right before him, his twin blades already flashing up to guard. Yet instead of a traditional parry, his instincts urged him to do what no human fighter could ever do. Shrink. In less than a heartbeat, his massive 20-foot body collapsed inward, reducing him to no larger than a palm-sized frog that dropped beneath the arc of Charles's blade. Whoosh! The steel of Charles's blade cut through empty air as he rolled like a skipping pebble across the dust, before suddenly expanding again into his towering form. Boom! The ground cracked under his weight as he rematerialized right inside Charles's guard, blade already swinging for the man's face. "I've got you now, smoking man," he shouted with gleeful confidence, his voice echoing through the training ground as his strike seemed impossible to avoid. However, Charles did not dodge. He did not even bother to block, as he simply leaned in and took a bite. Crunch, crumble. Dumpy's eyes went wide as his beloved weapon shattered between Charles's teeth, broken shards raining down uselessly to the floor as the young frog froze in disbelief, the taste of triumph suddenly replaced by the bitter reality of his ruined blade. As before he could recover, Charles's hand moved in a blur, and a casual backhand slap caught him across the face. Thud. Skidd. The attack sent him tumbling, his massive frame rolling across the dust before crashing down near the edge of the training ground, as although the pain of the slap wasn't much, he somehow felt too disheartened to get back up. "I hate you. Did you hear me? I hate you, smoking man," he cried, his voice trembling as tears formed underneath his large eyes. "How dare you break the present my Lord Father gave me? It was a special blade set that expanded and contracted with my own size, but now one of those two blades is broken," he said, as he clutched the broken blade against his chest, large tears now streaming freely down his eyes, as Charles blinked in confusion, momentarily taken aback by Dumpy's outburst. As a commander, he knew how to handle armies, ambushes, and assassins, but a crying student was new territory for even him. One that he wasn't sure on how to traverse. Sigh. Letting out a deep sigh, he scratched the back of his head, before awkwardly walking over and kneeling down beside Dumpy. "I'm sorry, little one," Charles said softly, his tone stripped of mockery. "I'll make you a new one, I promise. Or if you want, I'll have a blacksmith reforge the same blade I just broke." Sniff. Snivel. Dumpy sniffled, trying to pull back his tears but failing miserably, his voice cracking as he whispered, "Why can't I beat you? No matter how hard I try. Why can I not be a monarch?" he asked, as Charles chuckled, shaking his head. You'll beat me someday, kid. At the rate you're growing, it's me who's going to struggle in a few years. But that'll only happen when you stop copying humans and start fighting like yourself. He advised, as Dumpy blinked, looking confused. You're a swamp frog. You can shift size naturally. That's not a trick, that's a gift. Use it more. Stop trying to match my blade with a blade like a man would. And another thing, when I spit, it's just spit. When you spit, it's poison mixed with acid. It's absolutely lethal. So why isn't it part of your fighting style yet? Charles asked, as Dumpy's lip wobbled again, but this time it wasn't from sadness, but rather acknowledgement of his own shortcomings. Having been raised amongst humans instead of his own kind, Dumpy had no idea as to how swamp frogs traditionally fought, or how he was supposed to fight. Which was why his fighting style mimicked that of humans. Today I beat you because I already know the best way for me to fight. But you're only starting to discover what you're capable of. So don't sulk. Keep training. Sooner or later, you're going to become a monarch. He encouraged, as silence lingered between them for a moment longer, broken only by Dumpy's faint hiccups as he wiped his cheeks with his forearm. Ribbit, you really think so? He croaked, his voice small as Charles smirked, rising to his feet and dusting off his hands. I don't think. I know. He acknowledged, as he offered Dumpy a hand back up. For a brief moment, Dumpy stared at the broken pieces of his blade, before finally releasing a deep breath as he accepted Charles's hand. This isn't over between you and me, smoking man. Someday I'm going to punish you for breaking my blade, but until then, just forge me a new one. Dumpy said, as he offered the broken pieces to Charles, who accepted it with a humble smile. I'll put a rush on it tomorrow, especially for my cry-baby student. Charles teased, as Dumpy instantly puffed his cheeks in anger. I am not a crybaby. I'm a fearsome swamp warrior in training. Dumpy retorted, stomping his amphibian feet into the dirt as his belly wobbled in defiance. Fearsome warriors don't bawl like toddlers when their toys break. Charles laughed, slinging the broken hilt over his shoulder with a grin. They're not toys. They're heirlooms. Lord Father gave them to me, they're practically priceless. Dumpy huffed, shrinking down to jab a tiny finger against Charles's chest, his eyes brimming with stubborn pride. This isn't over between you and me, smoking man. I promise you, I'm taking note of every humiliation, every insult you make. And someday, I'll pay it all back with interest. He threatened, as Charles simply snorted in response. All right then, I'll wait for that day to come. Charles said, before turning to walk away, as although he snorted before Dumpy, in his heart, he couldn't wait for that day to come soon enough. The volume issue has been fixed. If you still see this chapter in V6, please clear cache and refresh your library. Chapter 690, The Fool. Raymond's Paw, The Eternal Garden. Only a couple days remained of Morris's 90-day deadline, as finally Caliph concluded Raymond's training and declared him to be a lost cause. You were the son I was most proud of, you reminded me of me. However, spending these last few days training you, I have realized that you're nothing like me. You have the talent, yes, however, you don't have the resolve. You don't have the guts necessary to take a blade and plunge it into your old man's heart, who was also the strongest warrior the universe had ever seen. That's something the likes of you can never do, because even today, as circumstances force you into a battle you don't want. A battle that can be avoided, if only I step in to save you. You still don't show an ounce of killing intent towards me. Caliph mocked, as Raymond lowered his head in subservience. I won't say that you becoming a demigod was a mistake, for a man with no ambition to become stronger is not a man at all. However, the mistake you made is to assume that you're the smartest individual in the universe, when you're not. As you should have taken better care of hiding who you really were. Caliph added, as Raymond continued to look downwards, as he did not offer a single word of protest in response. It's unlikely that you will survive an encounter with your uncle today. Granted, you have trained hard over the last few days, and have improved a lot as a warrior. However, it's not enough to beat Soren. My brother is like me. His will is forged from fire. And in the end, it's that unshattering will that gives him the edge that you weak kids will never have. Caliph concluded, as he tossed a thin razor blade-sized blade to Raymond that weighed no more than 0.1 grams, and was shaped exactly like a shaving razor. Here, my last duty as a father. The rest is on you. Caliph said without emotion, as Raymond studied the razor in shock. It was origin metal, a weapon capable of piercing Soren's skin, should he even have the chance to hit the man. As although it wasn't much, it was still better than nothing, as with this blade in his hands, he finally had some means to hurt Soren for real. Thank you, Father, for everything. I know I'm a disappointment in your eyes, but fear not, I won't die bringing shame to your name. Raymond said, before silently taking his leave of the Eternal Garden, as he bid farewell to Caliph, perhaps for the last time. Raymond had assembled a massive army of over 20 billion soldiers to attack planet Juxta, which in theory was an overkill for a planet that housed only 2 billion residents total, most of whom were not even combatants. However, it did not matter how many people he took with him, for if Soren showed up, they were all going to be nothing more than harmless bugs before an exterminator. It is exactly how Father said. Perhaps I lack the resolve to take extreme steps like him. Raymond thought, as he clutched the origin metal razor in his palms tightly. Perhaps, I could have plotted to take down Morris the Deceiver in these past few days. Perhaps, I should have tried and convinced my father to help me take him down. However, I instead accepted the fate handed to me, and am now marching towards certain death. Raymond thought, as he smirked at the irony of his own situation. For the universe, he was the son of the eternal sovereign, the cold, heartless God who eons ago was the main perpetrator behind the great betrayal. However, unlike him, Raymond did not believe himself to be capable of killing his own kin. Despite his father renouncing him the moment his secret was exposed. Despite him threatening to kill him with his own hands if he showed dissent. Somehow, Raymond still loved him, and wanted to spare him from the pain of having to slaughter his own child, as although he knew that the man had the heart of stone capable of handling such pain, he still did not wish to put him through the ordeal. I suppose this is where history will call me a fool. Raymond muttered, staring out through the observatory glass as the fleets loomed in the void, while the men behind him worked their stations in silence. I suppose this is where they will say that I wasn't deserving of the talent coursing through my veins, and discredit the hard work it took me to become a demigod in the first place. I suppose this is the chapter in my life's story, where the readers will wonder, if only I had his talent. Perhaps I would have taken the risk to offend the status quo and rebel my way into becoming a god. But that's not me, Raymond said, his voice low and flat as the void beyond the glass breathed its indifferent light across the deck. Let them call me coward, let them call me fool, let the chroniclers ink me into a cautionary footnote. He continued, tightening his fingers on the origin razor until the lines of metal bit into his palm, for I would rather die with the burden of weakness than be remembered as a father-killing monster. He let the words hang as the ship hummed, and he found himself thinking in the long, looping way as to whether courage had always required the same currency as cruelty, and whether the cost of true strength had always been paid in the soft economies of forgiveness rather than the loud banknotes of terror. As with that thought, he turned away from the glass, his army at the ready, as he gave the orders for them to march towards Juxta. His final battle, now a mere 32 hours away. Meanwhile, planet Vorthas, Chaosbringer's POV. Between finding dirt and leverage over the cult elders, and building the urban metropolitan that Leo wanted inside the time-stilled world, Chaosbringer felt like he had his work cut out for him, as he remained buried in his office all day long. On the first front, he had managed to plant one of his men under the third elder's nose, a dangerous gamble that could have cost him everything, yet so far the man had not been discovered, which in itself felt like progress. However, despite entering the third elder's inner circle, the spy had uncovered no solid proof that the third elder was in cahoots with the righteous faction, as apparently, the third elder carried himself with a lot more surety in private than in public. Nonetheless, Chaosbringer urged the spy to keep digging until something tangible surfaced, no matter how long it took. Similarly, He also faced challenges in penetrating the First Elder's circle, as no matter how many strings he tried to pull, or how much dirty politics he played behind the scenes, he still struggled to make inroads with the First Elder and his inner circle, as their defenses were ironclad, their ranks too loyal, and their dealings far too secretive. However, while he struggled with his political goals, he made solid progress with Leo's other goal, which was to develop a livable base within the time-stilled world, as although only 90 days had passed in the real world, almost 25 years had already passed in the time-stilled world since the construction project first began. So far, through the diligent hard work of his architects, planners, warriors and workers, 2 functioning metropolitan cities had finally emerged, each capable of housing 500 million people comfortably, for a combined total of 1 billion residents. Naturally, achieving this progress had taken countless sacrifices, shortages, and compromises by his men. However, it was all compensated well, both in terms of pay and opportunity, as the individuals that went inside the time-stilled world and absorbed its thick rich mana, saw a remarkable increase in their breakthrough speeds and overall health. It seemed that the device that Amanda made, held up well inside the time-stilled world's adverse environment, and terraformed the space into livable conditions that were not only conducive to life, but even enriching. Hence, although he struggled to find workers for the first 30 days of his project, the volunteer list increased rapidly from then onwards, with him now receiving thousands of requests on the daily to be put on this project, as many wanted to shift there permanently. We have broken ground for 5 new cities, and have started to expand the capacity of the already constructed cities to house 2 billion people each. After another 100 days pass, I'll be able to fulfill 10% of what Lord Boss wishes, and be able to house about 10% of the total cult population within the time-stilled world without problems. Chaosbringer mused, as he made a mental timeline where he thought he could complete 10% of Leo's dream in about 100 more days, 50% of it after 3 years, and realize the dream in full in about 7 years from now. Meanwhile, Amanda's POV, planet Tithia. Amanda walked alongside Argo as they passed over the hidden assembly line, their steps echoing faintly while rows of trusted workers below pieced together mana heart pendants and room transformers with practiced rhythm. Whir. Click click. The hum of machinery was constant, but Amanda's mind was elsewhere, as she thought about how long it had taken to reach this point, and how fragile everything still felt even now. At the end of this week, she whispered to herself, glancing at the shining pendants lined on racks, we'll finally meet Chaosbringer's quota, and for the first time, we won't just be catching up. Argo nodded silently, his eyes fixed on the flow of production, as his own thoughts echoed hers, the sense of burden finally giving way to something that resembled relief. With Chaosbringer's construction projects consuming their output for months, the assembly line had been stretched thin, yet once this week's orders were complete, the excess could finally be rolled out across the cult barracks and be introduced to common citizens for the first time ever. This tool isn't just useful for life inside a hellish world, you can wear it on a daily basis to improve the quality of mana flowing in your body, and to improve your health and general well-being. She mused, as she allowed herself a rare smile, the idea of common citizens wearing pendants that improved their lives making her chest tighten with quiet pride. They'll finally see what we've built, she thought, her hand brushing against the cold railing, not just a tool for survival, but an invention that can change everyday life. Argo said nothing, but the small grin on his face was answer enough, as the two of them watched the line move forward, one pendant at a time, toward a future they believed could transform the cult into a paradise in space. Finally, Leo and Ver's POV, planet Batik. The last 90 days had proven to be extremely productive for both dragons, whereby they learnt not just 1, but 2, cult secret moves, from both the 5th and 3rd elders, bringing their combined tally of secret moves learnt at 10/13. This time, both the moves that they learnt were useful offensive attacks, called the Crown Fall and Knight's Whisper, that gave the duo the ability to deliver the decisive strike in any battle they faced, no matter who their opponent was. Nice. With you both mastering 10 techniques out of the cult's secret 13, you should soon be eligible for Lord Soren to teach you how to weave them into one seamless fighting style. Unfortunately, the legendary 13 technique is lost to enemy hands forever. So in the end, you'll only be able to master 12. The third elder said at the end of their training, as he expressed regret over how the legendary 13th technique scroll had been lost to the enemy, and how because of it, Leo and Ver would never learn the timeless assassin's fighting style in complete. **66**. Crown Fall is a decapitation technique, meant to end enemy lives in a single decisive slash. Knight's Whisper is a skill move like Thousand Phantom. More chapters in Buyer's Club for TMT. 24 hours later, the observatory post, Cult Barracks, Planet Juxta. The soldier sat with his feet up on the railing, calmly munching on a handful of roasted peanuts, as the shells fell lazily into the trash can beside him, while his eyes wandered across the void through the lens of the cult's extraterrestrial telescope. It was just another day for him in the military, dull and uneventful, as he twisted the knobs back and forth with no particular destination in mind, searching for nothing in particular and expecting even less. Usually, his job was pretty redundant, for he did nothing but look into deep space, searching for enemy ship movements far away from Planet Juxta. However, searching for a small cluster of ships this way was pretty luck-oriented, with 999 1/1000ths days at work proving to be uneventful. However, today seemed to be his lucky day, as surprisingly, as he turned the knob to rotate the telescope another 0.0001, it suddenly displayed the image of an enemy destroyer ship moving towards the cult, causing his eyes to sparkle with excitement. "And where do you think you are going, you cheeky bastard?" he murmured, smirking faintly as he nudged the focus wheel, expecting it to be a lone scout testing their luck. But when he pulled the telescope back and reduced the zoom, his smirk faltered. "Bloody hell, this one's not moving alone," he whispered, the sound catching in his throat as the dark void revealed nearly 100 ships clustered together like a school of predatory fish swimming together through space. His previous laughter was now wiped out completely, replaced by tense focus, as he zoomed out again, his fingers trembling against the bronze casing, as the 100 ships before him multiplied into hundreds, and the hundreds into thousands, until the field of stars became marred with silhouettes of warships stretching further than his lens could trace. Tens of thousands. "No. This can't be right," he muttered, his chest tightening as sweat trickled down his temple, because tens of thousands of ships only meant one thing: planetary invasion. Still not trusting his own eyes, he pulled the lens out as far as it would go, forcing the mana crystal inside to bend its limit, his breath stuck in his lungs as the picture clarified. *TRRRR clank. He dropped his peanuts. For before him were not just tens of thousands of ships. That figure wasn't even close. 200,000, he whispered, his voice breaking into a hollow rasp, as the sheer number of enemy ships before him made him wonder if he was hallucinating. But the biggest ever noted attack was a 150,000 ships, he reminded himself, as he checked the numbers, and then rechecked them, arriving at the same conclusion again and again, until he could not deny the truth any longer. What laid before him was the biggest fleet buildup the universe had ever seen, and they seemed to be unquestionably heading towards Juxta. The zoom on this telescope is 3 billion x, and the focal length of the lens is 100 meters, so dividing the distance by standard hyperdrive speed. The enemy ships are only 12 hours away. He calculated, as his chair fell back from how suddenly he stood up. Crash! Scrambling to his feet, he rushed out of his viewing hall with a crazed expression on his face, as he screamed, "Commander! I need to see the commander immediately," causing the soldiers around him to wonder as to what the hell just happened. Charles had just received the package of Dumpy's reforged blade, the one he had put a rush order on yesterday, when suddenly the observatory soldier stumbled into his quarters, his face pale, his eyes wide with a panic that made the rest of the guard stiffen. "See Commander! CO Commander!" he shouted, nearly tripping over himself as he slammed to a stop, clutching the frame of the doorway like he'd run through hell itself. Charles lifted his gaze slowly, setting the reforged blade down on the table, his voice calm, steady, and flat. "Speak." The soldier gulped, his throat dry, before the words burst out. 200,000 ships, sir. I counted them myself. Not scouts, not clusters, an invasion fleet. They're 12 hours out, heading straight for Juxta. The room fell silent. Even the guards lining the walls froze, their hands hovering near their hilts as if the weight of the number alone might split their spines, while Charles remained frozen, his own expression not even changing a little bit. 200,000. What flag are they flying? He asked, as the soldier bit his lips before answering. The Universal Army flag, sir. I spot 5 great carriers with them, which I assume house 5 enemy monarchs, and 1 royal carrier, that looks like it belongs to enemy Commander Raymond. The same man who has been laying siege to Juxta for the past year. The soldier said, as Charles's head immediately began to spin into emergency action, as he calculated every possible way out of this scenario. Could he have realized that Soren is no longer within cult lands, and moved to attack me because of it? If not, then why is he marching with a 200,000 ship fleet? Surely, he isn't marching them only to stop before Juxta skies and test the cult's response. Charles wondered, as after thinking about every possible scenario, he came to the grim conclusion that Raymond was coming here to fight. And that evasion from here onwards was highly unlikely. Crack crack sigh. Cracking his neck, Charles showed no sign of fear or weakness, as he let out a deep sigh and calmly looked at the soldier standing before him that looked mortally pale. Son, do me a favor and raise the alarms. Tell the men to feed themselves quickly and report for war. Tonight might be a long one, he instructed, as he patted the poor soldier on the back, before confidently strolling out of the room for a smoke. More chapters in Buyers Club for TMT. Planet Juxta, Juxta Military Base. Alarms blaring, boots pounding, voices cracking in panic. All around Charles, chaos spread like wildfire, as news of the incoming invasion raced through the barracks and struck every soldier like a hammer to the chest. Captains, lieutenants, and legion commanders bellowed orders at the top of their lungs, trying to hold the line of discipline, yet Charles could hear the tremor in their voices, and he could see the fear in their eyes. This time, the men knew that the upcoming battle was unlike anything they had ever faced before, and that survival through this one was nothing more than a feeble hope. Huff. Exhaling a slow drag of smoke, Charles tilted his head toward the night sky, the glow of his cigarette ember painting faint light across his face, as he muttered to himself with a half-smile that carried no joy. Tonight might be my last. This cigarette might be one of the last ones I ever smoke. It had been less than 3 months ago when Charles first received that peculiar call from Leo, the one where the boy outlined the Ghost Protocol, a fallback plan meant to safeguard the cult should Soren ever fall to an untimely death, yet back then Charles had never truly believed it would need to be activated so soon. At the time, he had thought it to be a brilliant precaution, clever even, but one the cult would not have to call upon for at least another century, yet now, with 200,000 enemy ships bearing down on Juxta, he realized with a grim certainty that the Ghost Protocol might very well be their only way out. Soren appointed me in charge, but perhaps the boy was better suited all along. Perhaps I was wrong about him not being ready. Perhaps he really is ready to shoulder the mantle of temporary sect master, Charles murmured, crushing his cigarette under his heel before pulling a communication crystal from his coat and dialing Leo's private channel. *TRRRTRR. *TRRRTRR. The call beeped a couple times, before an answer came from the other side, as Leo spoke in a cheerful voice. "What's up, Commander? How pleasant of you to call me today," Leo said, as Charles smiled faintly listening to his voice, soaking the vibrant energy in as he stayed silent. "Commander," Leo repeated, feeling confused on why Charles wasn't answering, as he finally heard the alarms blaring in the background. "Are those planetary attack alarms in the background? Are you okay?" Leo asked, his voice now tinged with panic, as Charles finally responded in his usual calm voice. 200,000 enemy ships are headed Juxta's way. There's a demigod and 5 enemy monarchs amongst the attacking ranks. The demigod being the son of Caliph, named Raymond. It's sad to say, but I don't see a way out of this fight," Charles began, as the certainty in his voice made Leo's stomach roll in fear. What do you mean you don't see a way out of this fight? Soren will intervene, won't he? He'll protect the cult, right? Leo asked, his voice clinging to hope, yet every second of silence on the other end chipped away at it until it finally cracked. Soren isn't present inside the cult, he's away refining the origin metal. So it's all on me now, Charles admitted, as Leo felt his breath get stuck in his throat at this admission. Without Soren, Charles had no means to handle an army this size, which meant that it was extremely likely that he was going to die a pitiful death today. No, 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 no. There has to be some way for us to save you. If you know this is a suicidal fight, then why stay back? How far away is the enemy? You can still run away, can't you? You can still stay alive. No, the cult needs you. You're the vice sectmaster. We need you when Soren's not here. Leo pleaded, however, he could already anticipate Charles's reaction even before the monarch said it. Charles was not the kind of man who would run away from a fight. And hence, although Leo pleaded with the man logically, he could already anticipate his reply. I appoint you as the vice sectmaster now. Activate the ghost protocol and save as many of our cult members as you can, for you are their only hope now. Once Juxta falls, the rest of the cult lands will be quick to follow, with Ixtal being the last to fall in under 14 days. Keep the flame of our rebellion alive. At least till Soren comes back in 6 to 12 months' time, and then let him judge what to do with the cult next. But promise me, you will save us from certain ruin, at least until then. Charles requested, as Leo's hand tightened around the crystal until his knuckles turned white, his jaw trembling as he listened to Charles's voice. What was happening wasn't fair, and Leo could almost not believe the unfairness of the situation, for it seemed like fate was particularly cruel to them this time. After their victories on Coral and Juxta, the morale within the cult had just started to pick back up again, its people finally starting to live with pride. However, just when there seemed to be hope for better times, the cult now faced its worst existential threat yet, where they stood to lose everything they had, down to their home planet Ixtal. I know this is a tall task, boy, and I know this won't be easy. But this old man has no one else to turn to. No one else left to trust. In you, I see a warrior with the potential to ascend to godhood someday. And in you, I see our next sect master. Maybe, I won't be there to see the day where you restore this cult to its previous glory. However, just knowing that the day will come, will definitely allow me to pass away easy. So what will it be, son? Will you let your master pass away in peace, or will you make him die with regrets? Charles asked, as after a long pause, Leo answered from the other side, his voice resolute. Don't worry, old man, I'll take care of the cult till Soren returns. You just focus on giving them hell and surviving if you can. You're the strongest warrior I've had the honor of sparring against. And you're the best mentor I could have asked for. Leo said confidently, his voice firm at the start, but cracking towards the end, as Charles let out a sigh of relief listening to his resolve. With Leo taking up the mantle of temporary sect master, he could finally focus on the war at hand. Where for once, he no longer needed to hold back his strength anymore. More chapters in Buyer's Club for TMT. Chapter 694, A Favor. Planet Batik, Leo's POV. The line went dead, leaving Leo staring at the faint glow of the crystal in his palm, his reflection warped across its surface, his pulse thundering in his ears as if the world itself had stopped moving. The silence that followed was heavier than any battlefield roar, heavier than the clash of armies or the crack of steel, for it pressed against him until it hurt to breathe. Charles's words replayed, every syllable a hammer striking the same place inside his ribs. 200,000 ships. 5 monarchs. 1 demigod. No Soren. Each fragment gnawed at him, twisting his insides tighter, until the only thing he could hear was that single request, I appoint you as vice sectmaster now. Activate the ghost protocol. He clenched his fist around the crystal, the edges biting into his palm, as the weight of responsibility sank in, raw and immovable. He was in charge of the cult now. He had to now ensure the security of its billions upon billions of citizens. I can't believe this is really happening. It's like my vision is coming to reality, Leo thought, as in his mind's eye, he saw it again. The vision that played when he consumed the paranoia potion for the first time, the endless sky full of enemy ships, bombing Juxta to ashes. The ground split open with fire. The sky drowned in smoke. And the countless nameless bodies burnt alive, their lives extinguished, their stories untold. Back then, he had hoped it was only a nightmare, some cruel trick of his own weary mind. But now it felt like a prophecy, one that was inching closer to fulfillment with every passing minute. Juxta may fall, Charles had never said it out loud. However, Leo knew that's what he meant. For without Soren, it was next to impossible for him to handle an enemy entourage of this size. Damn you, fate, not yet. Not like this, he said, as he pressed the crystal against his forehead, whispering words no one would hear. But even as he cursed, the images of fire and graves lingered, etching themselves deeper, as though destiny itself had reached out and imprinted them in his mind. I can't slow down now. From here onwards, every second is precious. I need to quickly come up with an evacuation plan, and make priorities for whom to evacuate and what cargo for them to carry. Leo mused, as despite the immense weight on his shoulders, he refused to buckle in the cult's hour of need. Meanwhile, Planet Juxta, Charles's POV. Alarms blaring. Footsteps rushing. After disconnecting the call with Leo, Charles calmly walked over to Dumpy's training arena, where he found the tiny frog peeping out of the door in confusion. What's going on, smoking man? Why is everyone running around so frantically? Are we going to be under attack once again? Dumpy asked, as Charles chuckled and squatted beside him, his eyes heavier than usual, as he let out a deep sigh. Yes, kiddo, we're gonna be under attack in about 11 hours and 40 minutes from now. He replied, as Dumpy folded his arms and nodded with a quiet confidence. Well, tell your men not to worry, for Lord Dumpy is here. I'll just save their weak buttocks like last time and kill all our mongrel opponents. In any case, puny humans are no match for my brilliance. Dumpy said, as Charles let out a soft chuckle, before retrieving the newly forged blade from his inventory. Here, kiddo, I repaired it as promised. He said, as Dumpy took the reforged blade in his palms, drawing it slowly from the scabbard, as he inspected the edge with a practiced eye. Looks okay, he said, as he compared its weight to his non-damaged blade and nodded in satisfaction when both felt perfectly equal, the balance flawless and the sharpness worthy of a warrior like him. Not bad. With my blade back, I can kill twice as many mongrel opponents. Ha ha ha. Let them come, I'll show them why I'm called the terror of tadpoles. Dumpy said, as Charles lowered his gaze before shaking his head from side to side. No, this time, you won't be on the battlefield. Charles denied, as Dumpy blinked in confusion, his round eyes widening as he tilted his head from side to side. What do you mean? I'm a warrior, not a bystander. You can't tell Lord Dumpy to sit out while puny humans fight and die. I'll cut the opponents down myself if I must. He protested, as Charles laughed mirthlessly, even though his heart felt hollow. Here, take this, he instructed, as reaching into his coat pocket, he pulled out a sealed envelope, the wax stamped with the cult's vice sect master insignia, that he pressed gently into Dumpy's tiny hands. You're not sitting out. You're guarding something more important than any battle. There's a cargo ship leaving in a few hours, carrying treasures Juxta cannot afford to lose. This letter will be on board too, and I want you to protect that ship with everything you've got, and deliver this letter to a god named Soren when you meet him. Charles instructed, as Dumpy's mouth fell open. Guard a cargo ship? But that's boring. I'm a warrior, not a glorified babysitter. He protested again, as Charles forced a laugh yet again, but this time as Dumpy looked up at him, he couldn't help but freeze in shock. The monarch's eyes glistened faintly, not with tears that fell, but with the kind of weight that only comes when a man has already made peace with his death. As for the first time, Dumpy was taken aback, his small chest tightening with a strange unease, as his voice softened into an innocent whisper. Are you okay? He asked, as Charles placed a heavy hand on his shoulder, his voice low and honest as he replied. No, I'm not. But if you do this favor for me, perhaps I will be. More chapters in Buyers Club for TMT. Chapter 695, The Emergency Broadcast. Planet Juxta, Charles's POV. Charles stood on the high deck of the command tower, his gaze fixed on the dozens of massive cargo ships rising steadily into the dark sky. Their hulls glimmered faintly under the floodlights of the hangar bay, engines roaring as they pushed against the pull of Juxta's gravity. VRRRMMMMM. The planetary barrier above flickered for only a few seconds, peeling apart just wide enough to let the fleet slip through. Then, as soon as the last vessel cleared the breach, the shimmering shield closed again, sealing the planet in its dome of light. "Go on, don't look back," Charles muttered under his breath, watching until the ships became distant specks. Those vessels carried more than just wealth. They carried relics, blueprints, medicines, archives, treasures Juxta couldn't afford to lose if the worst came to pass. And among them, a small frog with a couple blades on his back and a letter in his pouch. Dumpy would do his part. Charles knew it. Everything is proceeding on schedule. He exhaled through his nose, brushing ash from his coat as his hand hovered briefly over the communicator at his hip. Only one thing left for me to do now. Then that's it. Then I can focus solely on the fight at hand, he thought, as he turned away from the viewing deck and strode down the steel walkway, his boots echoing with every step. Soldiers saluted him as he passed, though he barely acknowledged them. His mind already focused on the task ahead. The cult-wide broadcast station loomed at the end of the hall, its heavy doors guarded by 2 sentries who straightened the moment they spotted him. Charles gave a small nod, and they swung the doors open without question. Inside, the hum of crystals and arrays filled the chamber, monitors glowing with faint blue light, the network already primed for planetary-wide transmission, as the staff members adjusted their cameras and lighting, and showed Charles the spot where he was supposed to sit. Cough. Coughing lightly, Charles adjusted the collar of his uniform and took his seat, as he looked straight into the lead camera and began his speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, citizens of the cult, apologies for breaking into your usual broadcast, but this address cannot wait." Charles's voice carried steady through the broadcast, his hands folded behind his back as the screen lit up across millions of homes. For a moment, the only sound was the faint hum of the transmission, until his words struck again. "As I speak, an unprecedented number of enemy ships, soldiers, and elite warriors are bearing down on Juxta. Within a few hours, it's possible that I may be compromised and trapped behind enemy lines, fighting in a battle that will stain our skies red." He paused, letting the silence stretch, forcing every man, woman, and child to absorb what that meant, as his eyes that were usually so calm and mocking, now held the gravity of a man who knew the cost of every word he spoke. "As Vice Sect Master, I am bound to assume control of this cult in times of crisis, and whenever Lord Soren is absent on his own missions. And today, I must inform you with a heavy heart, that Lord Soren is indeed away." His voice dipped lower, not wavering but thickening with weight. "That makes me your acting sect master. And yet, an acting sect master cannot fight from behind enemy lines. Which means I must do what my duty demands and name Leo Skyshard, our Shadow Dragon, as my successor, and this cult's temporary sect master until Lord Soren returns." The words cut like steel across the transmission, leaving no room for doubt. "I ask you all, no, I beg you, place your faith in him. Follow him. Endure through him, for the times ahead will not be kind, but this boy carries in him the strength to guide us where I cannot." He drew a sharp breath, eyes closing for just a fraction before opening again with hardened resolve. "The cult army has stood for over 2,200 years, shielding our lands through darkness and fire. Yet tonight, we may not prevail. Tonight, the enemy may gain momentum, and the pillars of our old empire might be shaken to their core. However, it's not the end, just a twilight before our resurgence." Charles leaned forward, his voice carrying more fire now, his tone shifting from announcement to promise. "We will endure, because our dragons endure. The Shadow Dragon Leo Skyshard, and the cult's messiah, the dragon Aegon Ver, will stand as our beacons of hope in this dark hour, and through them, our story will not end here, but shall be rewritten. He drew closer to the recorder, his final words quieter, almost personal, as if spoken directly into the hearts of every citizen. To the people of Juxta, stay in your homes. Guard your children. Hold on to each other. And to my brothers, sisters, and soldiers across the stars, keep the flame of our rebellion alive. Carry it forward, no matter the cost, until the day comes when we rule the cosmos once again. The screen flickered once, Charles's gaze unblinking, before the transmission ended, as he felt a strange calm wash over him. Sighing deeply, he made peace with his situation. The kind that only came when a man accepted his death long before the blade reached his neck. For years now he had carried titles, responsibilities, expectations heavier than iron, yet with a few words spoken into the broadcast crystal, all of it had slipped from his shoulders. As of this moment, he had no more decisions left to make. No more burdens left to carry. Only the final battle remained, and the freedom that came with it. Crack, crack, crack. He flexed his fingers, cracking his knuckles one by one, before rolling his neck until the tension popped away, leaving only silence in its place. Now, I'm free, he muttered, lips twisting into a weary grin. As with nothing left to lose, Charles strode out of the broadcast hall feeling like a common soldier once more, who was ready to meet his fate head-on. More chapters in Buyer's Club for TMT. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 696, Past the Point to Care. Planet Juxta, Cult Civilian Quarters. The glow of the broadcast screens still lingered in every home, shop, and tavern, the echo of Charles's voice replaying in people's minds long after the transmission had cut. Silence hung in the air, heavy and unshakable, as though the entire planet was holding its breath. Some sat slumped at their tables, heads buried in their arms, unable to process what they had just heard. Mothers clutched their children tighter, their trembling lips whispering prayers to the missing Soren, who was too far away to hear them, while fathers stared blankly at the walls, their thoughts running only to questions of survival and whether or not they would even survive long enough to see the next morning. Some denied the severity of the situation, their fragile sense of reality rejecting the possibility of defeat. While others behaved like all hope was lost, their pessimism making them believe that this was the end of the cult. "This is nonsense," one man muttered from the living room of his house, his hands shaking as he lit a pipe. "Commander Charles must be exaggerating. Surely, Lord Soren will return at the last moment, like he always does. Surely, this is nothing more than a precaution." His words earned a few nods from the family members around him, as the desperate heads clung to that possibility, though their eyes betrayed disbelief. "They have tried to defeat us too many times to count, but we are still here. Surely, we will beat them yet again." Another scoffed, his brittle laughter cracking midway as though the weight of denial was too heavy to hold. Yet, amidst the despair and the disbelief, there were still pockets of stubborn hope. "The Shadow Dragon will save us. He's young, but he's fierce. If Charles believes in him, then so should we," a group of youths declared with fire in their eyes, even as their hands shook and their knees buckled. But no matter where one looked, in the streets, the quarters, the taverns, or the military base, the same heaviness sat upon every face, a gloom that no words could disperse. For although the cult had endured centuries of war and darkness, this somehow felt different. This time, their future itself seemed uncertain. This time, victory seemed like nothing more than a fleeting hope. All across cult lands, the reaction of commoners to Charles's speech was the same, as while Juxta was the planet that was immediately affected, the panic of Charles stepping down as vice sect master was observed throughout. "Lord Soren is no longer within cult lands. But why? I believe in Lord Dragon and Lord Shadow Dragon. I will follow them to hell and back if I must. However, Commander Charles stepping down still makes me concerned." Why did the commander's speech sound like goodbye? What's going on? Should we be worried? Is our planet going to be next after Juxta? Questions like these could be heard on every commoner's tongue as they felt unsure on how to react to this news. Only a few months ago, they were all celebrating the capture of Planet Nemo, and talking about how the new wave of cult dominance had finally started. Yet now, they were once again worrying about their existence, as wounds from generations ago were once again laid bare. What's going on here? What's happening in Juxta? Why has Charles so suddenly stepped down? The first elder asked sharply, his voice rising in agitation, as his assistant bowed lightly before him and tapped urgently on his data slate, pulling up the compiled reports that had poured in since the broadcast went live. Sir, reports confirm that Juxta is under imminent siege. Enemy fleet count estimated at 200,000 ships led by Raymond, the prodigious son of the Eternal Sovereign, with 5 Monarch-class commanders under his banner. The planetary alarms have been raised, and Commander Charles has broadcast a cult-wide announcement naming Leo Skyshard as temporary sect master in his stead. The assistant paused, his eyes flicking nervously toward the elder, who sat frozen for a moment, his hands gripping the armrests before slowly burying his head into his palms. No, 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 no. The elder muttered, his voice trembling as sweat beaded across his forehead. If Lord Soren isn't here, and Charles publicly names Skyshard as temporary sect master, then the council loses all relevance. Don't you see? Skyshard already has 2 monarch-tier slaves bound to him, he already has the love and admiration of the masses, and now Charles has handed him the legitimacy to rule on a silver platter. This could spell the end of my political career. The assistant hesitated, unsure how to respond, as the elder's words poured out, more desperate than concerned. Do you understand what this means? The people will not look to us anymore, they will look to him. A boy who is not even 30 yet, and I will be forgotten, cast aside like all the irrelevant fossils before me. He slammed his fist against the table, rattling the crystal arrays stacked upon it, his eyes wild as he snapped at his aide. Get me a line to Juxta. Now. I must speak with Charles directly. I must see if he needs reinforcements, I must. His voice cracked, desperation dripping into every syllable. Although I hate that bastard, I can't let him die. Not like this. Not now. Not when he's the only individual keeping Skyshard in check. No matter the cost. I need him alive, do you hear me? No matter the cost. Fucking send him all the troops from Tithia if he needs, but make sure he stays alive. The assistant bowed again, fingers trembling as he scrambled to establish the connection, while the first elder sat hunched forward, his palms pressed against his temples, consumed not by the looming fall of Juxta, but by the slow unraveling of his own power. The first elder wasn't alone in his desperation to make a connection to Juxta, as many in the elders' council had the same thought. However, since Charles already knew that calling reinforcements to Juxta was not going to change anything, he had informed his underlings to reject all volunteers for aid. He was past the point of caring now, and hence, whenever an underling walked up to him and informed him of an elder's request to talk, Charles replied with the same 6 words each time. Tell him to go fuck himself. Chapter 697, The Dragon's Choice. Meanwhile Leo's private communicator lit up the moment Charles's speech ended, streams of calls and messages flooding through in an endless barrage. Yet he dismissed them all without a second thought, for in this moment of crisis there were only 2 voices he wished to hear, and those belonged to Varen Chaosbringer. I'm sorry, Lord Boss, but it simply isn't possible to save everyone. With the infrastructure we've already built, we can house at most 2 billion people in proper units, giving them apartments that are livable, with farms to feed them and meaningful work to keep them occupied. However, let's assume, instead of giving them all private units to live in, we make every quarter communal, and turn the whole landmass into a concentrated refugee camp, we can still at most house 20 billion, in difficult conditions. And the 2 would be the best we can manage right now. In total, as per the last population census survey carried out 2 years ago, the Cult of Ascension has 499.6 billion members, which means saving just 20 billion is not even going to make a dent. Chaosbringer began, as Leo absorbed his words from the other end of the call with a heavy chest. So let's be even more optimistic. Let's say, we believe in the power of survival, and only provide the remaining cult members with the one essential thing they need to survive in those brutal conditions, which is the cleansing mana heart. Even then, we still can't save more than 200 billion. For even if we put every man, woman, and child into producing the mana cleansing units for the next few days, even by the most optimistic calculations, we can only produce enough units to sustain 200 billion lives for a short time span of 3 years, after which we will have to tackle the same problem all over again. Even here, we assume that they will find food, shelter and protection for themselves in the hostile environment that is the time-stilled world, for we shall be providing them with only the one component that prevents them from turning into mindless beasts and nothing else. So I'm sorry, Lord Boss, but this is the reality. We cannot save everyone, so you must decide who we carry with us, and who we leave behind. Chaosbringer's voice came through the communicator steady yet grim, his hands shuffling through piles of calculations he already knew would give the same answer every time. If we make a priority list, then the specialty sector workers, like blacksmiths, runesmiths, engineers and others take the top priority for evacuation. Followed next by capable warriors who can provide protection to the masses in those tough conditions. Then come the women, elderly and children, who are the most vulnerable. While the common man, who is a merchant, logistics worker, or service industry worker, takes the lowest priority. Chaosbringer's words struck deep, and for a moment Leo felt as though he had been thrown back to a dying Earth, but this time he was not a desperate citizen waiting for a ticket out, but rather the one holding the pen, forced to decide who lived and who would be abandoned. It was not a choice any man should ever have to make, yet the fate of hundreds of billions now pressed against his shoulders. The weight was suffocating, but hesitation was only ever going to make it worse. Every heartbeat that he now spent in indecision was another heartbeat where the enemy drew closer to their gates, and another heartbeat in which a life that could have been saved was instead lost forever, and hence, even though he hated the idea of abandoning hundreds of billions, it was a choice he had to make soon. I understand, cuz, if we go by your plan, we cannot save everyone, however, that's precisely why you must allow me to lead the rest of our men to neutral planets across the universe. I am the cult's dragon. I cannot abandon hundreds of billions in their hour of need, so if you can only save 200 billion, then I must do my best to protect the rest. Ver argued, as once Leo informed him about the reality of their situation, he immediately proposed the idea of staying back and protecting the rest. Don't be an idiot, Ver, the righteous faction will never let you stay alive on a neutral planet. You're the entire universe's most wanted criminal after Soren. You're the dragon of the cult of Ascension. They'll stop at nothing to get to you. So if you stay back, it's a death sentence. Leo reasoned, as the gloomy image of Ver's grave popped up in his mind. His worst fears from when he first drank the paranoia potion evolving into a real possibility now. It's precisely because I'm the dragon that I cannot abandon the masses. You must understand, cousin, that they do not merely follow me for my strength. Ver said, his voice low but steady, as if he were speaking to a congregation rather than a single man over a crystal. They worship what I represent. They hang my image in their homes. Children learn my name before they learn their letters. If I run now, if I flee because the danger grows teeth, what am I returning to? A laurel wreath or a planet of graves? He asked, his words sharpening into a blade. Running now would be to spit on the faith that has been poured into the dragon title for centuries. It would be to tell every mother who stitched my sigil into her son's tunic that her trust in the prophecy was a lie. They place their hope in the dragon. He continued, the certainty in his voice refusing to wobble, and at this precise hour, they need a dragon who stays. For these are the days when legends become flesh and when a hero either rises to meet the story destiny has written for him or melts away beneath it. You ask me to abandon them so I might hide and survive. No, I will not trade their lives for my own. Instead, if I must bleed to buy time for others to live, then I will do so, for what is a dragon who values his hide over the lives of those who sing his name? Ver argued, as despite Leo's desperate pleading, his decision seemed to have already rooted itself. He would not shirk the role the cult had carved for him, and that truth, when spoken plainly, left no room for argument. Chapter 698, Anticipation. On board the destroyer battleship, Raymond's POV. Expected arrival time outside the skies of Juxta is 29 minutes 40 seconds, Lord Raymond, the lieutenant reported, his voice taut with duty. Raymond gave a slow nod, his fingers drumming lightly against the armrest of his command chair as he stared out into the endless sweep of space. In his mind, he was marching toward a grave already dug, the kind of death he had quietly accepted the moment this campaign began. Yet, for the sake of his family's honor, he kept a calm face and led his men with a charm befitting the son of the eternal sovereign. Slowly, as the minutes passed, the pink arc of Juxta's planetary barrier kept growing larger and larger on the viewing pane, until the entire planet filled the battleship's front window. Anytime now. Soren should appear anytime now. Raymond thought, as his pulse quickened despite himself. At this moment, he expected light to flash, runes to bloom, a divine hand to strike the entire fleet from the stars. Yet nothing happened. The fleet kept inching closer to Juxta. And closer still, until the fleet was practically kissing the planet's mana barrier, and yet no response came. There was no sign of Soren. No devastating counterstrike. No god descending from the fourth dimension to swat them from the heavens. Your orders, Lord Raymond? The lieutenant asked, unable to keep the tremor out of his voice, as Raymond's eyes narrowed, the weight of his own disbelief hidden beneath a mask of command. Deploy the shield breakers, he said flatly, as the lieutenant relayed the orders immediately. Within seconds, from within the forest of ships, 3 colossal drills unfolded like the claws of some deep-sea beast, their runed spires glowing with unstable light as they aligned themselves before the shimmering barrier. Each device spat a lance of mana, their frequency shifting with every heartbeat, as they scraped and probed, searching for the resonant note that would make the entire shield sing and split. Brr. Seconds stretched into minutes, the entire fleet holding its breath as the beams flickered through thousands of tones until CRRRRRRAAAACK. The soundless crack rolled through the void as the barrier's lattice shuddered, its glow splintering like a spider's web under a hammer blow. Juxta's planetary barrier faltered, flared once in protest, then shattered, dissolving into streaks of dying light that rained harmlessly into the planet's atmosphere. Surely, he will come now. But from where? Raymond thought, as his hand tightened on the armrest. By all logic, this should have been the moment Soren appeared, but surprisingly the heavens remained empty even as the broken barrier's fragments faded. The fuck is going on here? Raymond wondered, as the men turned toward him again, faces pale and expectant. Enter the planet, Raymond said at last, his voice iron hard. Destroy the heretics, he commanded, as the destroyer engines roared in answer, the fleet surging forward like a tide of steel and fire spilling through the gap where Juxta's shield had been and descending upon the cult's world like a storm long promised. Meanwhile, back on Granada, Morris's POV. Raymond wasn't the only one surprised to not see Soren in action, for if there was one man who was even more impatient to see the great god arrive, it was Morris. Like a child waiting for Christmas, Morris watched Raymond's fleet crawl closer and closer to Juxta, his entire body twitching with anticipation, lips splitting into a grin too wide to belong to someone sane. Come on, old man, he crooned, tilting his head at a sharp angle, as though speaking directly into the void between them. Don't leave me waiting. Don't tell me the great Soren has grown too tired, too broken, too feeble. His tongue darted out, wetting his lips as though the very thought of seeing Soren fight again was a delicacy. Come and show me that legendary power of yours. Come show me the timeless assassin's techniques one more time. He muttered, as he dragged 2 fingers down his cheek and licked them clean, tasting nothing, savoring everything, as his eyes rolled with pleasure at the storm of his own imagination. Before him, Raymond's fleet advanced, closer and closer until it came within striking distance of Juxta's planetary barrier. Come on out, Soren. Come to Papa. Morris muttered now, as he tilted his head to face the rain, before hanging his mouth open to take in the rainwater, only to then gargle and spit it back out. Ptui. Break it, Raymond. Break the planetary shield and drag Soren out. I want to see how deep the wound went when Kalith carved him with origin metal blades. Does he limp? Does he falter? Or has he truly rotted to his core? Morris encouraged, as Raymond deployed the shield breakers right on cue. Yes, yes, find the note, sing it to pieces. He'll come anytime now. Oh, he has to come now. Morris felt his blood pressure rise, as he could almost not contain his excitement anymore. CRRRRRAAACK. The barrier splintered, its glow shattering like brittle glass that rained into Juxta's skies. And still, Soren did not come. Morris froze, his grin faltering for the briefest heartbeat. Then he began to clap, slow at first, then faster, harder, until his palms cracked with the force. Bravo, Soren. Bravo. Too proud to defend your wretched pets. Or too weak to lift your arms. Which is it? He slammed his hands against the wet rock beneath him, laughing so hard his shoulders shook, saliva threading from his lips as he rocked back and forth. How long do you plan to hide like a rat? How long do you plan to make me wait? He asked, as his eyes flicked wildly between Juxta and Ixtal, pupils blown wide with mania. He licked his rain-soaked fingers again, shuddering with a grotesque pleasure, as he kept muttering to himself like a prayer twisted inside out. Show me your scars, Soren. Show me how broken you really are. Or billions of your cult followers will pay the cost in your stead. Chapter 699, A Valiant Effort. Planet Juxta, Charles's POV. While Raymond's fleet drew closer and closer to Juxta, Charles calmly fiddled with the storage ring on his finger, which contained one of the 3 orbs Soren had given him to use for emergencies. Having already used one of the 3 orbs previously to ward off Raymond a few months ago, Charles was now left with just 2 more to spare. However, he sent one of them alongside Dumpy to Leo, just in case the boy ever needed it more than him, while keeping the last one for this fight as his hidden ace. And so it begins. He mused as the planetary barrier shattered, as at that moment, he stopped fiddling with his storage ring and unsheathed his sword, his expression turning serious. Come you bastards, he said, before shooting up into the sky, as from the very start of this battle, he did not intend to hold back at all. Boom! The moment his boots left the ground, the sky itself seemed to shudder, his blade flashing once before vanishing into a storm of motion, as the heavens above Juxta erupted in chaos. Arcs of sword light tore through the void, each one carving apart a ship like paper, their armored hulls splitting into neat halves that burned with ruptured mana cores. One slash cut a line through 20 destroyers at once, their explosions blooming together into a chain of fire that lit the sky like a second sun, while another stroke sent a ripple across the fleet, its unseen edge carving a crescent path so wide that 100 frigates were reduced to drifting scrap metal before their crews even understood they had been struck. Charles moved with frightening calm as his sword weaved through the air, each motion clean, controlled, and absolute, yet the destruction it wrought was anything but restrained, for wherever his blade pointed, death followed, and the invading fleet began to scatter like startled prey as enemy commanders barked frantic orders that died in their throats the instant his next strike ripped through their formations. Ships tried to retreat, but their evasions meant nothing when Charles's slashes carried faster than light, cutting from angles impossible to predict, as the air above Juxta became a storm of invisible blades and burning wreckage, each detonation feeding into the next until the battlefield resembled a sea of falling meteors. No longer the restrained commander the universe had grown so accustomed to seeing, Charles revealed himself as what he had always been at heart. A beast of war, a calamity in human form, a man who needed only a sword to turn the sky into a graveyard. And as the shattered remnants of yet another battleship rained into the atmosphere below, Charles hovered in the smoke and flames, eyes narrowed, voice a whisper that rolled like thunder through the chaos he had made. Not one step further, he said, pointing towards Raymond's ship in particular, as he challenged the demigod to walk out and face him if he dared. Meanwhile, across the other parts of Juxta, the ones that Charles could not cover, thousands upon thousands of enemy ships descended from the skies, their shadows blotting out the blue sky as the battle spread across the horizon. The cult's planetary defenses roared to life at once, the ground trembling as railguns rotated into firing position, their barrels glowing with runic inscriptions before unleashing streams of hypervelocity slugs that tore through enemy formations. Boom! 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 Entire clusters of frigates exploded like fireworks, their debris raining down in molten showers as the sky was carved open with streaks of light. Mana turrets spun in every direction, spewing concentrated beams that melted enemy hulls mid-flight, while inferno towers spat searing firestorms into the clouds, igniting troop carriers before they could even reach the lower atmosphere. From the military bases, waves of surface-to-air missiles screamed into the heavens, weaving arcs of contrails across the black sky before detonating in brutal blossoms of fire, shattering entire wings of incoming fighters. And above it all, the cult's air force surged forward, thousands of pilots rallying beneath the crimson banner, their mana-powered fighters screaming across the skies as they intercepted enemy squadrons head-on. For the Cult of Ascension, for Commander Charles. They shouted, voices trembling yet resolute as they tore through the air like arrows loosed from a divine bow. Dogfights erupted across the atmosphere, missiles chasing fighters through spirals of smoke while mana-charged cannons ripped apart destroyer escorts at close range. Cult pilots fought until their wings were ablaze, some even diving their crippled crafts straight into enemy battleships in desperate kamikaze strikes, their last breaths spent in service of the cult. For every ship that Charles's blade felled in the skies above, the soldiers and pilots below matched him in blood and steel, fighting with the fury of men who had no choice but to win or die. And for a time, it seemed as if the impossible was within reach. Enemy losses climbed by the thousands with every passing minute, their formations buckling under the ferocity of Juxta's defenders. Cheers broke out in command stations as counter-strikes landed, as railgun crews saw enemy battleships split in half, as turret teams watched their beams lance clean through the cores of carriers, as soldiers saw invaders plummet in burning wreckage. But numbers had always been the one advantage the righteous faction carried without shame. For every squadron destroyed, 5 more pressed forward. For every enemy destroyer cut in half, 10 more filled the gap. The void around Juxta swarming like a living tide, its vastness suffocating, its mass overwhelming. Inevitably, bit by bit, the cult's defenses soon began to buckle. The railguns fell silent one by one, their barrels overheating or their ammunition stores being reduced to ash under relentless bombardments. Mana turrets sputtered, runes cracking from overuse until they burned out entirely. Inferno towers collapsed under concentrated fire, their flames extinguished as rubble buried their crews alive. The Air Force, though valiant, was torn apart in the endless storm of reinforcements. Brave pilots screamed final oaths into their comms as their wings were clipped, their voices cut short in bursts of static as the last of them fell burning into the seas and mountains below. And though the surface-to-air missiles launched until their silos were empty, the skies above Juxta remained a sea of enemy banners, the cult's resistance thinning with every heartbeat. It was a massacre in slow motion, not for lack of valor, nor for lack of strength, but for the simple cruelty of scale. Eventually, the cult's defensive net shattered, the last bastions overwhelmed by brute force as the invading fleet descended freely through the broken skies. Thud asterisk thud asterisk thud. Troop carriers pierced the clouds, slamming into the soil with quakes that split the ground, their hatches unfolding as waves upon waves of enemy soldiers poured out. Armored divisions fanned across Juxta's plains, banners of the righteous faction unfurling as they marched forward, their war cries shaking the very ground beneath their boots. The cult had fought hard. They had fought like demons in the dark. But in the end, it wasn't enough to stop the enemy from putting their filthy boots on the Juxta soil, as the war for planetary capture finally began. Chapter 700, The Strongest Monarch. The skies of Juxta, Charles's POV. In his mind for the past couple of hours, Charles had already calculated exactly how this fight was going to unfold, for if he were the enemy commander with a fleet this size, it was also how he would allocate his men. As per his calculations, Raymond was likely to disperse 2 of his 4 monarch-tier underlings to other parts of the planet, to wrap up the ground battle as quickly as possible, while keeping the other 2 close as part of his central attack force. Charles also knew that if he wanted even the tiniest chance of defeating Raymond, he first needed to deal with those two monarch-tier subordinates. For only by cutting them down and forcing Raymond into a one-on-one duel could he then make use of his hidden ace to immobilize the demigod, and carve out the slimmest chance at victory. If Raymond is a tactical leader, he will first send out the monarch-tier underlings to double-team me and take me down. That way, he can observe my fighting style and see me being whittled down before joining the fray personally. However, if I kill those two monarch-tier warriors before he has a chance to interfere, then I can improve my odds of victory by a few points. Charles thought, just as he expected, Raymond sent his underlings to deal with him, the moment he dared stop his ship. "How dare you block the path of Lord Raymond, you filthy cult infidel! You will pay for this insolence with your life." The first monarch spat as his ship's hatch opened, revealing a towering brute named Commander Ragan, who carried a heavy cleaver as tall as a man on his shoulders. Beside him floated his comrade, Seraphine Kale, who was slimmer yet no less deadly, her snow-white robes fluttering against the winds as they revealed her long milky white legs. Twin chain blades unraveled from her wrists, each link inscribed with glowing runes, as the weapons coiled lazily around her palms before snapping taut with murderous intent. Shink! Charles eyed them both, his lips tightening into a faint smile, as though greeting old acquaintances rather than enemies set on his death. He had heard of them both, and their reputation as solid warriors. Yet he was not afraid of them in the slightest. Two monarchs, one brute, one specialist, they seemed to work in a team. He analyzed, just by how the duo stood, he could see that they had fought countless battles together before this. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the duo suddenly fanned out, their coordination wordless, practiced and efficient. They seemed to have no more words for Charles, as Ragan swung his cleaver in a brutal arc, the weapon igniting with a crimson flare as he unleashed Cleave of Annihilation, a descending stroke that split the heavens into a jagged scar, the trajectory screaming straight for Charles's skull. At the same time, Seraphine flicked her wrists, the chain blades shooting forward like thunderbolts, their runes blazing as she invoked Yellow Flash, an attack meant to shred anything it touched. For most warriors, there would have been no escape. One attack from above, heavy and inevitable. One attack from below, coiling and inescapable. But Charles was no ordinary warrior. His eyes narrowed, his intent mastery flaring as time itself seemed to slow, the threads of aura stretching crimson across the sky. From the cleaver's edge to his own skull, he saw a red thread taut with lethal certainty. From the chain blade's tips to his chest, he saw another thread pulsing like a heartbeat of doom. As at this point, two threads bound him to death, yet, for him both were avoidable just because he saw their trajectory a split second before it took root. Ragan is aiming for the obvious target. My head. He wants to pin me in place, force me to block, and break my guard with brute force. While Seraphine is the true threat, her chains are meant to trap me while Ragan's blade finishes the job. It's a good strategy against an ordinary monarch. But unfortunately, it's not enough to stop me. Charles thought, as at the last possible heartbeat, he tilted his head, body snapping out of the line of death with inhuman precision, as Ragan's cleaver missed his skull by inches. Swoosh! At the same moment, his boot flicked against the empty air, propelling him sideways in a blur that left the chain blades slicing nothing but afterimage, as he successfully dodged both incoming strikes. What? Ragan muttered, the two monarchs blinking in stunned confusion, as their superfast attacks that seemed impossible to dodge were somehow dodged by Charles. Hyperspeed. Charles muttered under his breath, as he knew this was the exact moment where he needed to end this fight, to have any hopes of defeating Raymond next. And as a result, the world around him blurred into streaks of silver and black, his sword becoming nothing but a line of light as his body fractured into a dozen afterimages, each one cutting across the battlefield faster than the eye could follow. Seraphine whipped her chains wildly, her instincts screaming danger, while Ragan raised his cleaver in desperation, yet to their horror, Charles was already inside their guard, his blade overhead in an executioner's arc. Crown fall. The sword descended like a verdict, light gathering into a crushing brilliance that split the sky itself. Crunch. Crack. Ragan's cleaver shattered on contact from Charles's raw power, its metal shards scattering like glass into the sky, as the monarch's eyes widened in horror. How? He mused, as Charles's strike continued with its momentum and severed his neck clean off his chest, his head spinning away before his body even registered its death. Splat! The blood drops emerged, yet, not even a full second after he killed Ragan, Charles managed to breach Seraphine's guard as well, his blade sweeping in a lethal arc towards her neck. Move! Desperate to save her life, Seraphine moved as fast as she could to raise her weapon and block the blow. However, the second arc of crown fall proved to be even faster than the first, and before her body could even react, the red of fate already closed down against her throat. Splat! Her lips parted in disbelief. She had not yet recovered from Charles dodging the yellow flash, when suddenly, her own head was sliced away from her body, as from start to finish, she couldn't even hold her own for a full minute against the cult's strongest monarch. So this is the true strength of the evil cult's vice sect master, the one they call the strongest monarch in the universe. She thought, as her final thought was not anger, nor even disbelief, but a hollow regret that a lifetime of victories, a path carved through endless trials, and the pride of reaching monarchhood all ended so easily, undone in a single swing as though none of it had ever mattered. I always thought that I'd live a good life once I became monarch and had the power to conquer entire planets on my own. Yet I'm now dying as a lonely woman. Perhaps I should not have turned down Marcus's hand in marriage. Perhaps instead of chasing strength, I should have settled down and raised a family. Alas, I chose wrong, she thought, as the light in her eyes faded forever. Chapter 701, Face Off. Planet Juxta, the sky above, Raymond's POV. Raymond observed the battle between Seraphine, Ragan, and Charles unfold with genuine confusion in his eyes, for he had not expected it to end the way it did. The powerful monarch duo had not even lasted a full minute against Charles, and the sight left him questioning what the true strength of this cult man really was. Is Charles also a demigod in hiding? Is that why Soren has not come out to fight? Because he believes Charles alone is enough to handle me? Raymond wondered, as anger began to burn through his veins. He had already accepted death by Soren's hands today, yet what he could not accept was the thought of dying to Charles, for such an end was simply unworthy of the life he had lived. And so, when he saw Charles blocking his ship with such defiance, his temper finally snapped. How dare that inferior blood block my ship? And kill my underlings with such blatant impudence? I may die by Soren's hands today, but I'll make sure that I drag you to hell with me at the least. Raymond snapped, as he stood up from his resting chair, and gestured for his men to open the ship's hull. Charles felt Raymond's presence bearing down against his skin, even before he saw the demigod face to face, for Raymond's killing intent itself was so thick that it made it difficult for him to breathe normally. Unlike the killing intent of monarchs, or most normal warriors in the universe, Raymond's intent did not materialize as threads of crimson, or just a small pool of aura color sticking to his body. Instead, his killing intent expanded in a wide expanse all around him, covering an entire region like a domain, within which he controlled every aspect of a fight. So he's walking the Emperor's path just like Soren and Caliph. Damn, this fight just got significantly harder for me to crack. Charles thought, as he saw Raymond finally enter his line of sight. The son of the eternal sovereign cut a striking figure even amidst the smoke and ruin of the Juxta skies. His hair was jet black, slicked by the wind yet refusing to lose its shape, while his eyes were darker still, looking like two pits of abyssal black that mirrored no reflection and no light, only a depth that seemed bottomless. He looked every inch like his father, the eternal sovereign, only younger, sharper at the edges, a blade that had yet to be dulled by the weight of centuries. And around him, the killing intent that Charles felt so vividly earlier took visible shape, not as a haze or a flicker, but as a suffocating dome of red, pulsing like the heart of a living beast. The aura stretched outward in a sphere that warped the very space it covered, turning the air heavy and the light distorted, as if the heavens themselves recoiled from his presence. And within that domain, crimson currents licked against his skin like flames, coiling around his limbs, wrapping his shoulders and arms until it seemed less like aura and more like armor forged from blood and will. Every motion he made tugged at the domain, bending it in harmony with his intent. A flex of fingers, and the crimson tide swelled, a tilt of his head, and the pressure shifted like a mountain turning its weight. To stand against him was to stand in a world he owned completely, where even the wind and light answered only to his will and his will alone. It reminded Charles of his duels with Soren in years past, when he too had felt the crushing mantle of an emperor's aura, the kind that did not simply threaten but ruled. And it was precisely because of those spars that Charles understood that within this blood-colored circle, Raymond was not merely a warrior, but rather the whole law. The cult's vice-sect master. Raymond's voice broke through the silence, low and cutting, each word laced with venom. You're a pest we have wanted to kill for a long time now. Raymond spat, as Charles gritted his teeth, sweat beading along his brow as he felt a compulsive pressure to kneel even though he did not want to. He has a strong will. He has the timeless assassin's blood running through his veins for sure. Charles realized, as deep in his heart, he had expected no less. The son of the eternal sovereign was not a man who fought within the boundaries of reason. He was the inheritor of this universe's strongest bloodline, and it showed in how strongly aura manifested around his body. Son of the universe's biggest backstabber. Raymond, Charles replied, his tone sharp though his voice wavered under the strain. We have wanted to eliminate you for a long time as well. The words carried no bluster, no bravado, only the grim edge of honesty. Yet even speaking them forced Charles's lungs to burn as though the domain itself sought to silence him. Beads of sweat rolled freely now, sliding down his temples as he tightened the grip on his sword even more. The pressure of facing a demigod was unlike any battlefield weight he had ever borne. It was not merely power, but the promise of obliteration, the same suffocating certainty he used to taste often when sparring with Soren, only this time there was no spar, no hand held back. This was life and death, a duel where the odds of him surviving were less than 2%. I'm curious, have you managed to break through into the demigod realm? Because if not, it's extremely impressive for you to be standing upright before me. Usually, monarchs crumble under my aura, yet you look oddly fine. Raymond questioned, his tone laced with genuine curiosity, as he tried to probe Charles's true strength. However, Charles merely chuckled at the stupid question. Do you really expect to give away my biggest secret just because you asked? Son, you're dumber than I thought. You want to know what my true realm is. Why don't you come at me and find out? Charles replied, as he assumed his battle stance. Chapter 702, Holding On. Planet Juxta, the sky above, Charles's POV. Raymond took the bait to test Charles's defense. As he charged, the crimson domain rippling outward with each step until the skies themselves seemed to march with him. His body blurred forward like a falling star, black hair whipping behind him as his eyes locked coldly on Charles, before launching the first strike. CRRRRSHHH. It wasn't a slash of steel but an entire wall of intent, compressed into a red blade of force that tore through the sky and carried the weight of mountains. Charles saw it in an instant, not with his eyes, but with intent mastery, the thread flashing scarlet from Raymond's hand to his own chest, as he moved at the last second to block. Block. His sword tilted just so, sliding the cut aside with a ringing clash, but the force of it still shook his bones and sent his arms quivering. Even when I defend perfectly, I bleed power. His strength is absurd. Charles realized, as for the first time in a long time did he feel his strength to be insufficient against an opponent. Raymond did not relent. His second strike came before the echo of the first had even died, a downward sweep that collapsed into 3 separate arcs mid-flight, each one cutting a different line of fate toward Charles. For a lesser monarch, this would have been certain death, a strike that left no space to dodge and no breath to counter. But Charles had built his base as a warrior off sparring with Soren, and against that titan, he had learned never to look at the blade, but rather the threads. He moved left, his shoulder dipping through the gap between 2 arcs, his blade cutting across the third in a flash. Sparks roared, his sword groaning under the pressure, and though he escaped, the shockwave rattled through his body and drew a thin line of blood across his lip. Boom. The collision blew apart the clouds around them, scattering flame and smoke across the heavens. Not bad for an insect, Raymond sneered, his black eyes glimmering like pits of void. But let's see how long your tricks hold out. Whoosh! The demigod flexed his fingers, and the crimson domain pulsed again, this time shaping itself into chains of aura that lashed out like serpents. Each one carried enough force to crush steel, and together they twisted around Charles in a storm of bindings. Charles twisted, slashing at one chain, then another, his sword weaving arcs of silver light that tore them apart before they could bind him. Yet even so, one chain grazed his leg, the pressure snapping across his thigh and sending him tumbling back a dozen yards before he righted himself. Blood seeped slowly through his trousers, hot and stinging, but his stance did not waver. Every strike carries a purpose. He's not just swinging for death, he's probing for my true tier. He wants to first confirm that I'm a monarch before coming in for the finishing blow. Charles thought as Raymond's aura swelled brighter, the crimson dome intensifying as he raised his hand high, his killing intent boiling into a colossal spear. Shhhhrrrring. The weapon of aura descended like divine judgment, so wide it split the horizon in two. Charles braced his sword and let his intent flare to the limit, his strength flaring to its limit, as he sidestepped and raised his blade at an impossible angle to block. Craash. Steel and aura collided, the force blasting him downward, slamming him through two layers of cloud until he steadied himself midair. His arms throbbed, his shoulders screamed, but the spear dissolved into nothingness, broken by his parry. He exhaled, sweat dripping down his temples. Minor cuts stung along his arms and chest, but nothing fatal injured him yet. So this is the gap between a monarch and a demigod. Finally I have a worthy opponent to fight against after all these centuries. Charles thought as he lifted his blade again, his eyes narrowing and his lips curling into a thin smile despite the taste of blood in his mouth. He had been waiting for such an exciting fight for quite some time now. And although he was afraid of death, the near-death fight experience exhilarated him nonetheless. You'll need more than these petty tricks to kill me, son of Caliph. Charles mocked as Raymond's aura rippled, the crimson waves trembling like laughter. Oh, you'll get more, he promised, stepping forward as the dome tightened, the space around them collapsing like a cage. You'll get everything I have, he warned, as he closed the distance between them once again, his blade relentless as he pushed Charles back. Clang, clang, clang. Raymond's blade came down in a storm of crimson arcs, each heavier than the last, each layered with killing intent so thick it seemed to crush the very air around them. Charles's sword moved like silver lightning, intercepting where the red threads told him death would land, his body jolting with every clash as sparks and blood mixed into the storm of their duel. Every strike drove him backward through the sky, his boots carving invisible paths in the air as he refused to yield even an inch. The demigod pressed harder, his movements clean, fluid, merciless, while Charles's guard grew heavier with each heartbeat, yet somehow it held. Not yet. I can't reveal it yet. If I use the orb now, he'll adapt before I get a chance to finish it. Just a little more. His mind whispered as he parried another crushing blow, the sheer force rattling his bones until his grip went numb. Another spear of aura tore past his cheek, carving a canyon of flame into the clouds behind him. Another chain snapped inches from his chest before he cut it apart. Sweat rolled freely, his breathing sharp and quick. Not yet. Just a few more exchanges. Let him think I'm breaking. Let him believe he has me cornered. Then, I'll strike. Charles thought, his sword lifting once more, as the storm of red and silver swallowed the juxta skies whole. Yet he somehow held on. Chapter 703, The Best Shot. Planet Juxta, the sky above, Charles's POV. For 20 grueling minutes, Charles held his ground against a probing Raymond, the demigod's every strike carrying both weight and calculation as he tested the depth of Charles's true strength. Clang *, push. Steel rang and sparks scattered as Charles relied on his intent mastery to slip his blade into the exact line of each incoming blow, turning aside strikes that could have cleaved mountains in two into successful blocks. Yet the longer the duel stretched, the more the toll showed. Every clash carved a fraction deeper into his flesh, each shock reverberating down to the bone, leaving his arms trembling and his shoulders screaming beneath the crushing pressure of Raymond's wrath. Drip, drop. Blood trailed across his tunic in thick crimson lines, dark against the military cameo fabric, soaking into his palms before dripping down his sword. His breaths came sharper now, ragged at the edges, each inhale like fire in his lungs. Not yet. His thoughts whispered in the quiet places of his mind, the same mantra repeated with every heartbeat. Not yet, the moment isn't right. If I use it too early, he'll recover. If I use it too late, I'll already be dead. He kept reminding himself as Raymond unleashed another chain of attacks, this time landing shallow cuts along his thigh, waist and shoulder. And a blunt force trauma to his ribs. Cough. Spinning backwards, Charles coughed blood into the wind, his knees buckling for a moment as his vision swam, yet he forced himself upright. Not yet, just a little longer. Let him think I'm finished. Let him believe the end is here, he thought, as he saw the confident gleam in Raymond's eyes increase with every exchange. At the start of this fight, Raymond seemed unsure of his true tier. However, as the battle progressed, Raymond seemed to become more and more assured that his true tier was indeed only a monarch, as his attacks grew bolder and bolder. You're unusually strong for a monarch, I'll give you that, but in the end, it seems like that's all you are. You're a big rat, but you'll never be a tiger. He insulted, as Charles said nothing in response, his internal thoughts concealed perfectly as he realized that the moment to strike back was fast approaching. After dominating this fight for so long, Raymond had started to throw caution into the wind, and this was precisely the opening he was waiting for. As the second Raymond stepped in to get close and try to deliver the finishing blow, Charles used the hidden ace. Now, he thought, as he retrieved the orb from his storage ring and crushed it immediately. CRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR like the heavens themselves began to scream, as Soren's strength flooded Juxta's sky with a pressure that dwarfed anything Charles or Raymond had conjured. Kaboom! Kaboom! Dot! 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 Kaboom! Ships from Raymond's fleet that had circled the skies in perfect formations up till now, suddenly convulsed upon coming in contact with Soren's aura, their hulls creaking and their inscribed runes flickering dead as if stripped of life itself. Engines sputtered and failed, frigates swerved into one another, destroyers tilted sideways before plummeting into the clouds below, their ammo holds bursting without trigger, as a chain of explosions could be seen throughout the Juxta sky. Pilots collapsed at their stations, eyes rolling white, their bodies unable to withstand even a flicker of Soren's intent. Others fell dead before their alarms could even scream, their vessels drifting lifeless through the air. The crimson dome of Raymond's aura buckled, its edge quivering like fabric caught in a storm. As he froze mid-motion, his body locked beneath a weight that pressed on his chest like a mountain. His breath came ragged, uneven. His limbs sluggish. His pulse suddenly too loud in his own ears. While Charles's eyes lit with feral clarity. Now. Fucking now. The window was only a heartbeat wide, but for him that heartbeat stretched into eternity. He drew in breath, the blade in his hand humming with resonance, his aura flaring white-hot as the technique took shape. Hyperspeed. His body fractured into afterimages, silver streaks weaving through the crimson tide. Crown fall. The sword rose overhead, a ridiculous amount of concentrated mana gathering along its edge, as the weight of finality sharpened it into judgment itself. Every muscle in his body screamed, every nerve burned, yet his focus was absolute and locked on one target alone. Raymond's neck, which he now saw as a critically weak red spot via his intent mastery. Swoosh. The blade descended in silence, invisible to the eye, and even faster than thought, as it split the sky open into white and red. For a single instant, Charles saw victory. For a single instant, he saw the demi-god's head parting from his shoulders, the end of the eternal sovereign's line. But Raymond was no ordinary foe. He had not spent months now training under Calith's tutelage for nothing. As even paralyzed, even crushed beneath the weight of Soren's aura, his body responded with the reflexes of a man trained to resist gods. Jerk. His head snapped back at the last possible fraction of a second. SSHHHHHK. And although Charles's blade still struck, instead of taking his head off cleanly, it only managed to carve a line across his throat, splitting flesh and spraying blood in a violent arc across the sky. GHHHHK. Asterisk. Raymond staggered, his free hand clamping his neck, while his weapon hand blocked Charles's follow-up attack, as despite the heavy injury, he managed to cling on to life. For a fleeting heartbeat, Charles thought it was enough. For a heartbeat, he believed he had delivered a blow strong enough to kill Raymond. However, those delusions were stripped away when he saw Raymond's neck writhe and stitch itself back together in real time, the torn throat sealing as though the injury were no more than a scratch. Raymond's breath rattled, heavy and harsh, but it did not stop. His black eyes widened with fury, yet they did not show the shock of death. What a dirty little trick. You unlucky motherfucker. You almost got me. If I wasn't trained under my father's pressure, I would not have been able to pull back in time, and would have most likely died. But unfortunately for you, I live. Raymond said, as he gave Charles the credit he deserved, but then followed it up with a mockery that implied that although he came close, it was still not enough. Ha. Ha ha ha. Charles chuckled, his disbelief in Raymond's survival genuine, as this was his last and only shot. His chest heaved with exhaustion, and without any hope towards victory, he now felt the claws of death clamping down on him from all sides, as although he already knew that death was the likely outcome of this battle before it ever began, there was still the small hope that perhaps he could pull off the unlikely upset and somehow survive. Unfortunately though, that hope was the first thing that died, long before his own demise ever began. Chapter 704, Perhaps in the Next Life. Planet Juxta, the sky above, Raymond and Charles's POV. Although he had survived Charles's blade, what unsettled Raymond far more was how the cult's vice sect master had managed to weaponize Soren's aura against him, and the chilling possibility that he might still have more of those orbs hidden away. The thought gnawed at him, for in all his years of training beneath Caliph, he had never once heard of a god's aura being stored, let alone unleashed as a weapon. How did you do it? How did you put Soren's aura into a glass orb? Tell me, and perhaps I will grant you an easy death. Raymond pressed, his curiosity sharpened by anger. But Charles only raised his blood-soaked hand and gave him the finger, his lips curling into a grin even as exhaustion clung to his frame. Fuck you. The cult's vice sect master spat, his defiance plain, as Raymond's fury flared, the demigod launching a fresh flurry of attacks. Clang, clang. Slash. Steel clashed, sparks rained, and at last Raymond's blade carved across Charles's shoulder, the cut this time deeper than ever before, as blood sprayed hot into the sky. Charles staggered, his movement a fraction slower now, the weight of crushed hope settling over him, though he masked it with a hardened gaze. He had no strategy left to win anymore, and was fighting just for the sake of not giving up. For at this point only a miracle could save him from the jaws of death. As internally, he felt the truth clawing at him with every heartbeat, his body was quickly reaching its limit. He had been fighting at 110% from the very start, but in the end, he was still only a monarch standing against a demigod, and no amount of defiance could change the inevitable. As the simple truth was that he wasn't Raymond's match. Fine, if you won't tell me the easy way, I'll make you blurt it out the hard way. Raymond's voice cut through the sky like a blade as he raised his hand to gather mana for one of his strongest attacks. Divine Severance. The words were not a shout but a verdict, as the crimson domain around him flared like a second sun. Space itself warped under the demigod's will, as in that instant Charles felt the pressure of the demigod's aura reach unprecedented levels. Charles tried to shift, his blade lifting, intent mastery flaring to the limit as he tracked the incoming arc, but the speed was unlike anything he had seen before. SSHHHHRRRK. Pain exploded across his side as his non-dominant left arm vanished in a mist of red, severed so cleanly he didn't even feel it leave at first, but rather only saw the stump where it had been, as the limb tumbled like a dying bird into the ocean far below. "I'll ask you again," Raymond said, his tone almost casual against the roar of the wind. "How did you do it? And if you don't answer, I'll cut another limb next," he warned as blood dripped like a shower from Charles's torso, his breath ragged, yet his eyes burning as bright as ever. "Fuck you," he rasped, voice hoarse but steady, the defiance etched into his face like stone, as he shifted his stance, his remaining hand tightening around his sword. Slash! Another streak of red light tore through the sky. This time his right leg vanished at the knee, ripped away in a flash of pain so deep it almost felt cold. Spurt. Blood sprayed in an arc, raining down to the ocean below in sheets as his vision blurred around the edges. The wind screamed past his ears, yet the stoic defiance on his face did not change. He adjusted his balance mid-air using sheer will and intent, his sword arm trembling but still raised between them. Raymond's black eyes narrowed, studying the man who still refused to break. "I'll ask you again. How did you do it? Fuck you." Charles spat, blood mingling with the words, as slash. His left leg went next, cut clean away. His body now little more than a wreck of blood and ragged breath that was unable even to twist through the air like he once did, for without his limbs he could not dodge or maneuver like he used to. The fight was over, both he and Raymond knew that, and yet, he still refused to comply. For a moment, Raymond just watched him, his expression shifting from curiosity to irritation, then to something colder. "Fine. If you don't want to say, then you can just die," he muttered, as without warning he aimed for the head next, instead of the last limb. SSHHHHK. Thunk. The demigod's blade swept once more, and once more Charles was a little too slow to block, as despite watching the intent line close down around his neck, he became powerless to stop it. Slash. Charles felt a brief sting, a brief warmth, and then weightlessness as his world spun. His body drifted one way, his head the other. Yet his lips curved into a small, tired smile. In the end, his last thoughts were not of fear or regret but of pride, pride that he had defended the cult to his last breath, pride that he had not bent or begged, pride that he had stood tall even as his body fell apart. In his final moments, he thought of all the faces he had saved, all the hands that had gripped his ingratitude and all the underlings who had followed him into hell without hesitation. He thought of Leo, the boy who would one day surpass him, and how his legacy would live on through him even if his own life ended here. And as the wind carried his severed head downward, his blood trailing like a banner, one final thought drifted across his fading consciousness, light and almost playful. "Ah, shit. I wish I could have had one last drag before I died, but I guess I'll leave it for the next life." Chapter 705, Memory Alone. The skies of Juxta, moments after the battle, Raymond's POV. Raymond waited anxiously for Soren to show up after Charles died, his every heartbeat beating louder and louder, as he awaited the inevitable. However, much to his surprise the minutes passed without Soren ever showing up, as despite him killing the cult's vice sect master, the expected revenge never came. What's going on here? Why is Soren not showing up to save his own people? Raymond wondered grimly, as he could not figure out the reason behind the delay. It seems like the ground offensive has also reached its conclusion, he mused, as he swept his gaze across the battlefield below where the cult's armies were in full retreat now, the surviving forces scurrying toward civilian cities in the wake of their military strongholds collapsing one after another. The war was already decided, not by brilliance, nor by valor, but by sheer, grinding numbers. But victory had not come without a price. More than 120,000 righteous faction ships had been torn from the skies during the assault, their flaming wreckage raining down upon Juxta's soil like the falling pieces of a dying star. Destroyers and frigates slammed into mountainsides, gouging valleys into the earth, while others crashed into the oceans, boiling waves into tsunamis of fire and steam. However, as though the loss of materials and equipment was not bad enough, 2 Monarch-tier commanders and 7 billion soldiers also lay dead, as they paid the ultimate price to capture this resource-poor planet. For even in ruin, the cult had extracted their toll. The righteous victory at Juxta not coming easy at all, as it was only through overwhelming numbers that they somehow managed to achieve the impossible and capture the cult stronghold that had stood undefeated for over 6 centuries. Motherfuckers are sneaky and strong. I'll have to give them that. They're not as numerous as us, but they have heart and they fight like ruthless beasts. Raymond mused as he glanced at the plains below that were nothing more than open graves now where corpses laid strewn in twisted heaps, their blood soaking into the dirt until the earth itself seemed to weep scarlet. Beside them, ruined cannons and shattered turrets smoldered in silence, their crews charred inside, while toppled artillery pieces pointed uselessly toward a sky they had failed to protect. Military bases that once gleamed with banners of the cult now burnt like carcasses, rooftops collapsing in on themselves as firestorms consumed everything from the mess halls to the sparring arena. What a mess, Raymond mused, as he descended slowly through the haze, the acrid air filling his lungs, until his boots struck the rubble of a military base that no longer resembled anything but ash and ruin. My lord, the survivors are retreating into civilian areas. What are we supposed to do next? A righteous faction lieutenant asked, his voice steady, as he kept his head bowed. Click. Raymond clicked his tongue in irritation. He knew the universal codes of war, knew the doctrine that civilians were not to be targeted in planetary captures. But standing here, amidst ruin and smoke, he felt his patience for such rules falter, as he decided to not give 2 shits about them today. Who cares about this shitty planet? Raymond muttered, his voice low, his eyes dark. Bomb the heretics. Reduce the planet to rubble, don't spare any of them. He commanded, as the lieutenant froze, the poor man's eyes widening at the order, as he too realized that it was a violation of the code of war, but decided to suppress the look as quickly as it came. As you command, my lord, he said, as he gave the demigod a deep bow before leaving. Soon, Raymond's orders were relayed to all righteous faction soldiers, as high above, the remaining destroyers shifted formation, their cannons pointing downwards, as they opened fire on civilian cities. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rolled across the horizon, one after another, as entire districts were obliterated in blossoms of fire. Streets filled with fleeing civilians were erased in an instant, as work offices were toppled, markets shattered, and houses of the common man turned into molten ash, with innocent mothers clutching onto their children inside these fiery graves. The bombardment stretched on for hours, the night sky above Juxta painted in streaks of fire, until there was nothing left but a bleeding husk of stone. For hours the common civilians prayed for Soren to come save them. Prayed for the dragons to show up. Yet despite their desperate pleas for help, nobody came to save them today, as in the end, they were all wiped out by the ruthless victors. The planet that had once been a proud jewel of the cult of ascension was soon reduced to nothing but ruin filled with broken cities, charred corpses, and craters, as only then did the firing finally stop. Yet even then, when Soren failed to show up, Raymond simply scoffed and ordered for the planet to be disintegrated as a whole, as he finally caught on to the fact that perhaps Soren was not within cult lands. Perhaps I'm lucky today. Perhaps I shall live to see another day. He mused, as he left the planet aboard a destroyer, while his men stayed back to finish the job. 20 or so odd hours later, the righteous faction's engineers reached Juxta's molten core and destabilized it, the planet convulsing under its own death throes as the crust cracked and split apart. Entire continents sheared away in silence, swallowed by fire from beneath, while mountains collapsed into oceans that boiled into vapor before they too were torn into the void. Moments later, Juxta gave its last breath, exploding outward in a storm of stone and flame, until nothing remained but drifting rubble scattered across the dark, as the once proud world was reduced to nothing more than space rock and memory alone. Chapter 706. No home to return to. Planet Granada, Morris's POV. Morris sat slouched, his chin resting on his palm as rivulets of rain coursed down his bare shoulders, his black hair floating upward unnaturally as he looked thoroughly bored. His lips twitched, curling into something between a smile and a grimace, though his eyes were flat, lifeless, fixed on the far horizon where Juxta once burned. He had made the perfect plan to draw Soren out. He had cast the perfect bait in the form of Raymond, and yet no good had come from it, as in the end, there was no divine retribution. Nothing. Morris whispered, his tongue rolling lazily over his teeth. Not a flicker. Not a twitch. Not even a finger raised. Your beloved underling Charles died. His armies fell. His people screamed. And still you did not come. His words slurred into laughter, then cracked into silence as the rain hit his tongue, his jaw snapping shut like a predator that had bitten into emptiness. Strange. Very strange. He cocked his head violently to one side, fingers curling against his cheek until his nails drew thin lines of blood. He didn't seem to notice, his gaze darting back and forth as though chasing answers no one else could see. This isn't like you, Soren. Not at all. You've spent centuries shielding your wretched cult, dragging them through one slaughter after another. You've thrown yourself into hopeless wars for lesser causes. And now, when Raymond's dogs defile your own fortress world, you do nothing. Morris chuckled low in his throat, his nails dragging higher until he licked the blood off them one by one, his tongue savoring the copper taste with something close to reverence. No, 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 you're not the sort of man to sit idle while your house burns. Which means, either you are dead, or you are elsewhere. He let the thought linger, stretching it like a taut string between his fingers, eyes rolling as he bit his lip hard enough to split it. Dead. Huh. No, that's too dull. Too disappointing. You wouldn't die quietly like that. No. If you were dead, Caliph would have dissolved the righteous alliance by now and would be at my throat to hunt me down. Morris shook his head, muttering to himself as though speaking to a chorus that only he could hear. So then, away. Yes, yes, refining the origin metal. Perhaps you're planning the ultimate revenge against us. Your final shot at revenge. Yes, that has to be it. You're licking your wounds, aren't you? Quietly. Secretly. Far away. While your little pets squeal and die by the billions. Morris muttered as his grin returned, wide, boyish, almost innocent, until it cracked too far and became grotesque. How utterly, utterly boring. He rocked forward, burying his face into his palms, laughter shaking his shoulders though his voice broke into sobs halfway through. A child denied his favorite toy. Do you have any idea how long I waited for this, Soren? For the great timeless assassin's favorite sun to step into the sky again, drenched in blood, your aura splitting the heavens. I wanted to see it. To taste it. To feel the storm your legend promises. His hands slipped down, dragging across his face, smearing rainwater with blood until his eyes gleamed like fractured glass. And now, nothing. You robbed me, Soren. You robbed me of my entertainment. You robbed me of my show. His gaze snapped toward the invisible distance of Juxta's grave, pupils dilated, breath uneven, as he snarled. And because of that, Caliph's little boy survives. The pet he grooms, the heir he molds, the one I wanted to see torn apart between you and me. But no, he will live now. He will thrive. All because you refused to crawl out of your hole. Morris's nails dug so deep into his thighs that blood welled beneath them, his breath catching before he erupted into shrieking laughter, the sound piercing and wild as it carried across the endless ocean. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. His voice cracked, laughter rolling into screams, screams rolling back into laughter, until he bent backward on the rock, his body convulsing like a man possessed. His hair writhed upward, caught in the storm, his teeth gnashing as spittle and blood flew from his lips. You think you've denied me, Soren? No, no, you've only delayed the joy. Because whether you are gone or hiding, the day will come when you crawl out again. And when you do, I'll be waiting. Oh, I'll be waiting. His eyes widened, all trace of composure gone, his words spilling out in a hiss between ragged breaths. And when I finally see you fight, when I finally see your blood, when I finally tear open your wounds with my own hands. He paused, grinning so wide it split his lip further, blood trickling down his chin as he licked it up with feverish delight. I will make it last. I'll make it last for years. The storm howled across Granada, lightning splitting the black skies, but Morris sat unmoved, trembling with glee, his shoulders rising and falling as the echoes of his laughter bled into the rain. Yet beneath the madness, beneath the shrieks and spasms, lay something far more dangerous than disappointment patience. For in his twisted, cracked mind, Soren's absence was not an ending. It was simply the delay of the greatest show Morris had ever longed to see. I hope you return clutching an origin metal blade, Soren, so that I can plunder it from your corpse and finally stand on equal footing with Caliph. So yes, I truly hope you succeed in your quest, but understand this: while you chase glory, I will erase every inch of cult land until there is nothing left for you to return to. So that when you finally do come home with your precious weapon, you won't find celebration or sanctuary, but only despair and regret waiting for you on the other end. Morris resolved, as he began planning the most brutal welcome home ceremony for Soren once the great god returned. More chapters in Buyer's Club for TMT. Chapter 707, Grieving for a Dear Friend. Meanwhile, within the black hole, Soren's POV. Inside the crushing silence of the black hole, Soren's eyes snapped open. The endless hum of refinement stilled for the first time in months, as something inside his soul tore apart. He felt the fragment die. A shard of himself that he had buried deep within Charles long ago, which was now extinguished all of a sudden. No, he thought, as he felt his heart skip a beat. Not Charles. He prayed, yet despite his plea, a flood of images began to play in his mind, portraying Charles's final moments. He saw Raymond's blade cleaving. Charles bleeding, his limbs falling one after another. He winced in pain, as he saw Charles remaining defiant even as his body was carved away. Until finally Charles's head was severed, putting an end to the great monarch's life. My friend, Soren thought, as his chest ached. He felt his spirit and will being crushed at once, as though the black hole itself had reached out and squeezed it, for without Charles, he truly worried for the future of Charles. The word broke in his throat, rough with sorrow, heavy with rage. He had known the risks when he entrusted Charles with the defensive cult, yet knowing and watching were two different things, for no calculation could soften the agony of witnessing the death of a friend who had fought under him for centuries. For a long moment, Soren let the origin metals glow dim, his aura stilling as he hovered in silence, letting the memory replay again and again until it carved itself deep into his soul. He wanted to leave. He wanted to abandon this accursed refinement, to tear himself free from the black hole's crushing maw and race across the stars, to reach Juxta and annihilate Raymond and every soldier who dared breathe upon cult soil. But he couldn't. He was only 35% into the refinement at this moment, and if he stopped now, it would all be wasted: the weeks of agony, the risk of stepping into the black hole, the fragile window he had carved for himself amidst enemies who waited for his death. It would all be wasted, and then Charles would have died for nothing. Soren's eyes narrowed, his breath sharp as steel, his knuckles tightening until faint cracks echoed through the blackness. Damn it all. The words ground out between his teeth, as his aura trembled with the urge to break free, to abandon logic and let fury guide his hand. But reason, bitter and cold, clawed its way back into him. If he left now, he would never have the strength to return. He was too old and too weak to attempt such an adventure again. And if he left the black hole and engaged in a war, it would most likely be the last one of his life. He knew his own limits, and knew that he had one good fight left in him. Hence, the choice he had to make now was between returning immediately and giving up on the origin blade, or returning later and risking the life of billions of cult members. On one hand, the origin blade was crucial for his revenge, for without it he could never hope to kill the enemy gods of the cult. However, on the other hand, not leaving now meant endangering the cult and billions of his followers. Oh Father, what do I do now? Soren wondered, as he closed his eyes, and saw once again the stubborn defiance in Charles's face, even as his body was hacked apart, and even as his end was certain. That look was not a plea for rescue. It was a command. Charles had always known what this war required. He had sacrificed his life so that Soren could complete his refinement. And for that reason, Soren felt like he could not squander this chance. For if not for himself, at least for Charles's sake, he had to see it through to the end. For without the blade, his revenge would always be incomplete. In time I'll avenge you, old friend, that much I promise. Soren thought, as he forced his trembling body back into stillness, calming the madness in his blood as he once again focused on the refinement. It wasn't easy, especially since his grief was deep. But bit by bit, his aura steadied. His hands moved once more, weaving the delicate patterns of refinement, as he separated and refined the origin metal, one molecule at a time. I know you must have made arrangements for the cult to be safe even after you died. Or else you would have fled that battle instead of fighting till the end. So I place my trust in your trust, and hope that whoever you selected as the cult's next leader, will do a good job at keeping our people safe. Soren prayed, as he placed his faith in what Charles had left behind, believing that his strategies, his preparations, and his successor would keep the cult safe till he returned. Deep down, he knew that it was most likely the shadow dragon Leo Skyshard who Charles would have passed his mantle down to. And although he felt that it was perhaps too soon for the kid to take charge of the cult, he also acknowledged Leo's potential, and decided to keep his faith in him, till he returned. Keep yourself and the elders safe. If I feel more than half of them die, I'll abandon the refinement and head back. But if somehow you manage to keep them alive, I'll believe that the majority of the cult is also safe. Soren decided, as he tried to hasten the refinement process as much as he could. This is your chance to be the sect master. Do it well, and I'll be able to fight without worries about whom to pass the cult down to after my death. And perhaps, I'll even pass this blade down to you after my death. Soren concluded, as for now he decided to bet on Leo to keep the cult safe. Author's note, Soren has planted tiny fragments of his soul into some critical cult personnel like Charles, First Elder, Second Elder etc. More chapters in Buyer's Club for TMT. Chapter 708, Authority. Planet Tithia, the First Elder's POV. This is absolutely outrageous. They can't do this to us. What do you mean they blew up Juxta and destroyed the planet as a whole? What about our civilians? What about the Code of War? The First Elder barked, his voice booming across the chamber, as his trembling hand struck the edge of his work table with enough force to rattle the stationery lined across it. His assistant flinched, clutching the report tablet tighter, sweat beating down his temple as he stammered. The reports are unquestionable, First Elder. The righteous fleet didn't stop with the military bases. They bombed the cities too. Every last one. Civilians, children, artisans, no one was spared. And after the bombardment, they shattered Juxta's core. The planet is gone. Gone. The word left the elder's lips in a hiss, his eyes narrowing, his face pulled into the mask of a statesman enraged, as he slammed his fist again. This violates every doctrine ever agreed upon. The Code of War is clear: civilian populations are not to be targeted, planets are not to be annihilated without a chance of evacuation. This isn't conquest, this is genocide. His voice cracked into righteous fury, his robes flaring around him as he stood, spittle gathering at the edge of his lips as though his outrage were too great for his body to contain. But inside his stomach twisted into knots. Because despite his angry reaction, he knew exactly how power worked in the universe, and knew that for all his roaring about codes and honor, none of it mattered anymore. Not when Charles was dead and Soren was missing, making the cult a toothless opponent who could not bite back even if they wanted to. Screwed. We are screwed, he thought as he felt his throat run dry, his heart thumping in panic, as he realized that he was now stuck between a rock and a hard place. On one side was the righteous faction, who had just proven they cared nothing for decency, nothing for diplomacy, nothing even for the universal laws that kept the galaxy from descending into endless anarchy. For if they could annihilate Juxta, they could most certainly shatter Tithia and even Ixtal. While on the other side, Charles's speech before his death now left the real power within the cult in Leo Skyshard's hands, which felt absurd to him, as in his view, children were not fit to bear the weight of empires. Being a veteran of politics, he knew this truth well, that being caught between an enemy without mercy and allies without experience was a fate he wouldn't wish on his worst rival. As just thinking about his unfortunate position made his head ache. What is Skyshard up to? Do we have any news about his movements? He asked his assistant, who immediately began tapping on his tablet to pull up relevant data. Yes, according to city officials, the entire Forge district has been emptied on Skyshard's orders, the blacksmiths and engineers all loaded on a ship and sent off to an unknown location, in what seems to be a cult-wide phenomenon. Skyshard has seemingly started a phase-wise evacuation of cult planets, where he is prioritizing the movement of highly skilled individuals and invaluable treasures first. So alongside the blacksmiths, he is also emptying the Tithia Central Library and our treasure vaults. The assistant reported, as the First Elder's face twitched in disbelief listening to his words. He has ordered a phase-wise evacuation of cult personnel, but where is he taking them? Also, why am I not on the first flight off this planet? If skilled personnel are being evacuated with priority. Finally, who the fuck is cooperating with him to pull all this off? Last I checked I ran Tithia, did I not? So why are the state libraries and vaults being emptied without my consent? The First Elder asked in anger, as he couldn't believe the level of incompetence of his underlings at this moment. Tithia is my house. If Skyshard wants to move a single ship off this planet, he should need my consent for it first. Get this shit sorted out. I'm not against cooperating with him, but he must loop me in on what's going on first. I absolutely refuse to follow him like a blind cattle. The First Elder instructed, as the assistant bowed and hurriedly took his leave. Meanwhile, Chaosbringer had never felt as overwhelmed with work in his life as he did at this moment, as strewn across his desk were countless work orders that needed to be signed and approved 5 minutes ago. Time was of the essence here, and Leo had entrusted him with the responsibility of evacuating tens of billions of cult civilians, which was definitely easier said than done. The logistics behind such a move was a nightmare, and to make things worse, the cult had very few 500 million or larger capacity carrier arc ships, as over the years, they had only invested most resources behind building military might, while the civilian sector was mostly overlooked. Hence, to now suddenly evacuate billions without the proper means to do so was extremely hard, and needed him to perform some extremely tough decisions to optimize this complex problem. Crack. Unexpectedly, his long nail split when he tried to write too fast, its perfect curve ruined in an instant as a bead of blood welled at the edge of his finger. Sweat trickled down his painted forehead, smearing powder into faint streaks that dragged his carefully applied mascara into crooked lines that cut across his cheeks. Ordinarily, such a calamity would have made him lose his mind. He would have shrieked, cursed, and probably stopped work to perform a full touch-up before continuing, because tardiness and imperfection were sins he detested more than death itself. But not today. Today, the ruined nail and the dripping makeup meant nothing, because the work at hand was heavier than vanity, heavier than pride, and heavier than his obsession with appearances. Must not waste a single second, he mused, as he pressed his bleeding fingertip against the manifest, smearing a red mark over the names of yet another family struck from the priority list, his jaw clenched as he condemned them silently to a dangerous fate. He simply did not have enough ships to carry out everyone at once, and hence with every signature he made, he signed a death sentence for a new soul. I'll do my best to send the ships back for you if we can. He promised, as although he could not help them now, he promised to work hard and come back for them as soon as he could, if fate permitted it to happen. Until then, he promised to not rest personally, come what may happen to his mental state or his looks. For this time, saving lives took priority over vanity, even for him. More chapters in Buyer's Club for TMT. Chapter 709. Evacuation. Planet Vorthas, the Skyshard Mansion. Activate Ghost Protocol. The message from Leo plunged the family into chaos, for although he had warned them to be ready for this day, when it finally arrived they were still caught slightly off guard. As per his instructions, they were to abandon all mortal possessions inside the mansion, grab only the pre-prepared emergency kits, and rush straight toward the hangar bay for evacuation. Yet despite knowing exactly what to do, the family struggled with leaving everything behind, for within the Skyshard mansion lay countless things they had grown attached to over the years, and turning their backs on it all in an instant proved harder than expected. "What are you doing, Elena?" Leo especially told you to leave everything behind, so then why are you so adamant about carrying a photo album? Jacob asked in irritation as Elena glared at him with defiance. This is an album I've carried with me since Earth. Inside are the pictures of my boys as babies growing up, and I'm not going to leave this behind, even over my dead body. Elena protested, as listening to her fierce motherly voice, Jacob instantly put his hands up in defiance. Come on, Alia, Leo said that time is of the essence once he activates Ghost Protocol. This is not the time for you to grab your toothbrush and makeup kit. Luke complained, as Alia glared towards him from the bathroom, as she threw her toothbrush straight into his face. Smack. Despite being a grandmaster, Luke did not dare dodge his girlfriend's angry throw, as Alia emerged from the bathroom a couple seconds later with a bag full of tampons and pregnancy testing kits. I told some doofus to pull out yesterday night. Told him that yesterday was not a good day. But no, he had to come in me thrice. So now shut up and help me pack up. For I have no faith in your brother to have packed pregnancy supplies for me in his emergency kit. Alia instructed, as Luke straightened up and did as he was told. Ruffle. Pack. It took the duo only a few minutes to gather their kits before joining Cervantes, Gimli, Ben, Jacob, and Elena downstairs, where together the family stepped out of the Skyshard mansion and moved toward the military hovercraft waiting just beyond the gates. Sir, ma'am, time is of the essence here, so please hurry up. The officer said, as the Skyshard family quickly boarded and were escorted towards the hangar bay area at once. En route to the hangar bay, Luke saw how quickly unrest was spreading across Vorthas, as thousands flooded the streets, all surging toward the same destination as them. However, unlike them, the commoners had no military craft to ferry them forward, nor the clearance to pass through the gates. The hangar bay had been sealed to the masses, leaving tens of thousands stranded outside, pressing shoulder to shoulder in desperation, as they clung to the faint hope of escape from the doomed planet. However, since they were not on the priority crafts heading out, all they could do for now was wait anxiously for their turn. FSHHH. Land. As the hovercraft landed inside the hangar bay area, the family saw the sheer scale of this evacuation effort unfold before them. As far as the eye could see, they only saw soldiers loading cargo ships with other priority passengers and important resources in what seemed to be preparation for Armageddon. Ark ships with colossal hulls yawned open like the mouths of titans, swallowing streams of blacksmiths, engineers, doctors, and scholars, while entire vaults were being hoisted aboard by mechanized cranes, the etched glyphs glowing faintly as if protesting their removal from centuries-old sanctuaries. The roar of engines and the crackle of comms filled the cavernous bay, soldiers shouting orders while technicians scrambled across scaffolds to secure containers that held knowledge too rare to risk losing, artifacts too dangerous to leave behind, and medicines too precious to abandon. For a moment, the Skyshards simply stood there, their emergency kits clutched to their sides, as their eyes tried to take it all in. This isn't just an evacuation, Cervantes muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing. It's preservation. Elena's lips parted, her album pressed tight against her chest, as though suddenly she realized how small her stubborn fight to carry it had been compared to the treasures being safeguarded here. So this is the legendary foresight of Lord Boss, no wonder Cervantes worships him like a god. Gimli finally exhaled, her voice holding no scorn, only a grudging admiration. He's thought of everything. He's not just saving us, he's saving the spirit of the cult itself. She said, as the family was ushered forward by a waiting officer, who barked at them to keep moving, yet even as they walked toward the ramp of their assigned carrier, they could not shake the feeling that they were part of something far larger than themselves, part of a plan Leo had set into motion long before Juxta fell. The ramp before them glowed with faint strip lights, guiding them toward the steel belly of a ship marked Veil Breaker, its engines already thrumming with restrained power, ready to depart at a moment's notice. Jacob slowed his pace for just a second, his gaze sweeping across the bay, across the vaults, across the desperate precision that governed every soldier's movement, before he finally spoke, his voice low but firm. Listen well. Where we're headed is not a safe place. The time-stilled world is harsh, unforgiving, and dangerous beyond imagination. He turned to meet each of their gazes in turn, his eyes steady. Leo has given us the chance to escape early, but survival from here on will not depend on him. It will depend on us. So toughen up, all of you. Because if we don't adapt, if we don't fight to thrive where we land, then all of this. He gestured to the endless hangars, the loading ships, the treasures being hauled away as though preparing for the end of days. Will have been for nothing. The family said nothing in reply, their silence heavy, their heads bowed as they followed Jacob up the ramp, each of them knowing deep down that his words were the truth. And so, with the roar of engines rising and the bay receding into the distance, the skyshards left Vorthas behind, their hearts burdened by uncertainty, yet sharpened with a resolve that they would find a way to thrive no matter what. Chapter 710, The Dragon's Promise. Meanwhile, Ver's POV. While Leo poured his efforts into relocating cult members to the time-stilled world, Ver chose a different path. He knew how quickly fear could consume the masses, how panic could spread like wildfire after the fall of Juxta, and how despair, if left unchecked, could inflict more ruin than the righteous fleets ever could. So rather than running, he instead chose to stay back and stand as a beacon of stability, ensuring that hope endured, and order was preserved until the evacuation phases were completed. Lord Dragon, you will be live in 5 seconds. The broadcast director's voice cut through the studio, as Ver straightened, cleared his throat, and fixed his gaze on the camera, waiting for the red glow to appear. Glow. People of the cult, this is your dragon, Aegon Ver, speaking from planet Tithia. If you can hear me, I ask that you stop whatever you are doing, just for a few minutes, and listen carefully to my words. He began, as across the cult's scattered worlds, billions of heads lifted. In crowded markets, in military camps, in the dim homes of commoners, all eyes turned to the image of the young dragon, and all ears tuned to the voice that cut cleanly through the static. You have all heard Commander Charles's address earlier today. And in case the news has not reached you yet, it is true. Juxta has fallen. He let the silence breathe, refusing to veil the truth in comfort or disguise. The cowards of the righteous faction bombed not only our military strongholds, but also our cities. They annihilated every last district, civilians, artisans, children, none were spared. And in direct violation of the universal code of war, they shattered the planet itself, reducing it to rubble without giving a single civilian a chance to escape, as they murdered billions of our brothers and sisters in cold blood. His voice shook, anger trembling through it, as his fists curled briefly on the desk before he steadied himself again. And now, we must expect the same fate to await every cult world once their fleets arrive. Which is why, together with the Shadow Dragon, I have prepared a plan. It is not glorious. It is not what any of us wish for. But it is necessary. He took a breath, his jaw set as he delivered the words. Until Lord Sorin returns, we must survive. And survival means leaving behind our home worlds. I will not lie to you. It pains me to speak of this. But without Lord Sorin to protect us, we cannot stand against the righteous armies alone. For even if we try, we will lose everything, our people, our future, our identity. His eyes burned into the camera, his tone unwavering. So for now, we must swallow the bitter pill. We must flee, in order to live. And in doing so, we will preserve the cult. Not as cowards, but as survivors, until the day comes when we can reclaim what is ours. He leaned closer, his words sharp and clear. As per our plan, some of you will be evacuated by Lord Shadow Dragon, taken to a hidden realm where the righteous faction cannot reach us. But that world is small. Its resources are limited and not all of us can go there. So the rest of us must disperse to neutral planets, where I have already secured agreements with 5 administrators to take our people in. His voice lowered, steady, grave. Mercenary and civilian ships from those planets are already en route to multiple cult worlds as we speak, but they are not coming out of kindness. They come for profit. And the cost of safe passage is 10,000 MP, or goods of equal value. He shared, as he grit his teeth in anger. For those who can pay, I urge you, pay and leave. But if you have more than enough, then pay it forward. Buy a seat for someone who cannot. Do not abandon your fellow men to die because of something as worthless as money. For those who cannot pay, do not despair. Do not turn to looting or violence, for chaos will only hasten our fall. I ask you to stay calm. Stay orderly. Help one another wherever you can. If you see a child crying because their parents are gone, then take them by the hand. If you see a family stranded, then make space, even if it means a tighter seat. We survive not by standing alone, but by standing together. The righteous faction would love nothing more than to see us tearing ourselves apart from within. But I have faith in us that it will not happen. This is the cult of ascension. Here, everyone is family. Ver paused, letting his words sink in, the faint tremor of emotion clear in his voice as his hand tightened on the edge of the desk. I will tell you this plainly. I will not take a ship to the Shadow Dragon's hidden world. That world is not meant for me. It is meant for you, the chosen few who will carry the future of the cult. As for me, I will walk the same path as the rest of us. I will live among you on neutral planets. I will share your struggles. I will stand with you until the day Soren returns. I do not want you to look at me as a savior above you. I want you to look at me as your shield, as your brother, as the man who refuses to leave you behind. He leaned forward, his black eyes fierce under the glare of the studio lights, his words deliberate and heavy. I will not leave Tithia until the very last cult member has been evacuated. Not one of you will be abandoned. Not one will be left behind to the fire. When the last ship leaves, when the last mother and child and soldier have found a place aboard, only then will I take my leave. Not before that. Never before that. His voice softened then, though the steel never left it. We will endure this storm together. We will survive it together. And one day, when Soren returns and the scum of the righteous faction falter, we will rise together. So hold fast. Hold strong. Look not to despair, but to each other. For you are not alone in this struggle. I the dragon am with you. Always. The red light above the camera dimmed. The broadcast ended, but his words echoed across every cult world, carried into every home and heart like a promise carved in stone. The dragon was with them. Chapter 711, Smart Way Out. Planet Ixtal, the Lost Forest, Leo's POV. Leo felt his boots tremble slightly as he stepped into Soren's castle without the great god being present, as the air within still carried the weight of divinity, an ancient pressure that clung to every wall and corridor as though the castle itself mourned its master's absence. He paused for a brief moment, allowing the silence to wash over him, before heading down to the basement to personally collect the treasures that Soren had so preciously guarded over the years. Unlike the other vaults scattered across cult territory, which he could entrust to his underlings to empty out, Soren's castle was the only place he insisted on handling himself, as the great god's possessions were not mere artifacts of value, but fragments of the cult's legacy, relics of the timeless assassin's own era, and Leo could not bear to let another man's eyes fall upon them. "Forgive me, Lord Soren," he muttered quietly, his voice echoing faintly through the vast hall. "I am ashamed to empty your castle without your permission, but I truly see no other way out of this mess." He walked toward the grand chest at the center of the room, its golden surface reflecting his faint silhouette as he continued under his breath. "I know very well how much Ixtal and this castle mean to you, yet unfortunately, I cannot protect them. So this is the best I can do," he said, as with careful movements, he began his task, storing each relic into a specially prepared storage ring, taking great care not to damage even a single item. Paintings that depicted Soren's earliest conquests, furniture carved from celestial trees, and ceremonial blades once used in divine rites all were gathered one after another, handled with silent reverence as he moved through the empty shelves. By the time he was done, the once full treasure chamber, radiant with grandeur and history, now stood hollow and silent, its brilliance reduced to empty space and echoing steps. Yet as Leo stood in the middle of the vacant hall, he felt no regret for when Soren returned. At least his memories, his legacy, and everything he once held dear would still exist, preserved safely through Leo's hands, far from the ruin that was soon to befall Ixtal. "Today, I'm not strong enough to save everyone. But I'll do the best job I can as sect master," Leo promised before heading out, as he burned the helplessness he felt today into memory, and swore to get stronger, so that he never had to feel this powerless ever again. X-Planet Juxta's orbit, Raymond's POV. It had been more than 30 hours since Juxta was turned into dust and silence, yet the aftertaste of the victory refused to leave Raymond's mouth. He sat inside his quarters aboard the chief destroyer ship, in his palm a crystal communicator, as he reported to his father about the battle, and requested permission to carry the assault forward. Uncle's absence provides us with a unique opportunity to obliterate the cult, Father. So if you wish, I can continue with my fleet and destroy a new cult planet every day, bringing glory to you and the universal government. He proposed, as Caliph clicked his tongue in disappointment from the other end of the call. Click. You still have a lot to learn from me, Raymond, if that's the proposal you came up with. Caliph began, his voice heavy, as he made his disappointment known to his son. Perhaps the loss of mortal life and resources does not register as a loss to you. However, let me remind you of how many underlings you lost in your capture of Juxta. 120,000 ships, each costing us anywhere between 1 million MP to 250 million, bringing the total loss to hundreds of billions of MP. And inside those ships, a mortal force of over 10 billion lies dead, with another 2 billion injured, meaning that out of the 20 billion men you took with you, about 60% are now out of action. And as if all this wasn't enough, as a final stroke of folly, you also lost 2 monarch-tier underlings, while deciding to blow up planet Juxta, which was our only means to recover any of the monetary loss we incurred while waging this war. Caliph scolded, as Raymond hung his head in shame. Of course, the all-powerful demigod Raymond doesn't care about all this. However, I do. These commanders and men you take with you into battle are men that are loyal to me. Although we operate under a common umbrella of the universal government, there are still factions within it that favor either me, Helmuth or Morris. And if those two want to capture the cult lands like bloodthirsty idiots, they can do so with men loyal to them. However, you, and your men, will stay out of it. Caliph issued the ultimatum, as Raymond listened to his lecture like a spoiled child. Knowing Morris, he must have already issued the orders to capture cult lands, so we will see it happen regardless of whether you do it or not. However, when Soren inadvertently returns, it will then be his men facing Soren's wrath and not ours. Attacking the cult lands now is no different from killing bear cubs while their mother is out hunting. As while it is easy, it yields no tangible benefit, and only puts a very angry mother bear on our scent. So take the smart way out, pull out your men, and focus on publicizing the fact that you killed Charles instead, spreading the message and perception within the righteous faction, that it is you who opened the floodgates to the cult's demise. So that even if Morris and Helmuth capture cult lands later, the credit still goes to you. Caliph ordered, as Raymond nodded meekly. As you instruct, wise father. He said, as Caliph disconnected the call. More chapters in Buyer's Club for TMT. Chapter 712, Blind Hatred. Meanwhile amongst the righteous faction commoners, a couple days after Juxta's fall. The news of Juxta's demise spread fast amongst the righteous faction media outlets, who covered it like it was the greatest development of the century. Before the ashes of Juxta had even cooled, its annihilation had already been transformed into a story, polished, repackaged, and circulated across every major network under the banner of Victory for the Righteous Faction. Within hours, the broadcast channels replayed the same footage on loop. The flash of the explosion, the blinding collapse of a world, and the triumphant crest of Commander Raymond's fleet hovering against the ruins. Commentators spoke of it with awe, with reverence even, their voices trembling as they declared it a turning point in history, a moment that would be remembered for millennia as the day the ancient evil cult finally fell to the light. On GalaxyNet, the largest civilian network spanning half the known universe, millions of live feeds erupted at once, as hashtags like hashtag Raymond the Redeemer, hashtag Juxta Falls, and hashtag End of the Cult flooded the trending charts within minutes, climbing past every entertainment or economic headline until they swallowed the grid entirely. Finally, the evil cult's good times are over. 2 billion cultists dead. Good. That's 2 billion fewer monsters in the universe. Commander Raymond is following in his father's footsteps and eradicating evil from this universe. It's indeed like people say. The apple does not fall far from the tree. Messages like these appeared by the millions, lines of text typed by trembling fingers, fueled by decades of indoctrinated fear and generations of loss, each post celebrating slaughter as if it were salvation. Some even live-streamed themselves drinking to the destruction, singing hymns for the purification of the stars, as banners depicting the righteous faction emblem flashed behind them in holographic light. Not one of them spoke of the children buried under the ash, nor the innocent cult civilians who never even held a weapon in their life. To the masses, Juxta had not been a planet, it had been a symbol of cult defiance, and hence they felt no remorse for its obliteration even though the code of war had been broken. Death to the cultists. That's right, I support Commander Raymond's decision to not follow the code of war. The code is for humane people, not terrorists who attack students in public arenas. Those who criticize him should first look at the family members of the Sky God Arena tragedy eye to eye. You don't cure disease by talking to it. You burn it out. A few billion corpses for a pure galaxy. Sounds like a good trade to me. Each line hit the feed like hammer blows, echoing across galaxies and clan borders, as hatred snowballed into worship, and genocide became something worth applauding. There were, of course, a few voices of dissent, faint, isolated whispers buried beneath the tide of celebration. One user, posting under the tag @OrdinaryHistorian, wrote quietly, "War crimes are outlawed for a reason. If we commit them ourselves, can we really cry foul when the cult is the same? What happens if tomorrow they destroy one of our planets without giving our civilians a chance to run? What then?" It was a simple message, unembellished, and yet within moments it was buried beneath a storm of replies. Shut up, cult sympathizer. Go join your cockless cult buddies if you love them so much. I'm telling you right now, I'll hire a hacker and find out where you live and who you are, and then, I'll break your nose. People like you are why we keep losing our sons. The evil cult destroys everything they touch, and now that they've tasted their own medicine, you cry justice. Ban this traitor already. In less than 5 minutes, the comment was flagged for sedition and anti-righteous sentiment by thousands of users, until the post vanished entirely, deleted by the system's automated ethics filter. By then, the crowd had already moved on, cheering, praising, demanding statues and medals for Commander Raymond, and singing songs in the streets of the core worlds. On planet Rodova, the market surged to all-time highs as propaganda broadcasts declared the win on Juxta as the end of the evil cult's era, while fireworks painted the night sky with artificial brilliance. Yet amidst all the celebration, none stopped to think about what had truly happened. No one asked how a single planet of billions could vanish in one order. No one questioned how many of the dead had even carried weapons. For they had long since learned to see the civilians of the cult not as people, but as parasites who were less than human and hence unworthy of their empathy or mourning. And thus, humanity did what it always did best, it celebrated its own cruelty beneath the guise of righteousness. The victors sang of justice, never realizing that in their triumph, they had become the very evil they believed they destroyed. And yet, that was the greatest irony of them all, that evil, in its purest form, had never truly perished. It had simply changed sides. The same hatred that once fueled the cult now burned in the hearts of the so-called righteous, dressed in finer words and cleaner uniforms but no less savage beneath the surface. They believed themselves liberated, enlightened, victorious, when in truth, they had merely traded one tyranny for another. For every bomb that fell upon Juxta, another chain was forged upon their own conscience, and while they called it justice, the universe quietly marked it as hypocrisy. The stars above bore witness to it all, a billion suns watching as humanity once again mistook slaughter for salvation, and called the ruin they wrought as peace. For what they did not understand today, was that with Charles's death, the last chain holding Leo's morality had been snapped. And that with the righteous faction breaking the code of war first, there was no longer a reason for him to observe it anymore either. More chapters in Buyer's Club for TMT. Chapter 713, Wrath. Planet Tithia, 3 days after Juxta's fall, Leo's POV. For 3 days following Juxta's destruction, Leo worked without rest, burning through sleepless nights to ensure the success of the evacuation's first phase, which focused on relocating the cult's highest priority assets and personnel. The plan had unfolded with near-perfect precision during the first 2 days, each operation executed like clockwork under Chaosbringer's supervision. However, on the 3rd day, just as Phase 1 reached its halfway point, progress came to a grinding halt not because of enemy interference, but because of the stupid elders of the council, who were instigated by the first elder to stir trouble. As upon his insistence, across several cult planets, the council forces began to meddle with Chaosbringer's men to obstruct Leo's orders, throwing the entire operation into confusion at the worst possible time. Lord Boss, you must do something about these damn elders. They make everything 100 times more complicated than it needs to be. We are on the clock and every second matters. Please, solve this problem as soon as you can. Chaosbringer's voice came through the crystal communicator, sharp and impatient, as Leo immediately rose from his seat, ending the call mid-sentence. Within minutes, the engines of his craft roared to life. The vessel tore through the clouds above Ixtal and entered hyperspace, and before long, he landed on planet Tithia with his temper already boiling. Ever since Charles's death, there had been a faint layer of killing intent clinging to him that refused to fade, like a second skin of hatred and grief. But as he stepped out of the craft and made his way towards the First Elder's residence, that quiet malice grew into a palpable storm, a suffocating and oppressive aura that pressed down on every soul in its reach. Bang! Asterisk. The moment his boots touched the soil outside the First Elder's house, he kicked open the gate, the impact sending splinters of metal and stone scattering across the floor as the guards at the entrance rushed forward in alarm. Lord Shadow Dragon, please wait. One of them stammered, holding out his arm in panic. We must announce your arrival first. The First Elder is in a private meeting with the Second and Third Elders, you cannot enter without. Their words died in their throats as Leo turned his head toward them, just slightly. The pupils of his eyes narrowed into slits, the whites dimming into a shade of cold gray, as faint purple veins of light pulsed beneath the surface, flickering like lightning trapped inside his gaze. For a moment, the world seemed to slow. The guards felt it, an invisible weight that seized their lungs and squeezed the air from their chests. Their vision blurred, their knees trembled uncontrollably, as the sheer force of that look pinned them in place. It wasn't merely intimidation, it was primal dread, a sensation that screamed at every nerve in their body to kneel before a predator they could never defy. One of them dropped his halberd with a metallic clang. The other backed up 2 steps, eyes wide, his throat constricting as cold sweat ran freely down his face. Leo didn't speak. He didn't need to. That single glance was more than enough to silence the entire courtyard. As he stepped past them, his aura rolled forward like a silent tide, making the torches lining the walkway flicker and dim. The guards didn't move again until his footsteps had vanished into the mansion's corridor, and even then, they could still feel the echo of his gaze on their backs, cold as the edge of a blade. What the hell was that pressure? One of them spoke, his face white as ash. Do we follow him in? Can we? Another asked, as he looked around and realized that although every single one of them knew that they should probably follow the Shadow Dragon in, they did not have the courage to do so. Step, step, step. Leo's footsteps echoed through the corridor, each one heavier than the last, as he made no effort to conceal his presence. He walked straight ahead, unhurried yet unstoppable, until he reached the final door, the one behind which the First Elder was currently holding his meeting. There, standing guard outside, were several dozen elite soldiers from the joint security regiments of the First, Second, and Third Elders, their concerned gazes falling on his haggard appearance, as they moved to politely block his way. Move, and open the door, Leo ordered as he approached, his tone calm but stripped of all warmth, like a verdict already passed. The guards exchanged uncertain glances, their fingers tightening around their weapons. Though trained to face beasts and assassins, the oppressive weight of his aura felt like facing something far worse, almost as if they were staring against something ancient and wrong. Gulp. Several of them swallowed hard, their armor creaking faintly as they shifted uneasily under the weight of his gaze. "My lord," one of the senior guards finally managed, his voice trembling despite his attempt to keep it steady. "Please wait until the First Elder's meeting concludes. This door is sealed by high enchantment, it cannot be opened from the outside. Even if I wanted to let you through, He never finished the sentence. Leo brushed past him without a word, his shoulder colliding into the man with enough force to send him staggering back 2 steps. The guard looked up, startled, as Leo unsheathed one of his daggers with a soft metallic scrape, the silver edge catching the ceiling light from above. "My lord, please calm down." Another urged, however, before he could even complete his sentence, Leo drove the blade straight into the door's center. The enchanted barrier flared to life instantly, runic sigils spiraling across the wood as a translucent blue shield expanded to block the intrusion. The dagger's point met strong resistance, mana clashing with mana as sparks erupted like embers between steel and spell. The guards shouted in alarm. "My lord, please stop. It's bound by triple-layered seals. You'll never be able to break it, not even monarchs can." But Leo didn't stop. He pressed harder. The dagger began to hum violently, vibrating in his hand as he poured more mana into it, his aura flaring into a storm that flooded the hallway. FSSHH. FSSHH. Crack. The ceiling lights blew out one by one, drowned by the pressure radiating from him, as the very air turned thick with killing intent. Soon, cracks began to form along the runes thin at first, before then spreading like fractures through the barrier. The guards stumbled backward, shielding their faces as the pressure made the veins in their foreheads bulge. One dropped to a knee, gasping for air. Another clutched his chest as though an invisible hand was squeezing his heart. Then, crack, asterisk. The barrier shattered with a deafening burst, shards of blue mana scattering like broken glass, as his dagger sank through the door at last, biting deep into the enchanted wood. Leo twisted it once, then dragged it downward in a single, clean motion as the enchanted oak split open like paper, splinters flying across the corridor as the seals ruptured completely. The light from within the chamber spilled out in a flash, revealing the stunned faces of the first, second, and third elders as they turned sharply toward the door, only to see Leo step through the wreckage with calm, deliberate steps, his expression unreadable beneath the flickering ceiling light. Behind him, the soldiers stood frozen, pale and trembling, their eyes wide in disbelief. None spoke. None dared to. They had seen men break enchantments before, but never with raw will alone, never quite like this. And as the broken door swung open and the dust settled, the only sound that followed Leo inside was the faint metallic ring of his dagger sliding back into its sheath. As with it came the unmistakable truth that echoed in every trembling heart in that corridor. The Shadow Dragon was done being patient. More chapters in Buyer's Club for TMT. Chapter 714, Don't Test My Patience. Planet Tithia, the First Elder's Mansion, Leo's POV. The elders stared at the carved-apart door in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend that someone had just sliced through its enchanted wood with nothing but raw power. Skyshard. The second elder muttered in confusion, his voice trembling as uncertainty clouded his features. He could not understand why Leo had barged into the room unannounced, or why his eyes carried such murderous heat. But the longer he stared, the quicker that confusion melted into fear, because the look that Leo gave them right now was not one of a sane man, but rather a predatory beast ready for a hunt. By Lord Soren, he looks like he's ready to kill us all. The second elder thought, as he nervously glanced towards the third elder, who looked at him pitifully, as if he were ready to cry this very instant. "Thank God you are here, Skyshard, we were just talking about you," the first elder said, his tone unconsciously dipping softer than usual, as if his throat instinctively tightened to avoid provoking the beast before him. "There are some things we wish to discuss with." The first elder continued, however, before he could work his magic with his glib tongue and try to defuse the situation, Leo simply raised his hand, slowly, deliberately, as he commanded silence without uttering a word. Silence. The first elder paused mid-speech, his expression as bewildered as his colleagues, as he looked at Leo with fear evident in his eyes. "You've all heard Charles's speech," Leo began, his voice calm yet carrying the kind of authority that didn't ask for attention, but rather seized it. "Soren isn't here, which means I am the acting sect master of the cult of Ascension until he returns. And in case any of you are confused about who's in charge." He stepped forward, each stride echoing off the marble floor, his boots cutting through the tension like blades through flesh, as he pointed a finger at the first elder first, before then turning it toward the second, and finally the third. "Let me clear that confusion right here, right now." His tone sharpened, as the restraint in his voice snapped like a thread pulled too tight. "What I say in these times of crisis, goes," he thundered, his angry voice filling the room, as loose dust from the ceiling began to fall. "You understand me, you egotistical sons of bitches." The pressure of his aura exploded outward, slamming into the three elders like a tidal wave, who began to sweat like they were seated in a sauna. "I said, what I say, goes," Leo roared, as this time, the very table laying between them cracked right down the middle. "Split. And I have no tolerance for dissenters," he concluded, as the three elders before him gulped a mouthful of saliva nervously, their faces showing just how shocked they were to be talked down like this by a kid so young. "Consider this your first and last warning," Leo said, his tone lowering but still sounding no less deadly. "Don't test my patience. Don't block my men. Don't create unnecessary nuisance. Stay out of my way, and I won't mess with you. But delay a single shipment under my command, delay even one man by unnecessarily questioning him about his orders, and I swear to you, I'll cut down every last one of you, down to the final member of your wretched council." He threatened in a cold, sharp and precise voice, his each word sinking into their hearts like a sharp dagger, as the first elder clenched his fists beneath the table, his knuckles white from humiliation. "It's not that we don't want to cooperate with you, Skyshard," he said finally, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Of course we acknowledge your leadership. But we have a duty to the people. We simply wish to ensure their interests are being met," he argued, as he put on a saintly mask. Yes, we are public servants after all," the second elder added quickly, grasping at the moment. "The people elected us to represent them, and that's all we are ensuring," the third elder followed, his voice faltering halfway through. However, listening to them talk about the people, Leo couldn't help but involuntarily chuckle, as he laughed a hollow, humorless laugh that carried more contempt than mirth. "Save the drama and lies for the rallies, old men," he said, his tone dripping venom. "The only people you've ever served are yourselves, and I don't have the patience to play your game of pretend anymore," he threatened, as he took another step forward, shadows crawling across his face as his killing intent swelled again. "Charles is dead. My mentor is dead. And you should all mourn the fact he is dead, because without him here to hold me back, I might just kill every one of you on a whim." His words struck like thunder, and for a brief moment, none of them dared to breathe. The second elder tried to recover his composure, forcing a smirk he didn't feel, but failed, as looking into Leo's eyes, he felt the words in his throat dissipate before they ever got out. "The three of us are quite powerful transcendents, Skyshard. And in case you haven't noticed, there are 7 more outside this chamber, alongside 11 Grand Masters. You really think you can take all of us? Especially without your monarch-tier slaves?" the first elder asked, as amongst everyone present here, he was the only one to have a skin thick enough to defy Leo even now. However, contrary to his expectations, Leo did not respond to his veiled threat like he wanted him to. For instead of being intimidated, the shadow dragon simply smiled. He mused as he looked around confidently, making eye contact with every last man inside and outside the room, as he let them know through his gaze that he had already decided on how painfully he planned to kill every last one of them should they defy him. "Do I think I can take all of you?" he repeated, his hand resting on the hilt of his dagger. "Really, Mavern?" The first elder froze. No one had called him by his real name in centuries. At least not in a public setting. "Did you forget whose blood runs in my veins? Or why am I called the Shadow Dragon?" he asked, as the tension in the room reached its breaking point. The elders had all personally trained him, and hence they understood firsthand just how monstrous his talent really was, and just how big the gap was between him and any other transcendent within the cult. As even working together, they knew in their hearts that they could not take him down. "This is the second strike for you, Lord First," Leo said softly, his grip on his dagger tightening as if to show that he was at the absolute limit of his patience. "And I promise there won't be a third. So tread carefully from here onwards," he warned, as with that last warning, he turned around and began walking away, his footsteps unhurried, his aura leaving cracks in the marble floor. He didn't need to turn back to know that all three elders were trembling, shaken not by his power, but by the terrifying certainty that the patient Leo Skyshard they once knew was gone. And that the man now standing in his place, was every bit the ruthless descendant of the timeless assassin that a real dragon was supposed to be. A man, who had lost both his patience and sanity, and only saw the world in a shade of red and gray. A man that they could not afford to make an enemy of. Chapter 715, No Other Choice. Planet Tithia, the First Elder's mansion. For a good 5 minutes after Leo left, the three elders remained standing in stunned silence, as they could not believe what had just transpired in this room. No one, not even Soren, had ever talked to them with such blatant disrespect, and hence, they could not help but feel enraged at Leo's actions. That boy is completely out of line. Who does he think he is to talk to us like that?" The first elder complained, as the second and third elders nodded in agreement. However, although they shared his sentiment, none of them had the courage to do anything about it, as after rubbing their palms and scratching their necks for a bit, they all immediately came down to the ground reality. "So, Lord First, will you pull back your orders and allow his people to do as they please?" The third elder asked, as the first elder blushed, his rage turning to shame as he shook his head. "Well, of course I will. Did you look into his eyes? He wasn't kidding when he said he'd kill me if I crossed him. And I don't know about you, but I'm not ready to make an enemy of that madman just yet," he said, as once again the other two nodded in agreement. The pressure he gave off. It wasn't normal. I felt like I was in Lord Soren's presence, not a mere transcendence. That boy has definitely lost a screw or two after Charles's death, and it's best if we let him be. The second elder added, his voice faltering halfway through, his expression still pale from the encounter. Slide. Creak. The first elder slowly sank into his chair, the old wood creaking under his weight as he exhaled deeply, his fingers trembling slightly as he reached for the cup of tea beside him. "He's unhinged. That's what he is. He's completely lost his mind, and yet, somehow, he's sharper than he's ever been," he muttered, his eyes drifting toward the shattered doorway. "You saw what he did to that enchanted seal, didn't you? That barrier was crafted by the cult's top artificers. They said even monarchs would struggle to pry it open, and yet he tore through it like paper," he pointed out, as his body shivered involuntarily at the thought. "Then maybe it's best we let him do as he pleases," the third elder said, his tone resigned as his earlier anger was now replaced by an uneasy submission. "At least until this storm blows over. Once the evacuations are complete and Lord Soren returns, things will go back to normal." He hoped, however. The first elder immediately scoffed at his remarks. "Normal? You think Soren will just come back and fix this circus? If he returns and finds that Skyshard ran the cult better than we ever could, and that too during a crisis, do you think he'll still see a need for the council to exist?" he asked, as his question made the other elders widen their eyes in disbelief. They had not considered this aspect of Leo's rise to power yet. But now that they did, an unusual fear twisted inside them in ways they could not comprehend. Political power once lost is impossible to regain. If we become obsolete now, it will be forever, the first elder concluded, as his words plunged the second and third elders into deep despair. "So what then? Do we still follow Leo's lead like dogs, even if it turns us into useless pawns?" the third elder asked, his voice rising slightly as frustration began to creep in. "If following him keeps us alive, then yes, we follow him. We obey every ridiculous command he gives. And we make sure the rest of the council does the same. Because it's not like we have any other cards to play. He has public recognition, personal strength, and powerful servants. It's not like we can uproot him from his seat as sect master, even if we wanted to. The first elder replied before exhaling deeply in despair. But if we do that, then it's over anyway, no. The second elder started, only for the first to snap back almost instantly. You want to go tell him that you shall not obey his commands? He asked, his glare sharp enough to silence both of them. You saw how he looked at us. If we so much as breathe wrong around him, he'll chop our heads off in front of the whole cult. Have fun clinging to your political power from the grave then, he said, as silence once again filled the room, heavy and uneasy, broken only by the faint crackling of the mana lamps on the wall. So what's the plan then? The third elder finally asked, lowering his voice as though the very walls might report to Leo. Do we just sit around and take orders from that lunatic until Lord Soren returns? For now, yes. The first elder replied, his expression cold and calculated, his earlier anger replaced by reluctant pragmatism. We'll comply. We'll give him full cooperation, at least on the surface. I'll contact the rest of the council and tell them to halt all obstructions and follow his lead without question. And if any of them resist? The second elder asked. Then they can explain their defiance to him themselves. The first elder said dryly. I'm not cleaning up that mess. Let them find out firsthand what it feels like to stand in front of that boy's killing intent. Fine. We'll play along then. The third elder muttered, his tone dripping with bitterness as he ran his fingers through his hair. But we can't let this slide forever. If we let him keep walking all over us, he'll start thinking the elders are useless. Oh, don't worry. The first elder said softly, a ghost of a smile curling at the corner of his lips. We'll let him have his fun for now. Let him enjoy his authority while it lasts. But when the time comes. He trailed off, his eyes darkening, as the other two leaned in ever so slightly. When fate turns in our favor, even slightly, we'll make sure the shadow dragon remembers his place. For no one humiliates the council and walks away unscathed. He said, as despite agreeing to Leo's terms for now, the first elder still harbored thoughts of dissent down the line. Chapter 716, Instincts Resurfacing. Planet Vorthas, the Skyshard Mansion, 5 days after Juxta's fall. Leo sat alone on the porch of the abandoned Skyshard Mansion, his gaze empty as he stared at the lush green garden ahead. Today marked the 5th day since Juxta's annihilation, and by now 85% of the first phase of evacuations was already complete. The cult's most critical assets, whether they be military or artisans, were all safely transferred to the time-stilled world, while civil order that was once hanging by a thread, now held steady under his iron command. Ever since he had confronted the first 3 elders, the news about his mental instability had spread like wildfire amongst the council, causing the other elders to immediately fall in line like obedient soldiers, as they did not dare speak out or deviate from his instruction. Conversely, he had also taken the initiative to weed out the troublemakers before they had a chance to rebel, as he sent all elders and their most loyal men to the time-stilled world except for Chaosbringer, as he ensured that his most brilliant tactician would have peace to work here when the real problems began. However, while the world outside moved with discipline and efficiency, the storm within him only grew worse. The crimson aura of bloodlust that had begun to faintly cling to his body since Charles's death no longer faded with meditation or rest, as instead, it became a constant accompaniment that although rose and fell with his mood, never completely disappeared regardless of what he did. I just want to kill all those that harmed you, he thought, as he looked towards the sky, the blood-red aura around him deepening as he clenched his fists tight. Not only do I want to kill them, but I also want to absorb their life essences. He muttered, his voice low and restrained, as if speaking it aloud made it harder to control. But I can't understand why. His breath hitched as he slowly opened his palm again, staring at it like it belonged to someone else. Even without activating mana, the faint glow of power throbbed beneath his skin, as if something inside him refused to stay dormant. Unbeknownst to him, the life essence he had sealed within the tattoos across his back and arms had already been fully reabsorbed into his body. It began the moment his emotional stability faltered, when in the chaos of his unbalanced fury, instincts that had long lain dormant within his blood finally began to awaken. At his core, he was an emperor, and it was in his nature to dominate and suppress. Yet through years of assassin training, those primal impulses had been subdued by discipline, precision, and restraint. But as his mind fractured under the weight of grief and rage, those buried instincts began to resurface, slowly overpowering his conditioning, aligning him once more with his true nature and pushing him further along the path of meditation he had not even realized he was walking. He could not sense it consciously, yet the truth remained: he had already achieved the first milestone of the Emperor's Suppression Manual. His aura now responded to his will, expanding and contracting with such precision that even the flame of a candle bent to its influence. I don't want to know how you died. Yet not knowing about your final moments has only filled me with endless fury and misery. On one hand, I don't think I'm strong enough to hear what truly happened, because if I do, I'll never be able to unhear it. While on the other hand, I can't feel at peace if I don't. Leo muttered, as he talked to Charles as if he were high up in the skies and would come down for just a moment to guide him once again. However, despite him staring at the blue sky for ages, no reply came. I will avenge you, old man, in time, I promise I will, he said, as the blood-red aura around him deepened even more. Step, step, step. While Leo remained lost to his own thoughts, an informant cautiously approached. My lord, he said, lowering his head respectfully, I have an urgent report from the frontier planets. Meredith, Rayon, and Nemo have all come under coordinated assault by righteous faction fleets. They are now approaching the planetary barriers and are expected to break through it within the next half hour. The informant reported, as Leo turned his head slowly, his eyes unreadable, as he looked at the man without a flicker of change in expression. Understood. Send the report to the 7th Elder and instruct the fleets scheduled to go back there and evacuate more citizens to now give up. Tell them to instead redirect those efforts towards Coral, Vorthas and Buxer. Yes, my lord. The man bowed and hurried out, grateful for the permission to leave before Leo's oppressive aura crushed him, as silence returned to the Skyshard mansion once more. Sigh. Leo exhaled softly and set the data slate the informant had passed him back down, his reflection in the black screen staring back with lifeless calm. It's all as expected, he said to himself quietly. If anything, I should be glad they're a day behind schedule. He mused, as while he and Chaosbringer had expected the attacks on the frontier planets to begin just 4 days after Juxta's fall, the righteous faction instead took 5. But although his words were measured, his body betrayed him. The veins in his neck and forehead bulged, the crimson aura that clung to him thickening into a violent red mist that made the air hum. His breath grew heavier, his fingers twitching as he tried once more to suppress the bloodlust rising from somewhere deeper than thought. Arg, he growled, as he grit his teeth and clenched his fists tighter. He wanted to fight, he wanted to kill, and he wanted to do it now. However, he was forced to hold back. And as a result, slowly but surely his aura kept thickening, as every wave of anger pushed back only deepening the pool around him even more. Chapter 717, Unsung Hero. Meanwhile, inside the time-stilled world, Amanda's POV. Only 5 days had passed for Leo in the wider universe, yet over 500 had passed for Amanda since she first entered the time-stilled world. As one of the first entrants into the realm alongside Supreme Master Argo, she had been here through it all, through the silence of the first days when the city still felt hollow and haunted, to the extreme bustle now, where even walking 2 steps without bumping into someone felt like a challenge. In just 500 days, the time-stilled world had become the heart of the cult's survival, the last refuge of its people, as all the cult's brightest minds and highest priority evacuees were sent here to make the place as livable as they could for the next batch. Step, step, step. As Amanda walked quietly through the streets of a newly expanded city sector, she couldn't help but remember how this very land had been a high-danger monster zone barely 150 days ago. Yet in just 5 months, the cult's warriors had driven the twisted creatures of this time-stilled land back and secured the borders, while the cult's engineers labored day and night to raise new housing quarters, each one filled almost the instant it was completed by the latest wave of refugees. Everyone worked in perfect rhythm, each person knowing their role, each hand contributing to the same relentless purpose of keeping the wheel of survival spinning. To anyone who had lived on the outer worlds before Juxta's fall, this sight would have seemed impossible. For the very idea of conquering a separate realm detached from time and abundant with tainted mana sounded absurd for colonization. Yet here they were, living within it, building, breathing, surviving, only because Leo had the belief and vision to make this possible. And though the cities were overcrowded and worn by strain, the people in here were still grateful to the Shadow Dragon, for they knew that being left outside meant certain death. Hence, despite the streets being narrower here, and the houses being much smaller than what they were used to in their home worlds, the commoners never complained, for they knew better than to bite the hand that fed them. Step, step, step. Walking some more, Amanda soon reached a minor cross-section within this new town sector, where standing before her was her latest invention, the refining pole that she and Master Argo had invented after months of intense experimentation. THRUMM. Shine. It shimmered softly, thin strands of light pulsing up its length, as translucent runes circled the tower like revolving constellations. Each pulse sent a faint ripple through the air, invisible to the naked eye yet powerful enough to purify corrupted mana across a radius of 2 kilometers. Amanda stopped for a moment to admire it, her lips parting slightly as she watched the soft gleam of purified energy drift away into the sky. When they had first conceived the refining pole, the concept had felt like madness, an impossible dream born from desperation. But now, there were hundreds of them across the time-stilled world, each one breathing stability into the atmosphere, allowing expansion projects to move faster than anyone had ever thought possible. Because of these poles, every time a new wave of refugees arrived from the outer planets, they could be sent deeper into safe zones without worrying about mana corruption. Yet air wasn't the only problem that needed solving within this tainted world, for everything here from the soil to the water was saturated with centuries of stale mana, a silent poison that made even the simplest task of growing food directly from the soil an impossible challenge. So far, Chaosbringer and his men had circumvented this problem by importing soil from back home that wasn't tainted, and keeping it within safe mana zones to grow crops. However, as the population expanded, relying on such limited areas of land for agriculture was not possible, and hence, new inventions became a necessity. Amanda still remembered the first time they had tried to plant crops in this realm. The seedlings had withered within hours, their roots turning black the moment they touched the ground, as though the very soil itself rejected the concept of life. For a while, even the agriculture experts despaired, believing that this world would forever remain sterile, or yield tainted crops. But then came Supreme Master Argo with his reckless brilliance as he managed to create a version of Leo's mana heart that could be used to purify soil. The device was shaped like a buried wheel, whose rotating core diffused refined mana particles directly into the ground, neutralizing the toxins that had accumulated over millennia. It worked slowly at first, cleaning only a few square meters a day, but as they improved the design and learned how to synchronize its cycles with the refining poles, the process accelerated dramatically. Now, a few hundred days later, the once gray soil around the major cities had begun to turn rich and fertile again. Green sprouts pushed through the surface where once only dust and decay existed, and the first cultivation fields of the time-stilled world now swayed gently under a manufactured breeze. The water too had posed its own problem, for every underground vein they discovered was steeped in corrupted energy, making it unsafe to drink or even touch for prolonged periods. To solve that, Argo and his apprentices had devised the aqua strainers, which were complex purification arrays placed at every major water channel designed to refine the flow through multi-layered runic filters. The result was clean, drinkable water for millions, free of corruption and safe for consumption, though its faint metallic aftertaste still reminded everyone of what it had once been. Amanda smiled faintly at the thought. None of these inventions were elegant or perfect, yet they worked, and that was all that mattered. Looking around now, at the city stretching out beneath the weirdly gloomy horizon, at the people working and surviving in this once dead world, she felt that perhaps, for the first time in her life, she had helped build something generational, whose impact would be felt through history itself. As while the commoners would not remember her name, like they did of Leo. While they would not thank her, or sing songs in her honor. In her own way, she still played her part in saving their lives, as best as she could. Chapter 718, Lord Big Green. The time-stilled world, Dumpy's POV. Dumpy sat silently on top of a small hill, his twin swords beside him, as he overlooked a vast clearing of untamed wilderness where the cult's soldiers worked tirelessly to carve order from chaos. Below him, hundreds of men and women toiled beneath the still gray sky, their shouts faint but steady as they chopped through stubborn tree stubs, burned roots that refused to die, and rolled away fallen trunks to make way for the next stretch of land that would someday house another city. At the center of the clearing stood a single refining pole, its slender structure vibrating in rhythmic intervals, each pulse releasing invisible waves that drifted quietly through the air to purge the corrupted mana surrounding the area. The soldiers called it the breathing tower, because when it pulsed, the air itself seemed to sigh with relief, as if the world could finally exhale after centuries of suffocation. It had been Dumpy's duty to protect places like this for nearly a year now, ever since he first arrived in the time-stilled world. While others managed supply lines and contributed through building efforts, his task was simple: slaughter the monsters that the normal soldiers could not take care of, as he was given the role of the ultimate muscle. It was a lonely kind of purpose, one that left him with too much time to think. If you were here sitting beside me, you would probably be smoking a cigarette, wouldn't you, smoking man? He murmured, as he sadly reminisced about Charles, who he had recently learned had passed away. At first, he had ignored the soldiers' whispers, telling himself that they were mistaken, that Charles could not possibly be gone. After all, the smoking man had always seemed too stubborn to die. He scolded too loudly, fought too fiercely, lived too vividly. Someone like that didn't just disappear. But as days turned into weeks and weeks into months, reality became impossible to deny. Charles was gone, and with him, something within Dumpy had changed as well. He no longer cracked jokes during missions or croaked in amusement when he scared the younger recruits. He no longer pretended to sleep through meetings or snuck into supply camps for food. The childish frog who once laughed his way through chaos had been buried in silence, leaving behind a creature of stillness, shaped entirely by duty. Yet the emptiness in his chest refused to fade. He missed the old man's voice, that mix of irritation and reluctant care, the way he called him lazy even when he trained until his body trembled. He missed the smell of smoke that clung to his coat, the calm authority that made even Leo obey without question. "You're not human," Charles had told him during their final sparring session, his tone equal parts harsh and patient. "So stop fighting like one. You have your own strengths. Use them. Find your rhythm. Leap. Crash. Expand. Contract. Spit acid. That's how you win." Back then, those words had sounded like an insult, another one of Charles's endless corrections. But now, as the silence stretched around him, they were all he had left. And so he trained. Day after day, he fought against monsters twisted by centuries of stagnant mana, testing his body, refining his instincts, as he shaped them into a fighting style that belonged to him alone. With time, his strikes became cleaner, his leaps sharper, his control absolute. He learned to turn his natural weight into momentum, his flexibility into speed, and his resilience into a weapon that few creatures in this corrupted world could withstand. For although he lost the smoking man, he vowed to never lose his Lord Father, which became his singular motivation to grow stronger no matter what. Later, at the clearing site, a normal cult soldier's paw. Crack, rustle, thump. The wind howled through the half-cleared forest as a small team of cult soldiers hacked away at thick vines that refused to die, their boots sinking into soft earth laced with mana roots that shimmered faintly beneath the soil. "Careful around that side," one of them called out. "The sensors say residual corruption still high near the ridge." Another groaned as he wiped sweat from his brow. I swear, this whole place is cursed. Can't even dig a pit without the ground trying to kill us. Relax, a third voice replied, grinning faintly. The big green's in this sector. If something nasty pops out, we won't even have time to scream before he turns it to mush. The others laughed nervously. I heard he killed 3 transcendent tier cerebri alone last week, one said. Flattened them with a single jump. That's nothing, another added. My cousin in the Western unit said he saw him slice a whole corrupted wyvern in half. Said the air itself shook when he landed. Huh. Guess the stories weren't lying then. The big green's real, and he's a damn monster. Their laughter faded when the ground beneath them suddenly shuddered. Rumble rumble crack. Asterisk. The soil split apart, and from the gaping fissure emerged a hulking, serpentine creature with 4 arms and scales that shimmered like oil under the gray sky. Its eyes glowed yellow, its roar vibrating through their bones. Contact! Contact! Deploy defensive shields, one soldier shouted as panic spread like fire. Mana shields flared, blades were drawn, spells began to form, yet before any of it could connect, the beast lunged. Its massive tail sweeping across the clearing and throwing half the squad into the air. We can't take this thing, it's a high transcendent tier. Someone yelled. Fall back. Fall. Boom. Asterisk. Just as the soldiers began to panic, a green blur crashed into the battlefield like a meteor, the ground trembling under its weight, as even the corrupted serpent paused its assault for a moment in confusion. As that, a cult soldier began, his words dying inside his throat, as Dumpy walked out with twin blades in hand, his body a massive 50 feet tall. That's Big Green. Guys, we are saved. Lord Big Green is here. They shouted, as Dumpy stood between them and the serpent, his towering figure wrapped in faint traces of vapor that rippled outward like liquid energy. Swoosh. Without a word, Dumpy leapt forward, his twin blades slashing against the serpent's rock-like skin. Shing slash asterisk thud. In just 2 strokes, the monster's arms were gone, and in the next attack its head followed, as the corpse fell with a thunderous crash, kicking up dust that billowed around him like fog. For a long moment, no one moved. Then the soldiers began to breathe again, their awe breaking into hushed whispers. He did it. The Big Green saved us again, one muttered, his voice trembling. Lord Big Green, another said softly, his eyes wide with reverence. The guardian angel of the frontier. But Dumpy did not stay to bask in their admiration. He simply wiped the blood off his blades, slid them across his back, and jumped off into the horizon, leaving the grateful soldiers behind to further boost his legend. The legend of the Big Green Frog. The cult's strongest guardian. Chapter 719, The True Meaning of Faith. 7 days after Juxta's fall, planet Tithia, Vare's POV. The atmosphere inside the Tithia Civil Hall was heavy and silent, a stillness that weighed upon every soul present. The tall, stone-walled chamber that once echoed with debates and policy now felt like a tomb, filled only with the sound of shallow breaths and anxious hearts. Vare sat at the head of the long table, his black eyes reflecting the dim light of the mana lamps above, as around him stood the local elders of Tithia, the ones who had not yet been evacuated, for they did not fall into Leo's Phase 1 of evacuation. However, while they stayed back, half the planet's population was already gone, having been either successfully transported into the time-stilled world or having fled to neutral territories using what little money they had. But even so, billions still remained. Billions who looked towards Vare for salvation, though they understood in their hearts that he couldn't save them all. Creak. At this moment, the door to the town hall creaked open as the scout arrived with the much-anticipated report from the frontier planets. My lord, he said quietly, his voice trembling despite his attempts to remain composed, I'm sorry to report this, but planets Coral and Vorthas have also fallen to the righteous fleet, making them the next victims after Nemo, Meredith and Rayon. The words struck the room like a guillotine chopping one's neck. On one hand they knew this was bound to happen, yet to hear it being confirmed still left a bad taste in their mouths. Our residual forces fought bravely, the scout continued, lowering his gaze. But in the end, they could only hold for a couple of hours before being completely annihilated. he said, as pin-drop silence enveloped the room. The kind that screamed louder than any sound. Ver closed his eyes for a moment, steadying the turmoil building inside him before asking quietly, "So how many died?" The scout hesitated, swallowing hard before answering. "They annihilated Coral completely, my lord. Just like Juxta. Perhaps they saw no economic value in it, and hence, all cult members who remained were exterminated." He paused, his voice faltering as the next words left his lips. "As for Vorthas, the estimated death toll stands around 200 million, with another 500 million taken captive." For a long moment, no one spoke. The crackling of the lamps echoed through the hall, faint and eerie as Ver's fingers curled tightly around the edge of the table, his knuckles white, his jaw clenched as he tried to contain the wave of anger rising in his chest. 2 cult worlds were now gone forever since this new wave of attacks began. And with them, billions of civilian lives were lost. Huff. He exhaled slowly, his tone flat but laced with quiet despair. "At this rate, Tithia will fall within 4 days, and Ixtal in 6. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. They all knew it. The evacuation fleets were working around the clock, but the numbers didn't lie. Even if everything went perfectly, they would only manage to save 75% of the population at best, but that was only a theoretical guess. Realistically, it would be closer to 70, while the rest would be left behind to burn. 70%. Ver muttered under his breath, his voice low enough to be nearly a whisper. "Even if I give everything I have, 30% of our people will still die. 30% of our faith, our bloodline, our culture, gone." The elders exchanged glances, their expressions grave but not broken. One of them, an old man with a scar across his brow, leaned forward and spoke first. "Do not bear this burden alone, Lord Dragon. I have seen many moons and I no longer fear death. I will stay behind and fight these righteous dogs till my last breath." Another elder rose from her seat, her back slightly hunched but her voice firm. "As will I, my lord. We cannot all be saved, and that is the truth of war. But if our deaths can buy even a little more time for those evacuating, then we die gladly." Ver looked up at them, his expression conflicted. Part of him wanted to order them all to leave, to run, to live. But he knew he could not. The evacuation needed time, and time was something that had to be bought with courage, not just strategy. "Your loyalty," he began softly, "is not something I deserve." "You are wrong, my lord," the oldest among them interrupted gently. "As long as most of our people survive, and as long as the dragon still breathes, there will always be hope for the next generation." Ver's eyes flickered, the faint light reflecting the sorrow within them. The elder continued, voice trembling yet resolute. "My father once said that a true leader is not one who saves everyone, but one who ensures that the fire of his people never goes out. You are that fire now, Lord Ver. So lead us as Lord Soren would have if he were here. And we shall not falter." One by one, the others nodded in agreement, their faces solemn yet filled with an unshakable faith. Ver lowered his head slightly, his long black hair falling across his eyes as he whispered, "Then I thank you for your voluntary sacrifice. I swear to never forget about it for as long as I live." He rose slowly from his chair, a faint golden glow hugging his frame, as he bowed deeply towards every man present in this town hall, who had volunteered themselves to be left behind. If he had any doubts about the resolve he needed to have to see the cult reborn from its ashes, it was gone now. As while he felt his own burden to be too heavy, seeing how the commoners supported him, even at the cost of their lives, he was reminded once more as to what it meant to be dragon. "Send word to every remaining officer," he said. "Accelerate the evacuation. Use every ship, every route, every scrap of MP we have left, but save as many of our people as we can." "Yes, my lord," the scout replied, bowing deeply before rushing out of the hall. Chapter 720, The Unholy Alliance. 7 days after the fall of Juxta, the Pit, Helmuth and Morris's POV. If there was one location in the universe that could rightfully earn the title of the most barbaric spot in existence, it had to be the Pit, the homeworld of Helmuth the Berserker. A dwarf planet of molten veins and endless craters, the pit was a world that never slept. The air here stank of iron and sweat, and the red dunes that stretched across its surface were not sand but ground up ash and bone, mixed with the fine dust of dried blood that had soaked into the soil over eons. From orbit, it looked like a wounded sphere that was scarred, cratered and still bleeding faint light from the dormant volcanoes scattered across its skin. But up close, it was pure chaos. Every pit on the planet was an arena, and inside every arena, thousands of warriors from across the universe clashed in an endless orgy of violence. Axes cracked bone, fists broke ribs, curved sabers sliced through heads, and every death was met not with silence but with cheers. On this planet, violence was not a sport, but rather religion. And presiding over this madness, seated upon a throne carved from the fused remains of fallen champions, sat Helmuth the Berserker, bare-chested, hair matted and wild, his muscles rippling beneath skin that glistened with blood and sweat. Beside him sat Morris the Deceiver, his white skin glowing faintly against the red light of the pits, his expression one of disgusted amusement as he gazed down at the carnage below. Bah-ha-ha-ha. Helmuth roared with laughter as two hulking brutes tore each other apart, one of them headbutting the other so hard that half his skull collapsed inward. While Morris merely crossed his legs and sighed, shaking his head at the absurdity of it all, as he kept his peace until the match ended and the loser's corpse was hauled away to be fed to the beasts below. As only then, did he finally speak. "Helmuth," he began, wrinkling his nose dramatically. "Perhaps we should have held this meeting on my planet, because at least that way, you would have received your first bath in over 5 centuries. By the stars, you stink more than a planet whose atmosphere is full of methane." He pinched his nose with 2 elegant fingers, his expression one of exaggerated disgust, as it earned him a hearty laugh from the brute beside him. "This," Helmuth declared proudly, slapping his chest hard enough to make the throne beneath him vibrate, "is the stench of a man. Having hair on your body, that's the symbol of a man. Roaming bare-chested means nothing. If this were a prison, smooth skins like yourself would be bent over and fucked like bitches." He pointed out, as Morris wagged his finger teasingly in response, a sly smirk curving across his lips. "You know me, darling, I wouldn't bend over for anyone but you. For you, my stinky pig friend, are the only slave I truly desire," Morris said, as Helmuth roared with laughter again, the sound echoing across the entire pit like a thunderclap. But as the laughter died down, Helmuth's expression shifted, still smiling, but with a colder, sharper edge now. "You shouldn't have let the Raymond boy walk free," he said, his tone dipping into something more serious. "Calith broke our ancient pact. His son is a demigod now, and if that boy ever reaches godhood, the balance of power between the 3 of us will shatter." He pointed out, as Morris's amusement faded as well, his expression turning slightly serious, as he leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. "Oh, but I will never let him reach godhood. Do you really take me for a fool, Berserker?" Morris said, as Helmuth raised an eyebrow, keen to hear what the deceiver had to say. "When Soren returns and learns that the boy was the one who killed Charles, he'll seek vengeance. And even if he doesn't kill him, I have other contingencies. I'll find a way to erase that boy from existence, and Calith will be powerless to stop it, that much I promise," Morris assured, and Helmuth grunted before rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Despite the universe's view of him as little more than a mindless brute because of his manner and appetite for blood, he was in truth a cunning tactician, no less intelligent than Morris, who wasn't one to swallow another man's tale without testing it against hard facts. "So, when do you think Soren will return?" he asked, as Morris tilted his head, and pretended to weigh the answer for a beat before replying. 6 to 12 months at most. Enough time for us to prepare the stage for his grand welcome," he said, as his response made Helmuth grunt in surprise. "And exactly how do you plan on preparing for an angry god's return?" Helmuth asked, as Morris smiled, slow and serpentine, his face contorting into that evil gleeful look which he only showed while revealing his most devious plans. "By taking what he loves most and capturing what remains of his legacy. We imprison the cult's new dragon, the hope of their people, or their current leader, the shadow dragon, and dangle them before Soren like bait, forcing him to come charging in to save them. Morris revealed, as he spread his arms, his voice silk over steel, as he sounded delighted by the cruelty of his own scheme. And when he does, he will walk straight into our trap. A trap that he will not walk out of alive. More chapters in discord.gg/abdigbik. Morris concluded as Helmuth rubbed his chin again, his expression unreadable. But wait, that's not all. Morris unexpectedly continued, his face turning even more gleeful than before. After we kill Soren, we finish what we started 2200 years ago. We kill Caliph and his kin, and erase every last drop of that cursed bloodline. We destroy the timeless assassin's legacy in full, until there is no one left to threaten our rule over this universe. He suggested, as Helmuth heartily laughed listening to his plan. Bahahaha, you're way over your head, deceiver, if you think I'd ever trust you. But cute try though, he said with a smirk. I expected nothing less from women with no chest hair such as yourself. Helmuth replied, as he shunned Morris and his suggestion of betraying Caliph before the deceiver even conceived the slightest of hopes that it were possible. You wound me, darling. But fine, have it your way. The universe is big enough for the three of us, for now. He said, as he began chuckling as well, the two ancient gods laughing one over another as their voice boomed across the bloody pits. Chapter 721, Kneel and Repent. Planet Vorthas, 48 hours after its fall. The air above Vorthas hung thick with smoke and silence, as the fires born from hours of relentless bombardment at last began to fade, leaving behind only drifting embers and the bitter scent of scorched metal that clung to everything like guilt. The green banners of the righteous faction fluttered across every street and government building, their insignia, a silver sun devouring a black serpent, gleaming proudly where the cult's banners once flew. In front of the largest city square stretched a queue of cult commoners that never seemed to end. Thousands of civilians stood barefoot on the cold cobbled floor, their faces pale, their wrists trembling as they clutched one another for comfort. The once bustling plaza of Vorthas had now been converted into a processing ground for slaves, where human dignity was methodically stripped away and replaced with obedience. Every few seconds, the sound of clinking chains echoed from within the makeshift processing tent, followed by the hiss of collars being sealed around necks and ankles, each sound marking another soul broken, another free man captured. Crack whipak. A whip snapped somewhere near the front, as a righteous soldier barked, "Move," and struck a middle-aged man across the back. The man stumbled forward, clutching his wound, while his wife covered her mouth to keep herself from screaming. "Keep your eyes down, cult rats. You're lucky we're letting you live," another soldier shouted, kicking over a crying child whose sobs broke through the uneasy murmurs of the line. Amidst the crowd, a youth in his early 20s lifted his head, his jaw tight, his dark eyes burning with quiet fury, as he didn't move, didn't bow, nor looked away. However, the nearby soldier immediately noticed his stare and frowned. What, cult dog, you got something to say?" The soldier stepped forward, towering over him, the metal plates of his armor clinking together with each movement. "You wanna say something? You wanna rebel?" he asked, as the young man said nothing, but replied through a faint smile, a flicker of defiance flashing through his face, which irritated the righteous soldier and shattered his fragile ego. Crack! His whip struck the young man's shoulder once. Then twice, thrice, yet the boy neither screamed nor flinched, as he simply laughed through gritted teeth as blood trickled down his arm. "You think this is funny, do you?" the guard asked, drawing his blade, as the youth simply spat blood in his face in defiance. "Ptui." That single act, small, meaningless, yet louder than any word, was enough for the soldier to lose his calm, as in one fluid motion, he sliced the boy's head off. Shing! Thud! The young man's body fell to the ground, lifeless eyes still open, as the queue erupted into horrified gasps. A mother screamed, a child wailed, but no one moved to help. "Do we have any more jokers who want to die?" The soldier roared, his face splattered with blood, his voice echoing across the square. But no one answered. Only the sound of wind moved between them, carrying the scent of iron and ash. As every man and woman lowered their heads even further, their rebellion buried deep beneath the weight of fear. Step, step, step. The line crawled forward again, one step at a time, like a wounded serpent dragging itself through dust. Until they reached the processing tent, where the stench of burnt mana filled the air. Rows of commoners knelt in silence inside as mechanical arms descended from above, attaching collars and chains to their necks and limbs. Hiss. FSSHHH. The collars glowed faint blue for a moment before fading to dull gray as they sealed the occupants' mana circulating capacity completely and turned them into powerless slaves, incapable of staging a rebellion. Shiver. Whimper. A woman in her 40s trembled as the collar locked around her throat, her breathing turning shallow, as though even air had betrayed her. A young boy beside her whimpered when the anklets were fastened, the sound of metal clicking shut feeling like the end of everything they had ever known. Next, barked a soldier, dragging the next group forward. There was no pause, no mercy, only the endless rhythm of chains, the hiss of energy, and the hum of submission. When each group exited the other side of the tent, they were met with a stage, a raised platform built hastily from the rubble of the old cult library. Upon it stood a righteous orator dressed in silver and white armor, his golden cloak fluttering as he addressed the masses gathered below. Listen well, former citizens of the evil cult, his voice boomed, amplified by mana speakers. From this day forth, you are no longer free men and women. You are laborers of repentance. He paced slowly, his words dripping with mock sanctity. You will go where we tell you to go. You will work where we tell you to work. And you will eat only what we give you to eat. Your lives belong to the righteous faction now. The crowd remained silent, their heads bowed low, though tears streamed freely down many faces. Cult dogs are forbidden from entering restaurants, forbidden from trade, forbidden from using mana, and forbidden from touching weapons, he continued, raising his hand dramatically. From this moment until the day you die, you will repent for your sins against the true gods. You will live and die in service to righteousness, praying for forgiveness that will never come. He smiled cruelly, his eyes scanning the crowd like a predator studying its prey. But if any of you, he said slowly, his tone turning sharp as a blade, even think of rebellion, then your punishment will not be death. He paused for effect, as a row of captured soldiers were dragged forward, their tongues cut out and their eyes gouged. It will be this. Gasps and cries rippled through the crowd as the orator spread his arms wide in mock benevolence. Rejoice, for your lives are spared. Repent, and perhaps the true gods will cleanse your souls. Behind him, the corpses of those who had resisted earlier were piled like discarded trash and displayed as silent reminders of what mercy looked like under righteous rule. The crowd said nothing, only lowering their heads further, as silent tears carved streaks down faces that no longer dared to dream. And as the orator's sermon faded into the smoke-filled air, the truth settled over them all like a curse. Their God had not saved them. Their dragons had failed to evacuate them on time. And hence what remained for them now was not life, but rather an existence worse than death. Chapter 722, Unyielding. 11 days after Juxta's fall, floating through space, Commander Rufus's POV. The stars stretched endlessly across the void outside the viewing deck, but all eyes aboard the destroyer ship were fixed on the blue-green sphere ahead, Tithia. Commander Rufus stood at the glass wall with his hands folded neatly behind his back, his mood happy, as he felt pure excitement course through his veins. So in the end, good does prevail over evil. Rufus murmured, his tone calm yet triumphant, as the officers behind him, rows of neatly dressed men and women in identical righteous faction uniforms straightened at once, smiles spreading across their faces as they exchanged quiet nods of satisfaction. If I may, Commander, one of them said, stepping forward. His name tag read Barry Lint, a young lieutenant with graying hair at the temples and a nervous energy about him. I have a story to share. Rufus turned slightly, his composed gaze meeting Barry's eager eyes. Oh, please, by all means, go on, Barry. The lieutenant bowed respectfully before continuing, his voice steady but laced with excitement. When I was a child, Commander, I used to play war with my friends, pretending to be soldiers of the righteous faith. We would march across the village gardens and claim that we were purging the evil cult. And every time we played that game, I always dreamed of destroying Tithia." He paused for a moment, his voice softening as a smile tugged at his lips. "Now, 40 years later, I finally have the honor of making that childhood dream come true." Rufus regarded him quietly for a moment before nodding, his lips curving into a faint approving smile. "It isn't just your dream, Barry. It's the dream of us all, of all who support the righteous side." He turned back toward Tithia, his reflection glinting faintly against the transparent alloy window. Every soldier of the righteous faith grows up hearing the same stories of how the evil cult breeds heretics, assassins, and sinners who disturb the universal order. So to destroy them is not just victory. It is justice fulfilled, he said as he clasped his hands tighter behind his back, his voice calm yet heavy with conviction. For the evil cult, Tithia is their administrative heart, their second most vital planet after Ixtal itself. And its fall is as symbolic as it is strategic, for its downfall is an undeniable signal that the times when the evil cult used to terrorize the universe are over. That from here onwards, there's no way back for them. That from here onwards, the righteous faction will prevail. Rufus said as he raised his fists, prompting his underlings to burst into mellow applause. Clap clap clap. They clapped rhythmically, as Rufus smiled faintly, his gaze never leaving the world below, as he saw it inch closer and closer every passing second. "Today, we shall win," he said, as internally, he no longer doubted that outcome. THRUMM. *CRRRRR. The ground on Tithia quivered faintly as the first mana-destroying beams struck the planet's protective dome. The sound rolled through the air like thunder trapped beneath the sky, the vibration spreading from city to city until even those deep underground could feel the tremor in their bones. CRRRRR. THRRRR. The vibration intensified, as the first strike was soon followed by a second, then a third, each one heavier, louder, closer, as dust drifted down from the ceilings and the faint-hearted felt their pulses stutter with dread. Inside what had once been a humble bakery, the cult commoners made a makeshift bomb shelter by reinforcing the interior with scavenged steel beams, wooden planks, and layers of sandbags stacked to absorb shock. They removed the tables and ovens to build barricades, the floor now crowded with makeshift weapons and ration sacks. And yet, despite the ruin and tension, there was a strange stillness in the room, an acceptance born of knowing that the end had finally arrived. An old oil lamp flickered on the table, its faint orange flame trembling with every rumble that shook the ground. Shadows stretched long against the cracked walls, shadows of old men and crippled veterans, of mothers holding frightened children too young to grasp what was coming, and of young men too broken to flee. Step, step, step. Suddenly, the silence was broken as the door slammed open and a young scout stumbled in, his breath ragged, his face pale and streaked with dust. "The barrier," he gasped, clutching the doorway for balance. "The barrier has been breached. The enemy is here." A sharp intake of breath swept through the room, yet no one screamed or panicked. They simply turned their heads toward him in quiet acknowledgement, as if they had all been expecting those exact words. "So it begins," murmured an elderly man seated in the corner, his legs long gone but his eyes bright with grim resolve, as he brushed his trembling fingers over the edge of an old mana rifle resting beside him, a relic from another war, long past. "Better it begins now than later. I've been ready to die since the day they burned Juxta. And my vision is not so good when it gets dark. So I'm happy it's just afternoon." An old woman sitting beside him said, her hands blistered from welding the barricades all morning, as she let out a soft breath. Around her, quiet nods followed. No tears, no panic, only a grim serenity that came from having nothing left to lose. They were the ones who had been left behind, not by neglect, but by fate. The poorest who could not afford the voyage to the neutral territories. The aged who Chaosbringer had deemed too low in priority to evacuate now. The proud who refused to abandon their homes, unwilling to flee like ghosts from the lands they had lived and bled for. As despite their varied reasons to be here now, they had all made peace with death in their own way. some sharpened knives that would snap after one swing. Others loaded scrap bullets into half-broken rifles. While one man, once a farmer, sat in the corner whittling a spear from the handle of a broom, humming softly to himself as if preparing for harvest. Outside, the streets were crowded with barricades of stacked furniture, overturned carts, and crude traps of wire and flame, each one placed with desperate care by those who already knew they would never see sunrise again. Boom, kaboom, crash. As the explosions above grew louder, an old woman rose to her feet, clutching the hand of a child too young to fight but old enough to remember. "When they come," she said softly, "you don't run. You throw the first stone, and you keep throwing until your arms give out. Promise me." The boy's voice trembled, but his answer was steady. "I promise." Across the room, someone laughed faintly, an exhausted, hollow sound that somehow still felt like courage. "At least we'll take a few of those righteous bastards with us." "Maybe more than a few," another replied, adjusting the cracked goggles on his face with a faint smile. "We'll make them remember Tithia. Even if they burn it to ash, they'll remember." For a brief moment, something warm flickered between them. Not hope, for none believed in survival, but pride, the pride of those who refused to kneel even when the end stood at their doorstep. Kaboom! Outside, the sky rumbled again, closer now, the debris from heavy bombardment now hitting the rooftop of the bakery they were in, as the enemy ships inched closer. "May our souls stain their victory forever," the old man said at this moment, as beside him, every man, woman, and child in that shelter stood ready not for mercy, but for war, as they resolved to die as free men rather than be captured as slaves. Chapter 723, Final Retreat. 12 days after Juxta's fall, Planet Ixtal, Leo's POV. The report arrived on his desk just before dawn, showing a collection of the most important clips and snippets from Tithia that confirmed its fall into righteous hands. For a long moment, Leo said nothing, his gaze fixed on the data slate that showed the planet's defensive barrier collapsing, followed by the city-by-city bombing, as despite the best effort from the defending forces, in the end Tithia was captured by the righteous fleet in under 2 hours. "Prepare the evacuation craft. Also inform Ver that we are leaving," he said finally after watching the video, as although he had resisted running away to the time-stilled world until now, he knew he could not delay it anymore, for Tithia's fall indicated that Ixtal was next. "Lord Boss, I have tried my best to convince the dragon to accompany you. However, he still remains adamant on not coming. Even now, he talks about running away to other neutral planets. And says that he will not come with you no matter what." Chaosbringer said, as before they left Ixtal, he confirmed one last time that Ver would not come with them, no matter what. "Fine, if he doesn't want to come, then there's nothing we can do about it. You just inform Supay and Dupravel that we are leaving, and that they be ready to accompany us within the hour." Leo instructed, as exactly an hour later, he left Planet Ixtal aboard a small merchant's vessel, with only Chaosbringer, Supay, Dupravel and Dupravel's son Darnell on board, while Ver left an hour after that, aboard a communal vessel bound for the neutral planet, Wamir. It took Leo nearly 6 hours to reach the outer perimeter of the time-stilled world's entry gate from Ixtal, and during that long stretch of silence, his thoughts drifted endlessly across the wreckage of the past 12 days. He thought of the faces he had saved, and the countless more he could not, as the numbers carved themselves into his mind like a wound that would never close. In the end, between himself and Ver, they had managed to rescue roughly 72% of the cult's total population, while the rest had been left behind to meet their fates. According to reports, 14% were expected to be granted the mercy of instant death, while the remaining 14 were condemned to live as slaves beneath the banners of the righteous in what was a life even worse than death. "Forgive me. To every soul that I failed to save, I beg you to forgive me. For although I could not save you, I promise to avenge you," Leo said right before his craft entered the dimensional pocket, as he reaffirmed his intention to someday come back from the time-stilled world, and avenge every soul that he failed to save today. Shake. The transition through the dimensional barrier lasted barely a heartbeat, Yet when the turbulence faded and the light outside the cabin softened, Leo felt his breath still within him. The world beyond the viewport was not what he had expected at all, as instead of the barren gray that had welcomed him when he first entered Zonrock's time-stilled world, this one had a sprawling metropolis constructed just under the entry gate. Whoa, he mused, as the sight that greeted him was both haunting and awe-inspiring, as a modern city glowed faintly under a twilight sky that never changed. The sky above was a muted purple, thick with oppressive mana that pressed upon his senses like an invisible weight, yet even under such oppression, life found a way to thrive. There was no sunlight, no wind, only a still atmosphere that shimmered faintly as if the very air pulsed with restrained power, yet despite the depressing sky, the city below still looked vibrant and well illuminated. The mana refinement poles erected at regular intervals across the city pulsed in steady rhythm, their invisible pulses purging the taint that once made this world uninhabitable. From his vantage, Leo could see the massive hangar bay that sprawled across the valley below, as he got the first look of the Skyshard City, as it was now called. With the place being unlike anything he had imagined, despite him having read several reports on how it was supposed to look. Buildings rose in layered tiers, their walls forged from mana-treated alloys that glimmered faintly beneath the twilight. Streets overflowed with movement as workers, engineers, soldiers, and civilians all moved with unbroken rhythm, their faces tired but determined. The city was overcrowded beyond reason, as even from a distance Leo could see that millions were living in a space where perhaps thousands were meant to, yet despite the suffocating density, order somehow prevailed. Artificial lights bathed the streets in soft amber hues, while mana conduits ran along the rooftops like glowing rivers, feeding energy into the forges, clinics, and protective domes that shielded entire districts. By the stars, Su Pei whispered, pressing a hand to the glass. This isn't a doomsday shelter anymore, it's an empire in exile. Leo did not answer. His gaze swept across the horizon where dozens of new expansion zones were under construction, scaffolds rising amid the shimmering haze. The cult's people, those who had survived, were still building, still enduring, still refusing to vanish. FSHHH. His ship soon began its descent into the main hangar, gliding between flight paths illuminated by faint azure lights. From above, he saw the banners of the cult fluttering once more, not in defiance but in quiet perseverance. When the craft finally touched down, the faint vibration beneath his feet felt almost surreal. Chaosbringer stepped forward and bowed slightly. "We've arrived, Lord Boss. Your new empire awaits you." Leo nodded slowly, his eyes still fixed on the shimmering skyline visible through the hangar's translucent dome. "This is what remains of us," he said quietly. "And it's from here that our revenge begins." He stepped down from the ramp, feeling the weight of the still air wrap around him, thick, heavy, and unchanging, yet somewhere within that stifling stillness, he sensed the faint pulse of life. The cult had endured the impossible, and against all reason, it still breathed. With this Skyshard City standing as living proof of that defiance. The righteous faction had taken their best shot at eradicating the cult. Yet in the end, it was still not enough. Chapter 724, Neutral Planet. Meanwhile planet Wamir, Ver's POV. The merchant vessel broke through the thin blue haze of Wamir's upper atmosphere, its hull rattling faintly as it descended toward one of the planet's countless trade ports scattered across the sprawling desert plains. From the small cabin window, Ver could see the surface below which looked like an endless stretch of ochre sand, broken only by the banners of different merchant conglomerates that called this neutral world home. There were no borders here, no single ruler or god, only commerce and the silent promise that everything could be bought or betrayed for the right price. Asterisk hiss. Thunk. The ship's landing gear locked into place as it touched down on a crowded docking bay. The moment the doors slid open, a wave of heat and noise flooded in, the shouts of traders, the rumble of cargo lifters, the hum of mana engines, and the dull clatter of machinery all blending into an unending symphony of survival. Ver pulled his hood tighter and adjusted the black cloak that now hid most of his features, keeping his head low as he stepped out of the vessel. He looked nothing like the infamous dragon the cult revered, for he had used shapeshift to transform into an unassuming-looking commoner, his face aged and wrinkled, while his hair looked unkempt and dirty. His deep black eyes were dulled into a dirty gray, his regal aura suppressed entirely through sheer will, as no one even turned to look at him twice as he walked. Step, step, step. Ver quickly moved past the bustling port checkpoints, his movements slow but deliberate, as he blended into the sea of strangers who lived and died by their own coin. The smell of burnt oil and spices filled the air as he passed rows of stalls selling cheap weapons, counterfeit artifacts, and fresh loot from cult worlds that were recently negotiated to carry passengers aboard their ships. Everywhere he looked, he saw hostile insignias, the Universal Government, the Du Clan, the Mu Clan, each flying side by side under Wamir's Treaty of Neutrality, each pretending not to notice the other's spies among them. He kept his eyes forward, his heartbeat steady. There was no safety here, not truly. Wamir prided itself on neutrality, but MP spoke louder than law, and the bounty on his head was worth more than most could even dream of making in 1,000 lifetimes. A single word whispered to the wrong ear could end his life before nightfall, and Ver knew that very well. This wasn't cult territory anymore. This was a hostile world, where peace existed not through morality, but through fear and greed in equal measure. Step, step. He stopped briefly at a crowded intersection where several street performers drew a small crowd. One of them, a masked bard, was singing a song about the recent fall of Tithia, his words twisting the truth into mockery as he declared the righteous cleansing, the evil cult, while the audience laughed and clapped and filled his hat with mana crystals and gold coins. Ver's hand clenched inside his cloak, his nails digging into his palm until it hurt, yet he said nothing. He only turned away and kept walking. From being the most adored dragon who once roamed freely through the cobbled streets of the cult's core worlds, he had now become a nameless shadow, another wanderer swallowed by foreign crowds. And as the wind picked up, tugging at the edges of his cloak, he pulled it tighter around himself and walked into the noise and smoke of the neutral city, leaving behind everything he had once been. From now on, he would live as a shadow and only pop up periodically to remind his people that he too lived amongst them on this planet. But aside from that, he planned to remain deep undercover, and trust no one. Across the city, high above the dust-choked markets and the clamor of landing crafts, inside a dim tavern that doubled as an intelligence hub for off-record dealings, two men sat in the farthest booth with their heads low and their voices barely above a whisper. The older one, dressed in plain trader robes that could have belonged to anyone, tapped a small hollow screen on the table, its light flickering faintly in the smoke-filled air. The latest report came through less than an hour ago, he muttered. Central Command believes the dragon, Aegon Ver, may have abandoned Ixtal before its inevitable fall and is heading here, to Wamir. The younger man, lean and sharp-eyed, froze mid-sip. Here, on this planet? Yes, the older one replied quietly, his gaze steady. Our contacts on Ixtal saw him boarding a ship headed for Wamir, so we are to monitor all arrivals and send word the moment anything suspicious appears. He leaned closer, lowering his tone even more. And if we manage to confirm his presence with visual proof, even a partial photograph of his face, or trade in an item like a piece of clothing that is confirmed to belong to him, the reward for such a simple task alone exceeds 1 billion MP. The younger man's eyes widened, his breath catching for a second as greed flickered across his face. 1 billion, just for information, are you sure? The older spy nodded, a faint, humorless smile playing on his lips. Enough to buy your own moon. Enough to never work again. But tread carefully. If the evil cult's dragon truly is here, then we are not the only ones looking for him. Every assassin, bounty hunter, and righteous zealot in this sector will soon descend upon this planet like vultures. Outside, the night winds of Wamir howled across the steel rooftops, carrying with them the scent of dust and gunpowder, as somewhere in that endless crowd, a hooded figure slipped deeper into the shadows. Neither spy knew it yet, but their prey had already landed. And with his arrival, Wamir's fragile neutrality was sure to soon crumble. Chapter 725, Assuming Control. Inside the time-stilled world, Skyshard City, Leo's POV. A few hours after arriving in Skyshard City, Leo convened the first high-level meeting with all the senior administrators of the time-stilled world, as he officially assumed command of the realm. Before him sat the key figures whom Chaosbringer had entrusted with managing the world in his absence. However, now that he had arrived, they began to brief him on the most critical developments that had taken place during the past few years, each report outlining just how much had changed within this strange, suspended world since he last checked in on it. My lord, I cannot stress enough on just how fast the strength of our troops is increasing inside this world compared to the wider universe. A lieutenant began, his eyes glowing with passion as he shared a few key statistics with Leo. The success rate of breakthroughs into the next tier is up by 60%. Almost no one fails their ascendance test anymore, and individuals who have been stuck at the amateur and master tier for years are suddenly seeing themselves ascend only a few weeks after staying in this realm. He shared, as Leo peered into the numbers of his data slate, the reports surprising even him. The concentrated mana of this world is extremely beneficial for troops to learn new spells and improve their control over mana. Also, by wearing mana hearts for long periods of time, many also see the quality of their internal mana circuits improve. In just the last 2 years, we have had 170 new Transcendent tier warriors emerge within the cult army, whereas we only saw 304 reach the mark in the last 20 years in the outside world. He paused, as he let the significance of those numbers sink in. What I'm trying to say is, my lord, if we stay within the time-stilled world for another half-century or two and focus singularly towards raising high-quality troops, it's not impossible for us to raise at least half a dozen new monarchs, and have an army of thousands of transcendents to fight beneath them. That is coming here, might just prove to be a blessing in disguise. He concluded, as pin-drop silence spread across the room. Every man turned towards Leo with their eyes burning with pride and vengeance, as Leo nodded curtly to the report, but said nothing more about it for now. Thank you for your insights, Lieutenant. You may sit now, Leo said, as the lieutenant bowed and sat down, only for the chief scout to stand up next. My lord, as per your instructions, we have been trying to map out the terrain of this time-stilled world for the last 4 years, however, we have still not managed to map it in full. The man began, as he sent a file over to Leo's data slate, showing the recently updated map of the regions they had explored so far. So far, we have colonized about 25% of the total land we have explored, and there's potential for us to slowly convert another 10% of this land into city expansions. However, other than that, most of the terrain is unsuitable for city construction. There are vast muddy swamps, dense mind-bending forests and various endless chasms spread across the planet that can claim your life in an instant. And overall, they're not worth the effort of converting them into livable land. He reported, as Leo looked at the map and then into his eyes before nodding. The good news is that we still have lots of land left to explore, and there is a potential to always find new flat lands to build cities in. However, the bad news is that, despite our best efforts, we are unable to pinpoint the location of the taint of this world. Despite searching far and wide, me and my men found no signs of an ancient dragon's burial site like you suggested, nor of any long-lost civilization that one could have colonized this world. The scout said as Leo raised an eyebrow. So my lord, if there is any such site in here, I'm afraid you'll have to give us more time to find it. Or look for it yourself. The scout concluded, as Leo nodded in acknowledgement and gestured for him to sit back down. He was mildly surprised that the cult's best scouts could not find Multhorak's burial site, or trace the source of the taint in this world. However, he decided not to fret about it for now. For even if the scouts could not find it, he had faith in himself to complete the project regardless. Screech. Once the chief scout sat down, the resource and survival minister stood up, as he bowed before Leo and started his report. My lord, on the technological front we have made countless innovations to better the lives of the commoners. The refinement poles in particular have proved to be a game changer for construction and betterment of living conditions, and I'm proud to announce that we have found a way to mine, process and manufacture all the necessary resources needed to build them right here within the time-stilled world. We no longer have to worry about the taint corrupting us for at least the next 500 years. And with our best blacksmiths also finding a way to refine the tainted soil and water, I'm certain that the living standards of our people will only improve going forward. According to our projections, even if the current generation of youth breeds and populates like they would in the outer worlds, and our population expands, we should still be able to provide for them for centuries more to come. He said as his voice began to crack with emotion. Thanks to your foresight, the cult will survive. My lord, by your grace, we will survive, he said, before bursting into tears, as Chaosbringer immediately moved over and placed a consoling hand over his shoulder. Chapter 726, What the People Desire. Sob, sob. Watching the minister cry emotional tears, Leo tried to be patient and give him a chance to compose himself. However, as a few seconds passed and the minister showed no signs of stopping, Leo let out a deep sigh and gestured for Chaosbringer to see him out, for he did not like the meeting to be disrupted this way. Please carry on, he said to the next man in line, as the information and communication head stood up next. My lord, to monitor what's happening in the outer universe and to stay in touch with our scattered netizens on neutral planets, we've established a rudimentary communications network. However, because of the difference in the flow of time between this world and the real one, there's a huge delay in receiving messages. To put it simply, every 1 minute that passes in the real world equals about 100 minutes here inside the time-stilled world. So, while things outside move slowly, time for us races ahead. We have already tried to pass something like a data cable through the dimensional portal, to create real-time access to what's going on in the wider universe. However, the gate isn't stable and the wire gets cut off after a few seconds, which means that the only way to get messages in and out is by operating flights non-stop into and outside this world. Unfortunately, it takes time for messages to reach our people even after a craft is outside, and even more time for them to draft a reply if it's a two-way communication. So even if they act fast, and reply within half an hour, from our point of view, over 50 hours have already passed, which is why even though our system works as fast as it possibly can, we still experience long communication gaps. The flow of time itself makes instant contact impossible, and all this is only possible if we run flights inside and outside the time-stilled world every 30 minutes to collect messages and rush straight back in. However, if in the future operating such a flight route becomes risky, we might be cut off from what happens in the wider universe completely. The information head shared, as he pointed out a huge vulnerability to Leo about the cult's current position. If the righteous faction set up a siege around the portal entrance, then they could choke the cult's ability to get information from the wider universe, which could prove to be a major strategic blunder. However, there seemed to be no easy fix to this problem either, as running flights in and out of the world was the only way to communicate with the outside universe. Leo mused as he tapped his chin and took this problem into consideration before nodding to the information head in acknowledgement. For now, he had no immediate solution to this problem, however, with time he hoped to find one for sure. That's it from my end, my lord, I guess Jake can take over next. The information head said, as he sat back down, only for Jake, the civil affairs minister, to stand up next. My lord, Jake began, bowing slightly, while our infrastructure and security continue to improve daily, the morale of our people remains delicate. Many still struggle to accept that they were forced to abandon their home worlds. And though most now admit that this new realm offers them better lives with higher mana density, cleaner air, and longer lifespans, the shameful wound of exile still festers. There is anger everywhere, quiet but deep. A sense of humiliation that the great cult of Ascension, once feared across the stars, was driven into hiding. And with that anger has come something else, vengeance. He paused, letting the word linger. In my lifetime, I have never seen the cult's people so united in hatred. They no longer simply wish for the defeat of the righteous faction, no, that merciful dream is gone. And with it the desire to change the minds of the righteous citizens and enlist them into the cult. For now, the cult masses crave their total obliteration. Every story, every chant, every bedtime tale told to a child now ends not with the rise of the cult, but with the burning of the righteous faction. Our children no longer dream of rebuilding what we lost, but rather of revenge. As for the first time in history, the people's hatred for the enemy burns stronger than their love for our cult. Jake said with passion until he ran out of breath, only to suck in a deep breath before continuing. On one hand, I understand that this deep-rooted hatred that our people feel is not healthy. However, paradoxically, it has united them in ways we never managed before. Crime is virtually non-existent within the time-stilled world, despite the high population density, for the sense of civic duty that our citizens display is overwhelming. Everyone helps maintain the city, protect the young, and share resources. Even the elderly help build new roads and fix plumbing issues, as they treat this new world as their own responsibility, rather than that of the government. So, in a way, my lord, the pain of our downfall has forged us into something stronger, purer. A people without division. But that doesn't mean we have no ambitions, or issues. Our people are suffering, my lord, and they don't need comfort or empty promises of rebuilding. He lifted his gaze and met Leo's eyes directly. What they need is a promise of revenge. A reason to believe that the pain they are enduring will not be for nothing. For in my opinion, my lord, I think they are ready to become the heretics that the righteous faction already believes them to be. Jake said, as the room went quiet again, the sound of rustling papers and faint breathing filling the air while everyone silently absorbed the weight of his final words. Chapter 727, Red and Green Flags. Meanwhile, deep within the time-stilled world, Multhorak's POV. As soon as Leo entered the domain of the time-stilled world, Multhorak's ancient soul, buried deep within the stillness of slumber, began to stir faintly. Though countless ages had passed since the world last felt his awareness, something about the new presence pressed against his senses with unbearable familiarity. It was faint at first, like a breeze brushing through stagnant air, but then the realization struck him, and his mind growled with ancient fury. Since Zonrock had branded Leo as a thief, the lizard god's aura lingered faintly upon his body, intertwining with his very soul. And so, it wasn't truly Leo that Multhorak had sensed, but rather the lingering presence of that hateful being whose mark now tainted his body. That old lizard dares enter my domain. Multhorak's thoughts rippled through the ocean of his consciousness like distant thunder, his fury rising even through the haze of his exhaustion. Yet when he tried to cast his gaze across the fog of his slumber, and try to locate the source of the disturbance, his vision blurred and twisted, offering him only fragments of shape and light. Through that haze, he saw not Zonrock, but a lone young man, his form wrapped in shadows and his face illuminated just enough to be seen. That face, it felt familiar. That boy, where have I seen him before? He tried to remember. His ancient mind searching the vast emptiness of memory for a brief encounter, but the past came to him only in fragments. When did I see that boy? Was it yesterday? Or 1,000 years ago? I can't recall. He wondered, as the thought slipped away as quickly as it came. His body felt impossibly heavy, his strength too faint to hold on to consciousness, as the world around him darkened once more, his old nemesis slumber dragging him back into its depths. For now, he was too weak to awaken, and too tired to care. As long as Zonrock himself had not entered his realm, there was no reason for him to forcibly rise. So be it, he thought lazily, his voice fading into silence. If the boy and I are fated to meet, he will find my grave someday. He thought, as he slept once more, forgetting completely that his grave was built at the most inaccessible spot in the whole dimension. When choosing his resting spot, he decided to sleep in one of the most secluded corners of existence, a lone floating island adrift in the middle of the vast tainted sea that covered nearly 60% of this world. It was a place no sane explorer dared approach, for the ocean below was vast and tainted, its waters harboring some of the most dangerous beasts of the planet, while simultaneously being corrosive enough to dissolve steel within days. The island hung suspended above that endless expanse, held aloft by invisible currents of ancient energy, its surface scarred by the passing of time. And it was at the center of this floating island where inside an ancient temple, Multheric slept, its coordinates long lost to the pages of history. So now, without those precise markings, finding the island was next to impossible, for it was improbable for one to just stumble upon it while searching the planet. A few hours later, Skyshard City, Leo's POV. After concluding the most important meetings that took priority over everything else, Leo finally set out to meet his family, who had not seen him for more than 3 years. Although only a few days had passed for him in the outside world, over 1100 days had gone by for them inside the time-stilled world. And hence, knowing how long they had waited, Leo decided to visit them first, certain that they were just as eager to see him as he was to see them. The new Skyshard mansion was a lot smaller than their old home back on Vorthas, but it was still a modest 7-bedroom bungalow with a small private garden and neat compound walls that kept out the city noise. It wasn't grand, but it was peaceful, with blooming red vines running along the outer gate and the faint scent of manna lilies drifting in from the nearby street. When Leo walked up the short stone path and opened the front door, the first thing he saw was his mother, who came rushing out of the kitchen to check who opened the door, only for her face to light up with joy when she realized it was her beloved boy. "Leo," she said softly, her voice trembling between relief and disbelief, before she moved forward and hugged him tightly. However, while Leo felt happy and warm to embrace his mother, he also felt taken aback by how many wrinkles and white hair had appeared on her face, as the signs of aging had finally started to show. She was smaller than he remembered, frailer somehow, yet her embrace still carried the same strength it always had. When she finally pulled back, her eyes shimmering with tears, Leo looked at her with concern written all over his face, yet he said nothing. "You've lost weight again. You always forget to eat when you're working too much," Elena scolded, as Leo smiled faintly at her words. In his heart he knew that it was impossible for him to lose weight even if he did not eat for months. He was a transcendent, and his metabolism did not depend on just food for sustenance anymore. However, he also knew better than to argue with a caring mother, and hence he accepted his fault without much discourse. "I'll try to do better next time, Mum," he said, as before she could reply, another familiar voice echoed from the hallway. "Let him breathe, Elena. You'll smother the boy." His father, Jacob, walked in from the living room, his beard now streaked with silver, his once straight posture slightly bent, though his presence was no less commanding. He gave Leo a firm pat on the shoulder before pulling him in for a brief, strong hug. Yet as their arms met, Leo couldn't help but notice that his father also felt smaller and weaker than he remembered, as alarm bells began to ring sharply in his head. "You're gonna be so happy to meet him," Jacob said, his eyes twinkling with mischief, as Leo blinked, slightly confused. "Meet who?" he asked, as Jacob didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned toward the kitchen and raised his voice. "Leonardo, come here. Step. Step step, step." Tiny footsteps echoed on the tiled floor, quick and uneven, before a small boy came running out, barely 2 or 3 years old, his dark hair messy and his eyes bright with curiosity. He skidded to a stop, then shyly hid behind Jacob's leg, peeking out just enough for Leo to see his face. The resemblance was unmistakable. The boy had Luke's eyes, but Aaliyah's smile and dimples, along with a hint of Leo's own sharp expression. Leo's eyebrows rose slightly. "Is that?" Jacob nodded proudly. "Your nephew. Luke and Aaliyah's boy. They named him Leonardo after you." For a moment, Leo didn't say anything, his eyes still fixed on the little boy who was now watching him cautiously from behind Jacob's leg. Then, slowly, a small smile tugged at his lips. "I'm an uncle now," he thought to himself, a quiet warmth spreading through his chest as the boy's curious gaze met his. "I am a cool uncle now." Chapter 728, The Last Planet. 13 days after the fall of Juxta, planet Ixtal. The very last cult planet to fall was Ixtal, a world revered above all others, and perhaps the most historically significant realm in the cult's long and turbulent legacy, for it was here that the foundation of their entire faith was laid. It was the birthplace of the cult of Ascension, the cradle of its earliest prophets, and the land where the first cult elders had taken their vows beneath the timeless assassin's watchful eyes. Every tree, every grain of sand, and every drop of water on Ixtal carried echoes of the faith that had once united billions across the stars. Yet now, 13 days after the fall of Juxta, the righteous fleet had finally reached this holy land. FSSHHH. RRR rumble. Boom. Thousands of beams lit up the heavens in synchronized arcs, as if the stars themselves were collapsing onto the planet below. The bombardment began at dawn and did not cease until noon, turning the once pure atmosphere into an unbreathable pollution dump full of toxic gases. Ancient monuments and priceless relics were reduced to drifting cinders, yet amid this sea of ruin, one region still stood untouched, the Lost Forest, and at its heart, Soren's castle, the eternal sanctuary. The bombers had flown over it countless times, their targeting systems locked, their fingers hovering above the launch triggers, yet not a single strike was made. For strict orders had been issued across the entire righteous fleet before deployment. Destroy Ixtal. Erase everything that bears the cult's mark. But do not, under any circumstance, bomb Soren's castle or the Lost Forest surrounding it. No one questioned the order. They simply obeyed. Even the most zealous commanders hesitated to bring harm to the forest that legend said still contained some of the most precious herbs in the universe. So they burned everything else instead. The ancient cities crumbled. Its academies shattered. Its golden statues melted into formless lumps of ash and metal. Until nothing was left of the old order. Resistance on the ground was sparse but fierce. A handful of old farmers, crippled soldiers, and stubborn believers who had refused to evacuate now made their final stand. They fought not to win, but to die on their soil to protect the faith that had already been lost. Their blades were dull, their weapons outdated, yet their conviction did not waver. Even when the skies themselves rained destruction, they fought. By the time the bombardment ended, Ixtal was unrecognizable. The spiritual capital of the cult had been reduced to a wasteland of smoke and shattered stone, its sacred rivers boiled into clouds of steam, and its once emerald skies choked gray with ash. High above the ruin, the righteous fleet drifted in triumphant silence before erupting into celebration, their voices echoing through the calms as they hailed the end of an era. In their eyes, they had finally purged the universe of an ancient evil, erasing the cult of ascension that had defied them for millennia. Yet beneath the cheers and the cries of victory, a faint dissatisfaction still lingered. For while the last of the cult's holy worlds now lay in ruin, its final dragon still lived. For until Aegon Ver was found, captured, and executed, their victory could never be complete. Orbit above Ixtal, Commander Halvor's POV. Commander Halvor stood on the bridge of the destroyer ship, as he watched the devastated surface of Ixtal spin slowly beneath the viewport. The once green world, long celebrated by the cult as the cradle of ascension, now lay silent beneath his feet, cloaked in nothing but ash and dull glow of dying fires. Bezit. The calm line flickered to life as a young officer's voice came through, steady but tinged with awe. Commander, all sectors report clear, neutralized. Ground teams confirm there are no surviving fortifications or active energy signatures. The planet is ours. Halvor didn't respond immediately. His gaze remained fixed on the scarred landscape below, the faint traces of old rivers winding like black veins across the ruined terrain. After several seconds, he spoke, his tone calm and deliberate. And the dragon? The officer hesitated before replying. No sign of him, sir. All intelligence points to an early evacuation. He likely fled before our fleet entered orbit. Halvor let out a slow breath through his nose, clasping his hands behind his back. So he ran, he said quietly. The serpent slithers away while the nest burns. He turned from the viewport, his sharp blue eyes sweeping across the rows of officers at their stations. Transmit this across the fleet, he ordered. The planet of Ixtal has fallen. The cult of ascension no longer holds any world, any fortress, or any throne. Good has prevailed over evil today. A murmur of pride rippled through the bridge crew, but Halvor raised his hand slightly, his expression hardening. But do not mistake victory for completion, he said. We have severed the body of the beast, but the heart still beats somewhere in the dark. He walked slowly toward the viewport again, his reflection merging with the stars beyond. The dragon Aegon Ver is that heart. As long as he draws breath, the cult's embers will continue to smolder, waiting for wind to fan them back into flame. And when that happens, the rot we fought so hard to cleanse will begin again. He paused, his voice growing colder. One weed left alive can poison the entire field. One survivor can rebuild an empire of monsters. He gestured toward the world below. Look at what they built. Temples for murderers, libraries for deceivers, monuments for blasphemers. And for what? For power they could never wield responsibly. Their belief system was a lie from the start. His officers listened in silence as Halvor straightened to his full height, his uniform spotless even under the dim lighting. We've done today what generations of the universe's finest soldiers before us could not. We've purged their sacred soil and silenced their bravest warriors. But our work isn't over until the dragon's head decorates a spire of justice. He turned sharply, his boots clicking against the steel floor. Issue orders to every recon fleet. Sweep the neutral zones, the black markets, the unregistered colonies. Question every merchant, every traveler, every smuggler that crosses our borders. I want Aegon Ver's head delivered to me within the next 72 hours. Yes, Commander, the crew shouted in unison. Halvor looked once more at the dying planet below, his voice lowering to a whisper. Mercy breeds weakness, and weakness breeds defiance. The dragon will die, or the stars themselves will burn before we rest. Chapter 729, Victory Complete. The fall of Ixtal was celebrated throughout the righteous faction like it was the greatest event any righteous citizen had witnessed in their lifetime, as in every town square, Market Street and Orbital Boulevard the same scenes replayed. Universal government banners unfurled, choirs singing paeans of purification, and children being lifted on shoulders like trophies of a war finally won. Victory processions rolled through provinces like a cleansing tide, floats bearing sculpted sons and faces of the great gods glinting under the morning sky, while holoscreens looped footage of the bombardment of Ixtal until even the most mundane café terrace seemed like a shrine to the day's triumph. Commoners stood in knots along the avenues, their conversations quick and hot as newly kindled coals, the words spilling with a raw certainty that the cult had been erased for good. I heard that their shadow dragon forced some of the cult members to hide inside a tainted dimension, one burly fisherman said, his jacket still smelling of salt, his teeth flashing as he mimed disgust, where you slowly turn into a twisted beast incapable of speech in just a few days. He spat the last syllable like an accusation, and his companion, a woman with a thin scar across her cheek, laughed softly and added, I find it funny, because in my head that place was already the evil cult. On a crowded tram, a retired teacher adjusted his cap and told the students leaning in around him, if he led them into a time-stilled world, I say good riddance. Ain't no way even a single one of them is ever coming out. Nearby, a small group of merchants argued with clenched hands and rising voices, the talk easing quickly into strategy and relish. The only cultists we need to worry about now are the ones their dragon Aegon Ver led to the neutral planets, one of them said, eyes bright with a dangerous kind of calculation. My suggestion to the universal government is to bomb all neutral planets and eradicate the greedy merchants alongside the evil cultists. A little bit of collateral to eradicate a great evil is acceptable. Such talk did not sit as an outlier, it echoed across dining halls, in the quiet corners of bars where veterans swapped stories, and on Galaxy Net threads where millions typed the same few slogans until they became a chant. Good riddance, a barista posted beneath a looping clip of a crippled cultist dying, her words echoed by millions as Galaxy Net flooded with fireworks emojis and slogans like hashtag peace at last and hashtag the light prevails. Across cities and colonies, the same mood pulsed, a collective sigh of relief disguised as triumph. Commentators praised the righteous fleet as divine instruments of justice, while children waved banners carrying the face of the eternal deceiver and Helmuth the Berserker, shouting that evil had finally been erased. I always said mercy was wasted on them, an old veteran declared on a broadcast, raising his glass to the screen. Better ashes than monsters reborn. The sentiment spread like wildfire. Dissenting voices that questioned the morality of the extermination were drowned out by cheers, their comments buried beneath tides of patriotic fervor. For the people of the righteous faction, the fall of Ixtal marked not merely victory, but rather vindication. To them, the universe finally felt safe again. Or so they believed. Meanwhile, inside the Su clan, Su Yang's POV. Across the entire universe, if there was one member of the righteous faction who felt genuine sorrow at the cult of Ascension's fall, it was Su Yang, who could hardly comprehend how fate had allowed the cult to be exterminated before the Su clan. No, 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 you were supposed to be our hidden allies. You were supposed to be a faction that we could count on for support. The only reason why we are not branded as public enemy number one is because the evil cult still existed. However, with you people gone, we might as well be branded as the new evil cult. The next generation of public enemies that must be taken down. Su Yang mused as he clutched his golden hair in disbelief. Also, what the fuck is Soren doing to let the cult of Ascension be destroyed like this? What good is any adventure you go on if you don't have a home to return to? I thought he was supposed to be the greatest god of them all. But apparently all he is the greatest moron. Su Yang continued as he buried his face in his palms and stared at the floor through his fingers. I can't believe I wanted to rely on these idiots to save the Su clan from annihilation. Sigh. He let out a tired sigh and leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the flickering hollow feed that continued to replay the burning of Ixtal across every channel. Each explosion, each collapsing tower, feeling like a nail being driven into his own clan's coffin. With the cult gone, we're next, he muttered, the words bitter on his tongue. The Righteous Alliance needs an enemy to stay together, and now that their great villain has fallen, they'll come looking for the next one. And who better than us, the Su clan, the heretics who won't bow to their gods? He clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening. The cult's destruction doesn't make the universe safer. It just means they'll have more soldiers to throw at whoever they label as impure next. For a long moment, he sat in silence, his golden eyes reflecting the fading light of the holoscreen. Then, softly, almost enviously, he whispered, if only we had what Leo has, the technology to keep our people safe even inside a time-stilled world. He exhaled sharply. If I could safely lead them into a dimension where no enemy can pursue us, that would have been salvation. His gaze hardened as he rose from his seat. But we don't have that luxury. We don't have the technology to hide in such a world. All we have is blood, grit, and the hope that when the flames come for us, we can repel them off. He said, as he grabbed his sword and rushed out of his room to see his father. Chapter 730, Most Wanted Man. Meanwhile, planet Wamir, Vare's POV. Flutter. Paper crinkling. The poster fluttered weakly in the desert breeze, its edges curled and sun-bleached, yet the face upon it still stared back with haunting clarity, sharp eyes, dark hair, and a defiant expression that seemed to be carved from pride itself. Aegon Vare. Dragon of the evil cult. Wanted dead or alive. Reward. 200 billion MP alive. 50 billion dead. 2 billion for verified proof of existence. It was, by every imaginable standard, an absurd sum of money, enough to buy a couple solar systems, or to start one of the universe's most prominent merchant groups from scratch. Vare stood silently before it, his hood drawn low, the coarse fabric brushing his jawline as he watched two men chatting idly beside him. 200 billion, can you believe that? One said, squinting at the poster. That's not a bounty, that's a god's ransom. The other man snorted. I heard he's hiding right here on Wamir. My cousin's neighbor swears he saw a man matching his description down at the lower docks. Your cousin's neighbor also swore his goat laid eggs last year, the first replied dryly, earning a laugh. Maybe. But if I see him, I'm turning him in myself. 2 billion just for proof. Even a blurred photo will do. You'd have to be mad not to try. They chuckled as they walked off, never realizing that the man they spoke of, the monster the entire universe hunted, stood right beside them, his eyes cold and quiet behind an ordinary face. Vare turned his gaze back to the poster, studying his own likeness. Under shapeshift, his appearance had changed completely. His skin was darker, rougher. His hair thinned and grayed. The proud, fierce face of a dragon had been replaced by that of a weary middle-aged trader who looked like he had more debts than teeth. His aura, once bright and suffocating, had been buried deep within, sealed until even the air around him felt mundane. He could pass through crowded streets now without a second glance. But safety was an illusion, one he did not dare believe in. The righteous faction seems to have diverted all their attention towards catching me. I cannot let my guard down even for a second, for every eye here is looking to catch even the faintest glimpse of my face. He thought as he exhaled slowly, lowering his head and stepping away from the wall. The streets of Wamir were louder than usual today, buzzing with the same topic that had seized every corner of the universe, the fall of Ixtal. Vendors shouted over each other in the markets, peddling imported relics and black market charms, their words occasionally breaking into gossip. Children played with makeshift paper ships painted in righteous colors, shouting, "Down with the cult!" As if it were a game. Even the drunks slumped against alley walls had opinions to share. Did you see the footage? They flattened Ixtal in a single wave. Good riddance. I say burn them all, every last heretic. The righteous fleet finally did what no one else could, wiped those beasts out. Ver's steps slowed, his eyes narrowing as he listened. The words pierced his pride sharper than any blade. Hatred echoed so casually from mouths that had never even seen a battlefield. Is this what the great cult of ascension has been reduced to? He thought bitterly. Fables and mockery. 2,000 years of struggle, erased with one broadcast. He pulled his hood tighter, crossing the bustling avenue until the scent of baked bread reached him. The same scent that he was used to smelling back on the streets of Tithia as a kid. As ahead, tucked between a spice merchant and an apothecary, stood a small bakery with a red awning. The flour and flame. To most, it was an ordinary shop. But to those who knew, it was one of the cult's last silent assets on Wamir, a place of coded exchanges and hidden couriers set up by the First Elder 20 years ago. Ver stopped across the street, pretending to browse a nearby fruit stall, his eyes flicking to the glass window of the bakery. Inside, he saw the cult baker kneading dough with calm precision, a faint tune humming under his breath. From afar, everything looked normal, almost too normal. However, as Ver shifted his gaze from the bakery to the street outside, he saw three men standing at varying distances pretending to mind their own business. However, they all had their eyes drawn towards the bakery entrance. One adjusted his shoe for far too long. Another leaned against a lamppost, his hand resting suspiciously close to the grip of his concealed dagger. The third pretended to read a newspaper, but hadn't flipped a page in over 2 minutes. They're spies, they're noting down who goes in and out of the bakery, Ver noted, his expression unchanged. Someone has compromised the cult network, I can no longer enter. He realized, as the smell of warm bread drifted toward him, sweet and nostalgic, but the air itself felt heavy. He lingered a few more seconds, then turned away without a word, his footsteps quiet against the cobblestones. I don't have any other immediate contacts that I can rely on, this is going to be a real headache. He realized, as he blended back into the moving crowd, his heartbeat steady but his thoughts cold. I need to periodically remind my people that I'm still alive, so that they don't lose hope, but I can't do it recklessly, I must do it with intense planning. Ver concluded, folding the thought inward as he melted into alleyways, moving like smoke between stalls while his mind catalogued faces and safe havens. He kept an eye out for enemies, while also searching for fellow cult members, as he began noting who looked nervous and who looked bought, knowing that for now the best plan was caution and observation, and that surviving another day was the only victory he could possibly claim tonight. Chapter 731, Calm Before the Storm. The Time-Stilled World, Leo's POV. 100 days passed in what felt like the blink of an eye for Leo inside the time-stilled world. During which, his focus remained fixed on 4 primary objectives. First, he devoted himself to improving the lives of the common people. He strengthened governance, oversaw major expansion projects, and began consolidating power within his own circle. His goal was simple: to place authority firmly in the hands of those he trusted while stripping it from those who had long abused it. The Elders' Council had once held the ability to sway the masses, but under his rule, that influence began to erode. He studied their past actions carefully, identifying every weakness and inconsistency Chaosbringer had flagged, then moved methodically to eliminate them one by one. He curtailed their power to hold public speeches or appear on mass media without prior approval, passed mandates requiring direct clearance for any major address, and outlawed private recruitment of soldiers or maintenance of public financial accounts by any member of the Elders' Council. Of course, the elders were not happy with these changes. However, they simply did not have the power or the political will to resist them, and hence, in the end, they were forced to accept them as is. However, to further ensure that his point was driven home, Leo placed them under constant watch, assigning his most trusted men to shadow their every move. No whisper, meeting, or message escaped unnoticed, as under such vigilance, even the boldest among them could no longer muster the courage to plot in secret. Which in theory at least rendered the once powerful council nearly toothless. Lord Boss, it's also important that these elders not be allowed near the Mana Heart production facility, and not be given access to go outside the time-stilled world. Especially the third elder. We must ensure that the secret of our people is not leaked through suspected spies. Chaosbringer had warned him, which was why he had also placed secret travel restrictions on the elders, but had not informed them about the same just yet. Secondly, he turned his attention to locating the resting place of the ancient dragon, Multheric. Like his men, Leo too could not determine the source of the world's taint, nor did he have any concrete clue about where to begin the search. Yet he refused to abandon the task. Each day, he dedicated an hour to poring over every available map of the region, tracing ley lines, and coming up with abstract theories on where the taint was growing stronger based on how powerful the monsters occupying that area were. But even with all that effort, tangible progress remained painfully limited. The world offered no obvious answers to where Multheric rested, and the more he searched, the more the truth seemed to hide behind layers of dust and silence. Thirdly, he focused on getting stronger himself and faster, as he dedicated most of his day to furthering his progress with the Emperor's Suppression Manual, with his progress now yielding visible results. Unlike when he first tried to bend the flame of a candle to his will to no avail, he could now extinguish and reignite the flame, even when it was placed a full 20 meters away, as he learned to push his aura much further away from his body, and have it interact with the physical world in a tangible fashion. However, the meditation training was not all that he did, as he also spent a couple hours every day completing the cult's secret moveset, as he trained under the elders he had yet to learn from and worked towards learning all 12 forbidden moves. Finally, the last thing he focused on was learning how to be a family man and spending more time at home. After losing Charles and seeing the aging faces of his parents, he began to understand that while his goals could wait for him, his family could not. The mortality of those he loved was something he could no longer deny. For even though their health thrived within the time-stilled world, strengthened by the thick, clear mana they now processed, it was never going to be enough to elevate them to transcendent or monarch tier, at which point their lifespan would significantly improve. At best, they had 4 to 5 decades left, before the inevitable came, and hence Leo decided to make them a priority in his life. It hurt him to think about their deaths. It really did. However, he also understood that the stronger he grew, the more certain it was that he would have to work this universe alone someday. For if he ever reached godhood, he would live for many millennia, while those who had shaped him would be long gone within a century. And that was a truth that weighed on him more heavily than any battle ever had. Hence, amid his busy training schedule, his role as the sect master, and his endless plans for the future, he decided to take a step back, to be a son, a brother, and an uncle while he still could. Because someday, he knew he would look around and find only silence where laughter once was. It was a bittersweet acceptance, one he slowly began to train his heart to endure. On the brighter side, the Skyshard mansion had grown livelier since the birth of his nephew, little Leonardo, as the child's laughter now filled the corridors, washing away the weight of struggles and war that the family had seen a lot of. And to Leo's quiet surprise, the boy also adored him. After a few shy days, he began running straight into his arms the moment he returned home, demanding to be carried around like a horse, a request Leo never once refused, as they began to bond deeply as time passed. Overall, things were finally falling into place, but Leo could sense it. The universe was only giving him calm so it could take more later. Chapter 732, the next phase of the Aura Training Manual. 100 days later, Training Chambers, Time-Stilled World, Leo's POV. Another 100 days passed quickly for Leo within the time-stilled world as he stared at the candle burning before him intently while trying to extend his aura to control the flame from a distance of over 50 meters. Wobble. The small light flickered faintly, its gentle glow reflecting in his eyes as he exhaled slowly, feeling the faint ripples of his own presence stretch through the air, touching everything in its path, yet never quite reaching far enough. He closed his eyes. The silence around him felt heavy, almost alive, the air saturated with the faint metallic scent of his own sweat that always surfaced when he trained. His breathing slowed, his mind gradually emptying, as he tried once more to draw out his aura beyond its usual limit. Push. Push it beyond your body, let it cover a wide distance. Leo told his mind, as the invisible energy pulsed faintly around him, shimmering like heat above a summer road, yet refusing to obey, as it stubbornly clung to his own body. Again, he thought, his jaw tightening, as he recalled his learnings from these past 200 days. Aura does not just respond to mental commands, it reacts to emotions. Leo thought, as he took in a deep breath and started to recall some of his life's most disturbing memories. In his experience, his aura clung closer to his body when he experienced emotions such as happiness or sadness, while it naturally burst outwards when he experienced emotions like anger or determination. Which was why, to push his aura outwards, he tried to think of disturbing events such as the death of his mentor Charles and the humiliation that his people had to suffer in abandoning their motherlands, which always got him riled right up. Swoosh. Almost immediately, his aura surged outward like a storm tide, unbound and wild, as though his fury itself demanded to be seen. Yet it still faltered at around the 48-meter mark, stopping just shy of the candlestick he had placed. Remember how they killed Charles, how Raymond chopped him into many pieces before ending his life. Leo thought, as he tapped even deeper into his emotions pool and pushed his aura even further. Flicker. Wobble. Slowly but surely, his aura expanded to the 50-meter mark, a new personal best, yet he found unable to extinguish it. For despite feeling a connection with the candle, he could not influence it just yet. Remember your promise to your people. You are the sect master. You have to do better than this. Leo told himself, as he clenched his teeth and channeled all his willpower to force his aura to extinguish that flame. Smoke. Suddenly, the candle flame died, a smoke trail emerging above the wick where the flame once burnt, as in the end, the candle gave out before Leo's wrath. Huff. Huff. Leo breathed heavy, sweat drenching him from top to bottom, as he felt genuinely drained by this simple effort. However, just as he was about to lay down on the floor and catch his breath, the idle Emperor suppression manual placed beside him began to glow and shine, as if it wanted him to open its pages. Shine. Vibrate. The book trembled in his grip, as the pages opened all by themselves as soon as he gave it a gentle nudge. Glow. A blinding glow hit his eyes, as characters began to appear written in purple ink on the pages. Greater than congratulations on completing the first stage of the Emperor Suppression Manual, albeit at a disappointingly slow pace. Your conscious mind has at last grasped what your subconscious mastered many moons ago. You are no longer a wandering fool without presence. You can now extinguish lanterns as you pass, and make mosquitoes tremble in your shadow. The book began, as Leo felt his eyes flicker in anger at its words. Yeah, I finally see where Caliph found his love for writing cryptic books. His father was even worse than him. Leo thought, as he calmed his blazing anger and focused on the next words appearing on the page. Greater than your next trial is one of futility and endurance, to defeat 1,000,000 unique adversaries beneath the weight of deliberate disadvantage, where every battle begins with the universe tilted against you. Each confrontation must take place under conditions that strip away your certainty, ensuring that your odds of victory never exceed 50%. If your foe is a master tier warrior, you shall descend to his level, bind both hands and legs, cover your eyes in darkness, and forfeit all forms of auxiliary perception. You will fight as though the world itself conspires for your defeat, and yet, you must prevail. 1,000,000 battles. 1,000,000 victories. Not one loss may stain the record, not even a draw. For if you fail even once, the count shall reset, and you shall begin again from the first opponent, burdened with the memory of your imperfection. Only through this endless defiance, where triumph is statistically improbable and victory is earned by will alone, will your aura begin to remember its true nature, that of domination born not from strength, but from inevitability. When the final opponent falls, your spirit will have crushed so many fates that even the universe shall bend before it. Then your aura shall evolve into that of a king, one who no longer conquers by blade or blood, but by presence alone, capable of suppressing 1,000,000 without ever lifting a finger. The manual guided, as Leo read it, then read it again, before reading it still a third time. Defeat 1,000,000 unique opponents. Back to back. No losses allowed. With a handicap. He muttered out loud, each phrase coming out stronger, as he looked completely flabbergasted by what the manual wanted him to achieve. What the fuck? Is my whole bloodline a little whack in the head? Who the fuck trains like this? He wondered, as right on time the text changed once more. Greater than if your heart feels daunted by such a simple challenge, then I suggest you abandon the quest to become an emperor and search for your mother's tit to suckle on. Closing square bracket. The text mocked, as Leo finally lost his cool as he read that last line. You motherfucker. Chapter 733, Grueling Training. 30 days later, the time-stilled world, Leo's POV. Pant. Pant. Leo's breath came out heavy and uneven as he drew in air through his mouth, each inhale sounding coarse and raw inside the sealed chamber. His hands were tied behind his back, his feet bound together by mana thread rope, while his eyes and nose were both covered according to the handicap rules, as he was turned into something that looked more like a struggling prisoner than a warrior. Come on now, Leo said, his voice low but commanding, don't be shy. Come at me with everything you've got. He encouraged, as across from him, his opponent hesitated. This was his 41st opponent of the day, a talented master-tier soldier in the army, who looked flabbergasted by the idea of facing the shadow dragon under such conditions. My lord, are you sure you wish to do this? The man asked, his tone caught between fear and guilt. However, Leo simply tilted his head in response, his tone growing more impatient as he said, Boy, I said, come at me already. The command cracked through the silence like a whip. Swoosh, swoosh. The man obeyed, charging forward as his sword sliced through the air in quick succession. Dodge, dodge. Leo moved on instinct alone, tilting his head just enough for the first strike to whistle past his ear, then ducking sideways so that the second strike cut through the empty air where his shoulder had been a heartbeat ago. His breathing stayed sharp, his movements precise, but his lack of sight left him at a constant disadvantage, as he was forced to rely just on sound. For the first couple of days, he struggled extremely hard with fighting just based on sound. However, as the month progressed he became more and more proficient with it, with the current him being able to anticipate enemy attack patterns before they made them. Left foot forward, weight on the right, he's changing angle, Leo thought, his brow tightening beneath the blindfold. The opponent hesitated for half a second, nervous still, before he lunged again, as Leo twisted his torso to the right, but with his arms bound and feet tethered, his range of motion was crippled, as he failed to rotate enough. Splash! The sword brushed past his shoulder, missing flesh, but not the small water pouch strapped across it, as the packet burst. Splatter! A burst of cold trickled down his arm, as he gritted his teeth in anger. One down, if I lose another, I'll lose this round. Leo thought, as his senses grew to maximum alert. So far, after 30 days of fighting against weaker opponents, Leo had come to realize that they lacked the strength to inflict any real harm upon him, no matter how hard they tried. Even when he restrained himself completely, binding his limbs and suppressing his ability to strike back. He could not diminish the natural toughness of his body, which always gave him an unfair advantage in battle. Hence, to counter that imbalance, he devised a method that turned every fight into a delicate game of precision and restraint as he strapped 2 water pouches to his shoulders, one to his forehead, one to his neck, another to his chest, one across his stomach, and 2 each around his thighs and ankles, to make it 10 in total. The rule was simple: if his opponent managed to burst even 2 of them, he would lose the match instantly, and so with one of them already bursting, Leo immediately chewed his lip and grew alert. Scrunch, scrunch. The man pulled back again, his confidence beginning to grow as he realized that the fight was not as impossible as he had initially imagined. "I am coming at you again," he declared as he shifted into a smoother rhythm, each step sharper than the last, his blade now cutting with precision rather than hesitation, as Leo struggled to keep up. Swoosh, dodge, swoosh, dodge, headbutt. Leo dodged a couple attacks from his opponent, before lunging in for a headbutt to the chest to incapacitate him. However, much to his dismay, while he made contact with the man's chest and managed to tackle him to the ground, the man's failing arms still managed to catch the water pouch on his right shoulder, ending the fight in a draw. Splatter. Match 41. Draw. Count reset to 0, came the scorekeeper's voice from beyond the arena boundary, as for a second, Leo laid still on the floor in silence, his chest rising and falling as sweat beads trickled down his jawline. "Motherfu!" He screamed in anger, his aura pulsing faintly at first, before then swelling outward like a silent scream as the bindings on his wrists disintegrated under the pressure, while the blindfold on his eyes tore away in 2 clean halves. Crack! The floor beneath him fractured slightly as his frustration erupted from within. "No, no, 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 no," he muttered, his voice echoing across the chamber, sharp and guttural, filled with anger that had been brewing within him since his first loss 30 days ago. He looked at the shattered floor, then at the faint ripples of red energy still coiling around his arms. 41 matches I fought today, only for the streak to end in such a stupid fashion. Just how the hell am I supposed to reach 1,000,000 like this? He wondered as he clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white against his own aura. A single slip of concentration and it all restarts. This isn't training. This is torment disguised as wisdom. He took a long breath, the fury slowly dulling into a quiet, simmering determination as he lowered his gaze again. Still, it's not like I have a choice, he remembered, as he got back up to his feet and gestured for the assistant to come in and bind him up again. Prepare the next opponent. Reset the streak from 0. He instructed, as he prepared his mind for a fresh wave of disappointment. Chapter 734, Life-Changing Money. 75 days after the fall of Juxta, planet Wamir, Ver's POV. 75 days had passed since the fall of Juxta, and for Ver, life on the neutral planet of Wamir had become a delicate act of silence and survival. Hidden beneath a borrowed identity and an aging face crafted through shapeshift, he moved among the crowd like a ghost, blending perfectly into a world that wanted his head displayed on a pike. However, he accomplished more than just surviving, for slowly, methodically, he began weaving a new web of loyalists and informants, as he created a new undercover organization of his own. Most members of this organization were cult members who had been forced to abandon their home planets. People he could trust, that he recruited at random after observing their behavior on the streets for several days. However, a few were part of the old information network that the First Elder had set up on the planet, as he felt like he needed some local expertise to smoothen some more technical issues that came with running such a network. Step, step, step. On this particular day, Ver moved carefully through the streets of Wamir until he arrived at John's smithy, an old blacksmith shop that the late owner, John, had passed down to a cult loyalist before his death. After the compromise of the bakery, this smithy now served as the new gathering place for Ver's growing organization, a safe haven hidden in plain sight. For it was here that he called his people together every 2 weeks, holding quiet meetings beneath the sound of hammer and flame. "My lord, it's been 60 days since your last confirmed public appearance. I strongly suggest that it's time for you to consider making one, just to remind our people you're still with them. An organization member suggested as soon as the meeting began, as everyone nodded in agreement. My lord, there are a lot of nasty rumors doing the rounds in the market. Some say that you were killed and buried under the rubble of Ixtal. Some say that you were already captured by the righteous faction. I know that they are baseless, however, the fact that you haven't been seen in a long time makes them more believable. Another member added, as Ver grabbed his chin in contemplation. My lord, you don't have to personally appear anywhere in this era of digital media. We can easily steal a commoner's data slate and upload a video using their account on the Galaxy Net where you address our people. In my understanding, as long as you do it near a widely recognizable location, the video is bound to blow up. However, by the time it does, we will be long gone from the area. A third member suggested, as Ver let the suggestion sit for a moment, the sound of metal on metal from the smithy threading through his thoughts while faces around him nodded and murmured in agreement. And where do you suggest I shoot such a video? He asked, lifting his head, his voice calm and small enough to slip past prying ears. From a rooftop overlooking the central square, a lean man with a chipped tooth offered, his voice low and practiced as he leaned on a rusted hammer. There is a building with a flat roof 2 streets over. It looks down on the square and is not too well guarded. We can go there, he suggested, as the others argued about the specifics for a while, before eventually coming up with a reasonable plan that Ver could carry out without much risk. Very well, then. I will upload such a video sometime in the next 3 days. Ver concluded, as the meeting drew to a close with the usual whispers and the clink of tools, as the men began to leave one after another, before blending back into the market's bustle like embers blown into shadow. Right after the meeting ended, the man with the chipped tooth who had suggested shooting the video on the rooftop quietly changed his course. Instead of heading toward the small merchant union where he worked as a clerk, he walked toward the municipal police wing, his pace steady and unhurried, for unbeknownst to Ver, he was no cult loyalist but rather a double agent working for the righteous faction. Hello, I'm here to see the chief, he said as he entered the station, where he was immediately led down a corridor into a back room where 3 high-ranking men waited. Jodo, welcome, the commander in the center said, as Jodo bowed to the 3 monarchs sitting before him, before taking a seat himself. So what news do you bring? The man to the right asked, his voice clipped and efficient as Jodo produced the photos he had taken at John's smithy and handed them over as proof. He was there today, sir. He met with his people at John's smithy. They plan to upload a video confirming he's alive for his people to see within 3 days, Jodo reported, as the commander's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you certain? The commander seated on the left asked, as, I am, Jodo replied, nodding with forced certainty. I saw him myself. They intend to film it from the central square within 3 days. He said, as the commander seated in the center tapped gloved fingers against the table and let out a slow breath. So the dragon finally crawls from hiding. Good. This is our chance to nab him before he vanishes. I suggest we deploy scouts across the central district. Every rooftop within 3 blocks goes under surveillance, so that the moment the dragon appears, we strike. He said before turning towards Jodo, as his voice softened into praise. You've done well. 2 billion MP will be transferred to your account immediately. Consider it a fun to start a new life. The commander said, as Jodo bowed deeply, a faint flicker of guilt hiding behind his eyes. Deep down, he was ashamed to have betrayed the dragon and the cult, for they were the same legends he had heard growing up as a kid. However, after living on Wamir for the past few years, and being influenced by the materialistic lifestyle of this planet, he could no longer deny the allure of money. 2 billion megapixels was a life-changing sum, and for such a large amount, he was willing to betray the dragon and the dragon's mother as well. Chapter 735, Ambush. The next day, Planet Wamir, Ver's POV. The sun hung dim and amber over Wamir's horizon as Ver made his way toward the central square, his hood pulled low and his expression unreadable, as he looked around for enemies. The streets around him were crowded yet calm, filled with vendors shouting over one another and children darting between market stalls, as he noticed nothing out of the ordinary. There were a couple guards near the fountain, however, they seemed to be too engrossed in their own conversation to be on the lookout for him, as he found nothing suspicious about their behavior. For almost a full hour he lingered around the square, moving in circles as he pretended to browse through street-side trinkets and overhear gossip. Yet his mind never left its purpose, as he analyzed escape routes, alley angles, and the rhythm of passing patrolmen until he was convinced there was nothing unusual to be found. No disturbances, no signs of an ambush. It seems like I can proceed with the recording, he thought, his fingers tightening beneath his cloak. He crossed the square one last time before slipping into the narrow alley that led to the predetermined building, a 4-story apartment with cracked walls and a rusted fire escape, which was ideal for his purpose. Climbing silently, his boots kissed the metal rungs with the lightness of instinct, as he reached the rooftop and crouched low, scanning once more in all directions before finally drawing out the small data slate he had stolen off a merchant earlier that morning. No more delays, he told himself, inhaling deeply as he adjusted the slate's camera to face him in selfie mode. Wobble. The wind tugged faintly at his cloak, brushing the hood back just enough for the sunlight to catch his false features. Then, with a quiet exhale, he released his shapeshift. The illusion melted away like ink washing off glass, revealing his true face, deep black eyes glinting beneath black hair, his presence immediately sharper, heavier, almost regal in the way it seemed to weigh down the air. "People of the cult," he began, his tone deep and steady, carrying a strange warmth beneath the strength, "I understand there have been rumors suggesting that I am dead. But let me assure you, I am very much alive and holding strong, walking freely among the people of Wamir as one of them." Crack. The sky above him shimmered before splitting into streaks of red and gold light as teleportation gates ignited across 3 rooftops. Ver's pupils narrowed. He barely had time to drop the slate before the first strike arrived, a silver arc descending from the right as 3 monarch-tier commanders and dozens of transcendent soldiers materialized around him, their formation clean and suffocating. Clang! The enemy's sword met his in a flash of blinding sparks, the impact hurtling him backward as his body twisted midair before crashing through the edge of the rooftop, as he plummeted uncontrollably toward the street below. Crash! Dust rose. The crowd screamed, as within a split second a dozen attacks landed at and around the area he fell down towards, as the righteous commanders showed him no mercy. Boom! Boom! Bam! Blast! Asterisk. Ver's back slammed against the ground with enough force to make the earth quake beneath him, his ribs screaming in protest as a sharp crack echoed through his chest. The dust burned his eyes, the air reeked of smoke and burnt stone, and the ringing in his ears drowned out the world for several long seconds. Shit, I'm fucked, he thought, spitting out blood as his fingers trembled against the cobblestone. He tried to stand, but the pain that shot through his leg made him stagger back to a knee. His sword lay a few meters away, glinting faintly through the haze. They were waiting, they knew. Someone sold me out. His eyes widened, realization hitting him like another punch to the gut. Must be that chipped tooth who used to serve the first elder, surely, it's that fucking rat who sold me out. He cursed under his breath, forcing his body upright even as his vision pulsed red at the edges. No, I'm not dying here, not like this. Not without a fight, he thought, as he reached for his sword, fingers curling around the hilt as another shockwave of attacks struck the street. Boom! Bam! Thud! Pebbles and ash scattered around him as he rose to his feet, blood dripping down his jaw, his cloak torn and body trembling, but his stance still remained sharp, still hopelessly defiant. Above him, the 3 monarchs descended slowly through the smoke, their auras like black suns pressing down on his lungs, suffocating the air itself, while dozens of righteous soldiers surrounded the square, their weapons drawn and spells charged, as they formed a perfect circle of shimmering blue barriers. Too many. Way too many. I'm fucked, Ver thought, as a bitter smile formed at his lips. I should have been more careful. I shouldn't have hastened to form that network, he thought, as he tightened his grip around his sword. But if I am dying for sure, then at least let me take a few of them with me. he concluded, as letting out a deep sigh, he looked across the men before him and shouted in a defiant tone. "Come on then. Bring it, you ambushing cunts." He roared, his voice cracking through the chaos as he collected mana for a powerful, mountain-splitting slash. Boom, clang, crash. With the enemies seemingly hesitant to finish him off, it gave him enough time to launch a counter. As for a brief flurry, he lunged, dodged and struck, his movements feral, precise and hopelessly useless yet beautiful in their defiance still. For a brief moment, it looked as if he could even manage to break through their encirclement, only for the illusion to shatter when the monarchs intervened. Shhhhhhhhhh. All three monarchs moved at once, raising their palms as they summoned a golden barrier that encased Ver within a pyramid-like structure pulsing with powerful energy. The fuck? Ver cursed, as he tried to break free from the prison, but to no avail, as no matter how hard he tried it seemed impossible to shatter at his strength. Crack! Suddenly, a surge of pain shot through his chest as the barrier pulsed, sealing fully, as his ability to channel mana was suddenly cut off. What's happening? What are you guys doing? Don't you want to kill me? Ver asked, as one of the monarchs finally descended to the ground and looked him in the eye. Consider this to be your lucky day, criminal. Lord Morris wants to keep you alive. And hence, you shall not meet your maker, just yet. Capitulo 736, Detained. Planet Wamir, Righteous Faction's Subterranean Detention Facility, Ver's POV. The air beneath the detention facility reeked of cold iron and burnt ash, thick enough to sting Ver's lungs with every shallow breath that he took. Before him, a narrow corridor stretched endlessly ahead, lined with slabs of dark stone that glowed faintly with runic chains carved into its surface. Where am I? He wondered, his mind fading in and out of consciousness, as he felt three monarchs beside him dragging him through a dust-laden hall. Skrrrrr. His boots scraped the ground as he was pulled forward, his head hanging low, black hair clinging to his face in wet strands while a dull ache throbbed behind his eyes. His body felt unbearably heavy, his veins sluggish and cold under the weight of whatever sedative they had pumped into him, as although he tried his best to lift his gaze toward the cell at the end of the hallway, his vision trembled, smearing the edges of light and shadow together. Why does Morris want to keep me alive? He thought faintly, his mind drifting somewhere between confusion and exhaustion. Aren't cult dragons supposed to be their greatest enemies? Isn't killing me the righteous faction's highest goal? He wondered, as he almost wanted to laugh at the irony. However, unfortunately for him, even his lips refused to obey his mind at this moment. Huff. The only sound that escaped his throat was a shallow breath, weak and uneven, as the monarchs came to a stop before a heavy steel door reinforced with layered barriers. Open the seals. One of them ordered, as the guard standing outside began undoing the mechanism that sealed the prison door shut. Crank. Creak. Soon, the door creaked open, as they dragged him inside, before tossing him aside like discarded cargo. Thud. He hit the cold floor with a muted thud, his shoulders screaming from the impact as he blinked against the dim light, trying to focus. Blurry. Everything feels too blurry, he concluded, as the world around him swayed and tilted like a ship on rough seas. Can I escape? Do I have any hope of getting out of here alive? He wondered, his thoughts slow and fragmented, as the sound of rattling chains filled the chamber. He had once heard that Leo had been trained by Charles in every art of infiltration and escape known to the cult. However, he himself had never undergone any training of the sort. His upbringing had been different. He had been a symbol, a messiah to the people, never a warrior built for survival. He had no idea how to dislocate a joint to slip out of restraints, no knowledge of how to disable mana seals, and no strength left in his body to resist them anyway. Clank, clank. His wrists were bound first, the heavy iron cuffs locking around his arms as glowing blue runes flared to life, sealing his mana within his body. Then came the chains around his ankles, drawn tight until he could no longer stretch his legs, with two more being fastened across his torso, as they anchored him to the wall until he could barely move his head. Good, he can't move at all now. One monarch said, as he watched the process with close supervision, while the others looked at him with disinterest. So, another said after a long silence, "Why do you think Lord Morris wants to keep this lowlife alive?" He asked, as the third shrugged. "Who knows? Maybe he wants to question him. Maybe he just wants to humiliate him before killing him later." The third suggested, as the first one shook his head slowly. "No," he said. "Lord Morris is too smart for theatrics. He's not repeating the same mistakes we've made for the past 2,000 years." The others turned toward him, their expressions puzzled. "What do you mean?" Two asked. "I mean this," the first monarch continued, his tone grave yet calm. "Every time we've killed a dragon, the cult simply chooses another. It's built into their doctrine, slay one dragon, and another will rise from his ashes. So in the grand scheme of things, killing a dragon achieves nothing but martyrdom. However, if he's alive and helpless, they can't appoint a new one." The chamber fell silent for a moment, the sound of dripping water echoing faintly in the distance, as everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. "Last I heard," the first monarch went on, "they already have someone ready. A shadow dragon, waiting for confirmation of the dragon's death to take over. So if we kill this lowlife now, that successor immediately steps up. But if instead we keep him here, barely breathing, for the next 100, no, 200 years, then they remain leaderless, divided, desperate. A new dragon cannot be appointed as long as the old one still lives, meaning the cult will have no new messiah." The other two monarchs exchanged glances, realization dawning across their faces. "Brilliant," the second monarch whispered. That's genius," the third one added, as they rejoiced at the brilliance of this plan. Ver, however, felt his heart sink as he listened, every word stabbing him deeper than any blade could. His stomach turned cold, his mind spinning with disbelief as he finally understood the cruelty of their plan. "They won't kill me, they'll instead let me rot. They'll use me to paralyze the entire cult." He realized, as the monarch who had spoken smiled faintly before turning to leave, his boots echoing against the stone. "Right now," he said, glancing back one last time, "their only option is to try to rescue him. And in doing so, they'll march straight into their graves. So in my understanding, we hold all the cards now." Clang! The door shut behind them with a heavy clang, sealing Ver behind in complete darkness. He tried to move, but the chains only bit deeper into his skin, as his breaths came slow, shallow, while his mind sank into a haze of dread and exhaustion. This whole plan did not sound good to him. He felt like a helpless bait dangled on a bait hook. However, unfortunately he could not do anything about it either. "Guys, there is some server issue ongoing with Webnovel today. Chapters are not being published as soon as us authors hit publish. And the entire backend system was down for hours. So in case chapters come out later today than usual, just know it's not my fault. I would have most likely published them as usual, but it might come out 2 to 4 hours later than I did." Chapter 737, Morris's True Plan. Planet Granada, Morris's POV. Thunder. Heavy rains. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Morris's laughter rolled through the storm like the voice of the ocean itself, the sound layered, echoing, and alive. He sat bare-chested upon the sole rock that pierced the endless gray waters of Granada, rain tracing the lines of his body, as his hair rose slowly toward the clouds, defying gravity as if even the wind dared not touch him without permission. "The dragon," he whispered, his smile splitting wider, the tone somewhere between glee and mockery, "the little fool who thought he could hide from me forever." Kaboom! Lightning danced in the clouds above him, white veins crawling through the dark sky, illuminating his features for a heartbeat, as he looked sharp, beautiful, and deranged. He tilted his head back, eyes half closed, letting the rain strike his face as he laughed again, softer this time, his voice turning almost melodic. "For 2 months you hid," he murmured, dragging his tongue across his teeth as if savoring the memory. "For 2 months you scurried like a rat, pretending like you could outpace me. But no. In the end you could not, as in the end, you dropped right into my palm, like I always knew you would," he said as he reached forward and cupped some rainwater into his palms, before sending it down the throat. "Do you know what's beautiful about this, my dear ocean?" he asked softly, though there was no one but the female attendants to hear him. It's not his capture. No, no. Capturing prey is ordinary. What is beautiful, is the orchestration of despair that follows. The attendants behind him, two silent women draped in white veils, did not respond, for they knew better than to answer Morris when he was on a power trip. By now, they knew that the deceiver liked to talk to himself from time to time, with his conversations often sounding like senseless mumbling, which was why they steered clear of anything he said. With the dragon in my palm, I can finally destroy the cult. Not through blood, not through annihilation, but through degradation so deep it makes death look merciful. He said as he began pacing the rock, every step steady despite the slick surface beneath him, as his voice rose and fell with rhythm, like the sea breathing. First, I'll arrange a humiliating spectacle, he said, lifting one hand as if conducting an invisible orchestra. The dragon will be stripped bare. Naked as the day he was born, before being chained within a cage forged from divine alloy that suppresses aura, voice, and dignity alike. Then, he shall be paraded through the righteous worlds, through streets filled with chanting citizens and vengeful soldiers, each of them carrying a pebble, a rotten fruit or feces, each of them throwing it at the universe's biggest villain. He stopped, his tone softening to something almost affectionate. And then we film and broadcast it. Every hit, every drop of blood, every broken rib, every tear. His grin twitched, a flash of genuine madness flickering across his face. The cult commoners see him as a messiah, a beacon of hope, their shining flame in darkness. But what happens when that flame is dragged through filth, when its light is reduced to flickering embers beneath the laughter of the masses? Will their faith die then? Or will they choke on the fury of their helplessness? Morris wondered as he turned his gaze to the horizon, watching the rain blur the line between sea and sky. First, we film his humiliation. Then we send the videos to every neutral planet, every black market, every nameless network. We plant them in the very homes of those who still whisper the cult's name in prayer. And when that is done, we reach even deeper, into the time-stilled world they hide in itself. He smiled, baring his teeth as thunder cracked across the sky. Yes, that cursed refuge where they hide, thinking themselves safe from the march of time. I will send cargo ships and fighters, to breach its edge and scatter memory chips through its heart. Each one containing the same footage. The same humiliation. The same truth. Over and over again, a million times, until it burrows into their dreams. He crouched down, tracing a circle on the rock with one wet finger, his reflection trembling in the water below. They will wake and see him. They will sleep and see him. They will eat and still see him. Their mornings will begin with his shame, their nights will end with his whimpering. There will be no silence from it, no relief. They will breathe despair until their faith suffocates itself. He rose, the rain now pouring harder, the waves crashing violently against the rock as if the ocean itself wanted to pull him under. And when their rage reaches its peak, when they can no longer tolerate their Messiah's humiliation, he whispered, his eyes glowing faintly cyan, when even the most devout scream for vengeance, I shall grant it to them. He began to laugh again, low, almost joyous, the sound of someone who genuinely loved his own cruelty. I will announce his execution, he said, voice shaking with excitement. A date, a time, a place so public that even the stars will witness it. I will give them a countdown to their own destruction. They will come, Soren will come, because he can't afford not to. He will come, hoping to save his boy, his legacy, his cult. Morris trailed off, tilting his head slightly as if savoring the thought. Then he smiled again, slow and vicious. But this time, he will not walk out. No chance. For Caliph will be there. Helmuth will be there. The 5 gods of the great clans will be there. He will arrive at my stage expecting to reclaim his dragon, only to find himself performing in my play, where I put an end to his life and his cult for once and for all. He began to pace again, circling the narrow rock like a predator trapped in thought. I can see it already. Soren descending in fury. Angry cult fighters behind him, their banners raised, hearts burning, the faithful thinking their God has come to deliver them victory. Only to walk into the Chakravia, the lattice drawn, the sky webbed with anchor fields that deny entry into the 4th dimension, as they are left with nowhere to go, no room to retreat. His laughter echoed again, shrill and thunderous. They will burn. They will die believing they can save their dragon, when in truth, every step they take toward him will tighten the noose around their own throats. Soren will fight, yes, and perhaps he will even win a few seconds of glory, but then Kalith will move, Helmuth will move, and the five gods will close their palms. He stopped, spreading his arms wide, rain streaming down his face like tears. And when the storm clears, there will be silence. No cult, no rebellion, no songs, only ashes floating over holy ground, and a broken dragon still breathing in his cage. His voice dropped to a whisper again, almost reverent. He will not die. Not yet. Not ever, if I can help it. His existence will become my hymn, my reminder to the cosmos of what happens when vermin think they can challenge the divine. I will feed him, heal him, parade him again every decade, just to remind the universe that the age of the cult is gone forever. Morris's eyes gleamed with something close to ecstasy as he threw his head back and let out a piercing laugh that rose higher and higher until it nearly blended with the thunder. Ha 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 ha. Do you see it, Soren? Do you feel it already? I am not just ending your faith, I am unmaking its memory. He tilted his head downward suddenly, the laughter cutting off into a sharp smile. Relay my orders, he said quietly. Make it beautiful. Let the dragon's humiliation begin from tomorrow itself. Let the people of the cult see their fallen messiah being turned into a joke. The attendants nodded silently, their eyes low, their hands trembling slightly as they began transmitting his orders. Morris watched the rain for a long time after that, the corners of his mouth twitching upward every few seconds as if a new thought kept amusing him. Then, after a long pause, he finally whispered, so softly that only the storm could hear. They call him dragon, but soon, he shall be something else entirely. For using him I'll make a living symbol of what happens when you mess with Morris the Deceiver. He mumbled, as he stood there in the rain motionless, whispering faintly to himself again and again as thunder rolled around him, his words nearly lost to the sea. Let the cult come. Let them burn their wings chasing hope. Let them drown in the ashes of their own messiah. He closed his eyes and smiled wider still. For I am the end they always prayed for. Chapter 738, Fear. Planet Wamir, Subterranean Detention Facility, Ver's POV. The darkness inside the cell was absolute. It pressed down upon Ver's mind like a living thing, heavy and suffocating, swallowing all sense of time until hours and days blurred into one continuous void, indistinguishable from sleep. The only proof that he was still alive came from the faint ache in his chest and the rhythmic sting of the sedative needles whenever the guards returned to ensure he stayed quiet. He had tried counting the intervals once, but even that had dissolved into meaninglessness. There was no sun, no moon, no passing footsteps to mark the hours, only silence, the sound of his shallow breath, and the faint trickle of water running down the stone wall behind him. How long has it been? He wondered faintly, the thought barely forming before it began to crumble under the weight of exhaustion. Hours, days, weeks, it all feels the same. His limbs felt distant, his head heavy, as if his consciousness floated somewhere above his body. Every time he tried to move, the chains tugged at his wrists and ankles with an unyielding resistance that made his joints burn. Then, just as his senses began to drift again, the silence broke. Clank. The iron door jolted open, flooding the cell with pale blue light that sliced through the darkness like a blade. Ver squinted, flinching instinctively as two transcendent tier soldiers stepped in, their armor gleaming faintly under the glow of mana-lanterns. One of them held a pair of syringes filled with opaque liquid, while the other carried a small metal tray lined with surgical tools. Seriously, the taller one said, his tone mocking as he eyed Ver with idle disgust. They want us to strip this guy naked and write, "Coward," on his chest. What's the point of that? The shorter one, stockier, with a scar running down his cheek, laughed lightly. Beats me. Why bother understanding orders when we can just follow them? Less thinking, more doing. Ver's pulse spiked as he watched the two approach, his breath shallow, his instinct screaming at him to move though his body refused to obey. Wait. he rasped, his voice hoarse from disuse, the words scraping out of his throat like dry leaves. You want to strip me naked. But why? He asked, as the taller soldier, Elmeth, turned to him with a grin that never reached his eyes. Why? He repeated as he crouched down, pulling a dagger from his belt, before pressing its cold tip gently against Ver's forehead. Shut your mouth, evil cult scum, he said softly, his voice carrying the casual cruelty of someone who had said such words too many times before. Be glad we're letting you live. Asking questions will only make me less gentle. He replied, as then, with deliberate slowness, he slid the blade down, catching the fabric of Ver's tattered robe. *Re-up. The first tear sounded almost surgical in the silence. Then came another, and another. Tear. Slice. Elmeth's grin widened as he continued, peeling small sections of cloth from Ver's body, each stroke alternating between cloth and skin. Sometimes he grazed flesh just enough to draw blood, other times he lingered near the wounds, dragging the edge lightly across them to watch the shiver run through his captive. You spineless motherfucker. Ver muttered as he clenched his teeth, his jaw trembling with a mixture of anger and disbelief, as pain pulsed down his side. Do you derive some sick satisfaction in stripping another man naked? He asked in anger, his voice trembling but his tone sharp enough to slice through the air. Elmeth chuckled, standing upright as the dagger rested lazily against his thigh. Yes, he said without hesitation. I do. And it feels good. You have no idea what it means to have you, the so-called dragon, the symbol of all evil, trapped right here before us. This is the story I'll tell my children and my grandchildren, the tale of how I, Elmeth, humiliated the evil cult's precious messiah. He spoke the words with such vile pride that it almost made Ver sick to his stomach. Meanwhile, the other soldier, Jamal, uncapped the syringe and rolled it between his fingers, studying the liquid inside as though admiring a work of art. You talk too much, Jamal muttered, stepping closer. Let's put him to sleep. We've still got to make him presentable before tomorrow's show. Ver's eyes widened, his pulse quickening as the word, show, lingered ominously in his mind. What do you mean, show? He croaked, struggling against his restraints. What are you planning to do with me? But Jamal only smiled faintly, gripping Ver's shoulder as he pressed the syringe into the side of his neck. Sleep, you filthy evildoer, he whispered, his tone dripping with satisfaction. Sleep well. For when you wake, you'll find yourself free from these chains, but thrown into something far more humiliating. Ver's breath hitched as the sedative spread through his bloodstream like fire turning to ice. His thoughts scattered, his vision warped, and the faint outlines of the soldiers began to blur into streaks of color. He tried to form words, but his tongue no longer obeyed. His body felt weightless, drifting, sinking, dissolving into the darkness once again. And just before the last sliver of consciousness slipped away, he heard Jamal's voice one final time, echoing faintly through the haze. Ha ha ha, I still can't believe this is the cult's fearsome dragon. When he captured Nemo, rumors started to circulate that he's untouchable. But look at him now. So harmless, so tame. Soon, the whole universe will see what this harmless evildoer's body looks like. Jamal said, as the laughter that followed lingered long after the light in the cell had dimmed, its cruel rhythm echoing in his mind as everything around him faded into nothingness. I wish to die rather than suffer humiliation. Just what are these people going to do to me? He wondered before falling asleep, as the last bit of cloth covering his skin slipped off his body. Chapter 739, The Dragon's Downfall. Planet Varam, Righteous Faction Territory, Ver's POV. The first thing that reached him was not sound, nor light, but the sting, sharp, cold, and wet. Something struck his shoulder, then his chest, followed by a dull thud near his ribs as another object splattered across his skin. Ah! He groaned faintly, his mind still thick with the weight of sedatives, as the pain coaxed his consciousness back from the haze. Slowly, his eyelids fluttered open, and the world flooded in, too bright, too loud, too cruel. Thud, whack, splat, pebbles, rotten fruits, and even human feces rained down upon him from every direction, bouncing off the faintly shimmering walls of the translucent barrier that encased him. It was a cage, not of iron but of condensed mana glass, transparent, reinforced, and designed to allow only small projectiles through its narrow gaps, enough to bruise flesh and break dignity, but not bones. He blinked, his vision still adjusting, as the scene around him took form. He was not underground anymore. He was outside, surrounded by thousands. A massive street stretched ahead, overflowing with people packed shoulder to shoulder, their faces twisted in fury and disgust. The air itself reeked of fruit rot, smoke, and contempt. Where am I?" Ver whispered weakly, his voice nearly lost in the roar of the mob, as the realization crept over him like a shadow that could not be outrun. He was being paraded. Butt naked, shackled at the neck and wrists, his once proud figure reduced to something between a spectacle and a corpse. The cage hovered 2 feet above the ground, gliding slowly along the cobblestone road as armored soldiers marched around it, the banners of the universal government fluttering high above. "Die, evil dragon, die, you bastard. My uncle was in the Sky God Arena when your cult bombed it. I lost my family because of you. Monster. Burn in hell, you filth. Your dick is as small as my pinky, no wonder you have, coward, written on your chest. You're a small cock wanker. Ha 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 ha." A half-rotten fruit splattered against his cheek, sliding down his face as laughter erupted around him. Ver blinked slowly, the fruit's pulp mixing with sweat and grime as his breathing turned shallow. His body ached, his head throbbed, but none of it compared to the weight pressing upon his chest, the unbearable awareness that thousands of eyes were on him, judging him, mocking him, relishing his degradation. Everywhere he looked, faces stared back with hatred, their mouths twisted in joy at his suffering. There was no pity, no hesitation, not even curiosity, only disgust and superiority, the satisfaction of seeing the great dragon brought to his knees. But what hurt him most was not their cruelty. It was what it meant. These were not soldiers, not nobles, not men of politics. They were commoners, farmers, vendors, children even, throwing stones with the same passion as their generals, shouting the same curses their military preached. And in their eyes, he saw it clearly, it was not just hatred for him. It was hatred for everything he represented. For the cult, for his faith, for the dreams his people had bled for. I have let down my people, he thought faintly, the words forming like shards of glass cutting through his mind. They believed in me. They looked to me as their strength, and now, this. His head hung low, eyes staring at the ground as the carriage continued to crawl through the endless crowd. Another wave of objects struck his chest, back, and shoulders, each one hitting harder than the last. A child's voice shouted something crude, an old man spat through the bars. But he himself did not even flinch anymore. Somewhere deep within, something inside him began to crack, not his bones, but the pride that once held him together. Until suddenly, amidst the chaos, a new sound cut through the noise. A single voice, loud, desperate, and trembling with conviction. "Lord Dragon, keep your head up." The shout silenced the nearest section of the crowd, the words echoing across the street like a fragile flame struggling against the wind. "No matter what they do to you, keep your head up. We are with you, my lord. Even now, your people are with you." The voice was cut short by the metallic shing of a blade leaving its sheath, followed by a wet thunk. The man who had shouted, an unremarkable citizen with plain clothes and weathered hands, fell to the ground, head rolling to one side, his lifeless body collapsing under the weight of his devotion. For a moment, there was silence. Then the crowd erupted in cheers, louder, crueler, the soldiers grinning as blood painted the cobblestones. Ver's eyes widened, his breath caught in his throat. He watched as the man's blood seeped toward the wheels of his cage, mingling with the rain and dirt, a dark ribbon spreading across the street. The cheering voices blurred into static, fading into a hollow ringing that filled his ears. That single act, so futile, so meaningless in the grand scheme of things, struck deeper than all the insults combined. The man had no reason to speak. No power. No escape. And yet, he had done it anyway. He had given his life to remind him of something Ver had forgotten. That the resistance was still alive. That his people were still behind him. That even when everything else was taken away, the cult's flame could not be extinguished so easily. That's right, Ver thought as his breathing steadied. I need to keep my head up. He realized, as his eyes regained their usual luster once more. My people still believe in me. I cannot fall apart here. Not now. Not like this. He inhaled deeply, straightening his back as much as the chains allowed, and lifted his chin toward the crowd. The jeers did not stop. If anything, they grew louder. But now, each shout, each curse, each thrown stone only made him see clearer. They wanted to break him. They wanted to make him bow. But he would not give them that satisfaction. He would not let them win. It's not over yet, he told himself, his gaze sweeping over the faces of those who screamed at him. I'm not dead yet, and as long as I will live as the dragon. The cage rolled onward, the crowd's fury relentless, yet Ver's expression remained unchanged. No matter how many things struck him, no matter how many voices cursed his name, he kept his eyes open and sharp, meeting the gaze of every person who dared to look at him. There was no madness in his stare, no arrogance, only silent defiance, a quiet promise written behind every unblinking glance. To the onlookers, it was unnerving, almost unnatural, how even in such disgrace, he looked back with the same composure as a man gazing at his executioners. As if his humiliation was not an ending, but the beginning of something darker yet to come. And though none of them could understand it, deep within that cage, amidst the insults, blood, and fruit pulp, the dragon's will began to stir again. His body was shackled. However, his spirit was not. As at this moment, he resolved for once and for all, that if he ever survived this ordeal, that they will all pay dearly for their acts today. Chapter 740, Dark Days. Planet Voralus, Righteous Faction Territory, Ver's POV. After parading him naked in a cage through several worlds, the Righteous Faction decided to switch things up on the 7th day of his humiliation tour, as this time they organized something far grander in the form of a humiliation concert. Chained upon a raised platform in the heart of Voralus's Grand Forum, Ver stood bound by glowing chains of divine alloy, each link thrumming faintly with restrained power as it locked his arms apart and fixed his body upright before a crowd that stretched far beyond sight. Hundreds of thousands filled the tiers that circled the plaza, their cheers and curses blending into a single, endless roar that shook the stone beneath his bare feet. Above him, the twin suns hung pale behind the haze of incense smoke, their light fractured by banners of the universal government that rippled in the wind, each emblazoned with golden sigils of power. From hidden speakers around the forum came slow, ceremonial drums that beat like a heartbeat, setting a grim rhythm for what was about to unfold. He could not tell any more as to how many soldiers were guarding him, for his senses had been bamboozled by the dozen different drugs in his body, that somehow kept him lucid enough to feel the pain and shame, yet never sharp enough to break free or resist. Step, step. At this moment, a monarch tier commander in silver armor stepped forward, his amplified voice echoing through the square. Citizens of the Righteous Faction, he proclaimed, his tone smooth yet venomous, behold the false messiah, the so-called dragon of the cult, brought before you to face judgment for his crimes against all of creation itself. Cheers. Roar. The crowd roared in response, stamping their feet and clapping as if celebrating a festival rather than an execution. Ver lifted his head slowly, his expression blank yet steady, his long hair hanging in wet strands against his shoulders as the chains rattled faintly with every breath he took. He felt anger boil within him as he saw these heartless people jeer at him, however, he never let it show, for he did not wish to provide them with the satisfaction of seeing his calm break. Now, I will start reading the crimes this false prophet has been charged with. Hopefully, he repents for the same. However, if he does not, we shall whip him 10 times for every crime he does not show repentance for. The commander declared, as he unfurled a long scroll of crimes that Ver allegedly committed and began reading them one by one. Aegon Ver, for the crime of harming Righteous Faction citizens and murdering our soldiers, do you repent? He asked, as Ver's eyes flickered open fully for the first time, his expression defiant as he said. No, no I do not. Whiplash. His body jolted as the whip struck across his back, his eyes twitching from the sharp sting, yet his face stayed still, his chin high, his expression defiant and unreadable. Whiplash. Dot. 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 Whiplash. 9 more whips followed soon after, as Ver felt his entire back burn in pain, as the top layer of his skin was peeled off his muscles. For the crime of killing innocent children and spreading terror on righteous faction planets, do you repent? The commander asked next, as no, came Ver's arrogant answer. Whiplash. Dot. Dot. Whiplash. The leather cracked against his shoulder blade, the sound ringing through the square as his breath caught for a fraction of a second, but again, he did not flinch. His expression remained calm, his gaze forward, the veins in his neck tensing as blood trickled faintly down his back. For ordering your men to commit war crimes, to violate and desecrate the innocent, do you repent? His lips moved slowly, his voice quieter but as unwavering as before. No. Whiplash. Dot. 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 Whiplash. The blows landed harder this time, the crowd howling in approval as Ver's eyes fluttered shut for an instant, the pain searing through every nerve. Yet when his eyes reopened, they were cold and unbroken, his jaw tight as his body straightened against the pull of the chains. The rhythm continued. The voice of the general. The roar of the people. The answering word that refused to change. Whiplash. No. Whiplash. No. Every repetition struck harder than the punishment itself, as if each refusal was another nail in his defiance. At some point he stopped feeling the lashes separately, the pain fusing into a single continuous burn that wrapped around his mind like molten metal, but through it all, he stayed upright, his eyes locked on the horizon. Then came the final accusation, the one the commander saved for last, his tone swelling with fury and theatrical holiness. Aegon Ver, for defying the will of the true gods and following the false god Sorin, do you repent? He asked, as the crowd fell into absolute silence, with even the wind waiting for his reply. The true gods, he repeated as he lifted his head, his hair falling back from his face, his breathing uneven yet steady, as the faintest smile curved across his face. You mean the cowards who conspired and betrayed the timeless assassin? The one who never fought Lord Sorin for the last 2200 years because they're too scared of his wrath. Do I acknowledge them as legitimate? No. No, I do not. Whiplash. Dot. Dot. Whiplash. 15 times in succession, the strikes landed, tearing faint lines of blood across his skin, yet he stood unmoved, his eyes glassy with pain but his face still fixed in that same unshaken calm. The noise erupted again, the square drowning in chants and curses, yet he no longer heard them, for either the blood loss or the pain made him start losing consciousness once more. They think this breaks me, he thought, his vision trembling, his head hanging forward as blood dripped from his chin to the floor. But all they have done is remind me why I must not fall. He forced his eyes open one last time, locking gazes with the front rows of the crowd, where influential nobles leaned forward to gawk at the spectacle. As even half-conscious, his stare carried a quiet weight that made them shift uneasily. Guards! Guards! The nobles mumbled in panic, as Ver chuckled before drifting asleep, his smiling face annoying the crowd more than his words ever could. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.